Chapter 1. The First Encounter. Lin Dong awakened in this unfamiliar world. Before he could truly contemplate the significance of his last moment, he found himself standing somewhat awkwardly before a middle-aged man clad in ancient garments. It was too late for him to stammer a disdainful remark about how this person looked so rustic. An inexplicable pressure weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to bend at the waist and lower his gaze, his body rigid with fear, leaving his mind utterly blank. Lin Dong, your sect task is to familiarize yourself with the cultivation and nurturing of these spiritual herbs within a month. The middle-aged man gestured toward the plot of land before them, approximately an acre in size, speaking to Lin Dong in an unervingly calm tone. After a month, the medicinal fields will be yours to cultivate. Remember, his tone remained steady, yet the pressure surrounding Lin Dong gradually intensified, causing his heart to constrict with dread. Each medicinal field has a record of the spiritual herbs planted there. If you fail to nurture them properly and allow them to perish, then you are well aware of the sect's regulations. Gradually retracting his imposing aura, the middle-aged man continued. Here is the jade slip containing the formation for the medicinal field. You must hold this slip to enter. Inside the nearby building, there is a jade slip for planting spiritual herbs. With your nourishing level cultivation, simply place it on your forehead to activate it. If you have any questions, feel free to inquire at the Miscellaneous Affairs Pavilion. Take heed of this. The man cast a brief, surprised glance at Lin Dong, as if noting something unexpected. Without waiting to see if Lin Dong comprehended, he turned and ascended directly into the air, disappearing into the expanse. Phew! Finally gone, Lin Dong murmured, closing his mouth that had fallen agape in astonishment. The gaze from that middle-aged man had made Lin Dong feel an inch shorter. The fear that he might be extinguished at any moment kept him from fully regaining his composure. Alas, I've never encountered a person so terrifying. If he were to look at me again, would I simply collapse? Is such pressure even possible for a mortal to exert? I should be grateful I wasn't turned into an idiot. After relieving himself with gratitude for his luck, Lin Dong felt the world fade to black. The weakness that seized his mind enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Dong gradually regained consciousness, his body aching and feeble. He struggled to lift a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, managing only to slightly move his fingers in response. With no other choice, he lay there until he finally regained a hint of strength and managed to pull himself upright. It's better to stand than to lie on the ground, he thought. I must have crossed over. Observing his slender, delicate hands that appeared almost translucent under the sunlight, he glanced down at his form, wrapped in a blue robe, appearing to be no older than 13 or 14. As a 40-year-old man in his past life, who cherished stories of traversing dimensions and practicing cultivation, arriving at this conclusion was not particularly challenging. Why is there no memory of my past self? What if I encounter someone familiar? Where is this? Why do I feel so exhausted? Lin Dong muttered softly to himself. After standing dazed for a moment and lightly moving his hands and feet, he found that although still weak, he was able to walk normally. His spirits began to lift. Survival must come first. Lin Dong recalled the lingering, killing intent in the eyes of that man in the purple robe. Will he return to kill me? It seems unlikely. If he wanted me dead, he could have easily done so just now. After all, killing me was a trivial matter for someone like him. Besides, he's already killed me once. My past self must have completely perished, leaving no memories behind. Upon this realization that he was temporarily out of immediate danger, Lin Dong sighed in relief, his body relaxing. The most critical task now is to comprehend this world. Only then can I figure out how to protect myself. Lin Dong harbored no other thoughts. As a middle-aged man from an era of peace, he had no experience of having his life threatened by a mere glance. If he didn't want to lose once more, I need power at least enough to bite back before I meet my end. The resolve of the former man within Lin Dong finally reignited. That unyielding desire caused him to grit his teeth in determination. Casting a glance around, he realized he was situated in a valley, surrounded by faintly visible green mountains. The valley was systematically dotted with medicinal fields, each enveloped by a thin protective barrier of light. The field assigned to him emitted a colorful glow as it caught the last rays of the setting sun. Adjacent to it stood a rudimentary wooden hut meant for storing cultivation jade slips. Lin Dong eyed the formation jade slip in his possession before turning to approach the wooden hut. What am I even supposed to do with this? The interior of the hut was simple. There was a bed, a square table, and a thin blanket. On the table rested 2 jade slips, with nothing else in sight. Lin Dong paid no mind to whether this was even an appropriate living space, knowing he would occupy it for the coming year. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the bag at his waist. Is this truly a storage bag that cultivators call standard? He removed the bag and felt its soft, smooth texture. It was palm size for an adult, dull gray in color, hardly eye-catching. Attempting to sense the contents within the storage bag with his mind, he detected a 3 cubic foot space. As he scanned, it instantly filled the square table before him. Lin Dong's gaze landed on the 3 jade slips, and he picked them up one by one, placing them on his forehead. Waves of text and images flooded into his mind. The Grand Compendium of Cultivation, Geography of the Qingshan Domain, South Mountain Sect Record and Regulations. He pondered the contents of the 3 jade slips with a mix of expressions between sorrow and joy on his face. Chapter 2. Essentials of Cultivation. Lin Dong currently holds the status of an outer disciple of the Nanshan sect. The Nanshan sect is classified as a mid-tier cultivation sect within the Qingshan domain. In the Qingshan domain, there are 3 prestigious sects: Tianyu sect, Chaotian sect, and Tianjin sect. These 3 high-ranking sects monopolize all the cultivation resources within the Qingshan domain. Each of the esteemed sects governs between 3 to 5 mid-tier sects, which in turn have their own subordinate lower-tier sections. The Nanshan sect falls under the jurisdiction of the Chaotian sect, and every year, it is obliged to offer various treasures, spirit stones, magical artifacts, spiritual herbs, and elixirs. Simultaneously, it issues various sect tasks, generously rewarding those who complete them. The Nanshan sect emulates this model to manage its affiliated sections. The Qingshan domain is vast. It is evident that the Nanshan sect governs a territory at least the size of Earth. The Qingshan domain is merely a 5th-tier domain, with 4 tiers above it. Hiss! Lin Dong inhaled sharply, feeling the immense pressure weighing upon him. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, Lin Dong is aware of the sequential realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The 9th layer of Qi refinement is divided into 3 stages, while the other 3 realms are categorized into initial, intermediate, late, and peak stages. The remaining 5 layers, evidently, the sect does not deem it necessary for a novice like Lin Dong, who is merely at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, to be informed about. That is far too distant. The sect does not support the idle. Outer disciples must complete sect tasks to earn spirit stones and contribution points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources. Lin Dong glanced at the items on the table before him. These constitute all of his resources: 5 low-grade spirit stones, a vial containing 3 Qi nourishing pills, which are beneficial for enhancing cultivation at the initial stage of Qi refinement. He possesses 2 pieces of azure robes issued by the sect. The robes come with minor defensive arrays against dust and water, but offer no substantial protection, aside from a low-grade talisman brush and a stack of 10 blank talisman papers. There is nothing else of note. After calculating his resources, Lin Dong began contemplating the path ahead. Elevating his cultivation is paramount. The pursuit of longevity is an inescapable cage for any cultivator. Although it seems somewhat distant for him at present, since Lin Dong has come to understand that cultivation is the path to immortality, he is determined to embark on this journey and witness the scenery along the way. Elixirs, magical artifacts, and techniques all require spirit stones. Lin Dong chuckled wryly. How impoverished I truly am. To acquire spirit stones, Lin Dong's first thoughts turned to alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging. The 3 essentials of earning money are not unknown to him. Alchemy and artifact forging necessitate a fire affinity, whereas talisman crafting merely requires a cultivator to possess some magical energy during the Qi refinement stage. Talisman crafting? I'm quite adept at that, Lin Dong mused. As for my spiritual roots, he was uncertain. His understanding of his previous self was limited. Aside from a few hints from an old acquaintance, the rest remained a mystery after the previous soul dissipated. Lin Dong knew there was a way to ascertain his spiritual root information. Every disciple within the sect possesses an identity token, necessary for proving one's identity, entering and exiting the sex formation, accepting tasks, and conducting various exchanges. Lin Dong rummaged through his garments and produced his disciple token from his bosom. Why was it not in his storage bag? Lin Dong was unsure. It simply resided in his clothing. The black iron token bore the words Nanshan and Lin Dong on either side, with the first two characters prominently displayed while the latter two were smaller. The text was inscribed beneath a mountain peak, symbolizing the authority of the Chaotian sect. Placing the token against his forehead, he probed with his spiritual sense. Lin Dong, outer disciple of the Nanshan sect. Bone age 13, possesses water, wood, and fire spiritual roots. Recommended for entry by the esteemed disciple Yu Qinglian. Current cultivation level. First layer of Qi refinement. Sect task. Cultivate spiritual herbs in a low-tier spiritual field for 1 year. Task reward. 100 spirit stones, 10 contribution points. Current contribution points, 0. His full image was also displayed. It seems I can develop my skills in alchemy and artifact forging. A diverse skill set never hurts. Lin Dong began to assess his own capabilities. At the first layer of Qi refinement, he sensed the magical energy within his dantian, which occupied half of its capacity, that he estimated that in about 3 months, he would be able to advance to the second layer. The 5 low-grade spirit stones would not be used for now. The 3 Qi nourishing pills should ideally be consumed 1 every 3 days. Less would yield poor results, while more could lead to a buildup of pill toxins, which would be counterproductive. That he had several tools for talisman crafting. Sigh. As a newly initiated disciple, I have a plethora of tasks ahead. Oh well, I suppose I should get some sleep. Lin Dong's face was ashen, his eyes devoid of spirit. The tumultuous events of the day, death, rebirth, and the shocking reality of the cultivation world had all taken a toll on his nerves. That to have endured this far was already the limit of his youthful body. He collapsed onto the bed, haphazardly covering himself with a blanket, and fell into a deep slumber. In his hazy dreams, he recalled the past life that had slipped away, murmuring softly, I am Lin Dong, the cultivator. Let my previous life be carried away by the wind. His eyes moistened slightly. When Lin Dong awoke, it was morning. The gentle rays of the sun illuminated his youthful form, filling him with a renewed vigor. His complexion had regained a hint of rosy hue, and his body had returned to the state it ought to be in at his age. After consuming the meager meal left by the servant disciples at the door, he reflected on the daily routine. Every day, servant disciples would deliver meals punctually. They were sufficient to satiate his hunger, albeit with a rather ordinary taste. The sole advantage was that he did not have to spend spirit stones to procure them. Delicacies such as spirit grains and beast meat, which greatly benefit cultivation, were reserved solely for the esteemed disciples of the sect. Lin Dong? He would have his share once he established his foundation. Lin Dong had already devised a plan for the day's activities. Upon waking, that he entered his quarters and stored the items on the table into his storage bag. Approaching the medicinal field, he took out the jade slip containing the formation for the mountain array, infused it with magical energy, and with a decisive tap, opened a gap in the array that allowed entry for 1 person. Lin Dong swiftly stepped inside, signaling the jade slip to automatically close the array behind him. It even functions automatically, Lin Dong exclaimed, retrieving the jade slip detailing the planting process. That he began to peruse its contents. Lin Dong was responsible for cultivating 10 varieties of spiritual herbs, all of which were first and second tier, common for elixirs at the Qi refinement stage. After carefully comparing with the jade slip, Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief. The task was remarkably simple. He only needed to use the minor spiritual rain technique to water the herbs twice daily, while the rest was handled by the array. First and second tier spiritual herbs were not particularly rare. They were cultivated in large quantities by the sect. Cultivation history likely spans eons, and naturally, there are established methods to ensure the growth of spiritual herbs. Were it not for the need for someone to water them, Lin Dong believed the automation was no less impressive than production lines from his previous life. The minor spiritual rain technique was not difficult. The hand gestures and the flow of magical energy were straightforward. The jade slip indicated that one could master it within 3 to 5 applications. Exiting the medicinal field, Lin Dong prepared to visit the library to select a cultivation technique, without knowledge of meridians and acupoints. He felt utterly lost. Although he could sense magical energy, without a technique, he was left with no means to cultivate. The world he found himself in was perilous. Lin Dong did not wish to repeat the experience of being reborn again due to reckless actions. As a newcomer, it was sufficient for him to confront the reality of his own weakness that he arrived at the service station at the entrance of the medicinal valley, preparing to rent a spirit bird for transportation. If Lin Dong were to run, he believed it would take him an entire day to reach his destination. The service station was constructed from thick logs, unadorned and exuding a raw, rustic charm. The 13-year-old boy felt no particular sentiment towards it. He hastily exchanged a spirit stone for a crane-like creature, receiving a beast control token from the elder there, valid for 1 month. After which it would automatically return to its designated location. As for the elder at the service station, he had no significant impression of him. Leaping onto the spirit crane, he activated the beast control token, and it soared into the sky. The wonders of cultivation techniques had long piqued Lin Dong's curiosity. Chapter 3. Exceptional Techniques. The library is located at the foot of the main peak of the Nanshan sect, housing a vast array of buildings that serve as the various halls of the sect. Lin Dong arrived at the plaza in front of the hall, handing over the spirit bird to the service personnel before strolling towards the library. The plaza was bustling with outer disciples clad in azure robes, most of whom hurriedly entered and exited the service hall, likely preoccupied with spirit stones. Occasionally, a blue-robed inner disciple would saunter past, prompting the outer disciples to yield a path. Lin Dong stepped aside for the inner disciple before entering the first floor of the library. From the outside, the library appeared to be a modest 5-story building. Yet within, it encompassed a space no smaller than the plaza. Lin Dong approached the elder at the entrance and presented his disciple token. "Esteemed elder, I seek to peruse cultivation techniques. May I request your guidance?" Lin Dong smiled and offered a respectful bow. The elder accepted the token with a calm demeanor, scanning it with his spiritual sense that a glimmer flickered in his eyes as he addressed Lin Dong. "Junior Lin, you may call me Brother Huang." "Brother Huang," Lin Dong replied bashfully, returning the smile. Brother Huang continued, "The technique section is located in the front area. You can examine it with your spiritual sense. When selecting a technique, be mindful of the required spiritual roots, or else it may prove counterproductive." He paused slightly. Only the chi-nourishing technique has no spiritual root requirement. Anyone can cultivate it, and it does not require spirit stones, only contribution points for exchange. It is quite suitable for you. He casually returned the token. "Thank you, brother." Lin Dong took the token, expressed his gratitude, and proceeded forward. The first floor of the library featured rows of deep purple long tables extending toward the back, upon which countless jade slips were meticulously arranged. Every row was marked by wooden plaques indicating the purpose of the jade slips. The scent of the wood wafted gently, refreshing Lin Dong's spirit. Instead of directly entering the technique area, he first circled the long tables, observing each one carefully. Occasionally, he would pick up a jade slip and press it against his forehead to examine its contents. Once he had a general understanding, he stepped into the technique area. The technique area housed relatively few jade slips, over 20, but compared to the hundreds present in the alchemy and artifact forging sections, it was negligible. The sect deliberately positioned the techniques at the entrance to underscore their significance in cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong allowed the subtle fragrance to circulate within his heart. Marking the first step of his cultivation journey, he meticulously scrutinized each jade slip alongside the accompanying descriptions, ensuring he understood their details before finally placing the last slip down, deep in thought. Feeling a sense of impatience, Lin Dong had already contemplated the issue of techniques on his way to the library. Given his current circumstances and the general framework of online literature, there were hardly any options available. He could only hope for a technique that would allow for rapid advancement to elevate his level sooner. Lin Dong was acutely aware that being at the first layer of chi refinement was far too low. With such meager magical energy at the first 3 layers, the spells available for learning were limited and nearly ineffective. Spiritual sense could not be projected outward, leaving him to merely observe various cultivation techniques from afar. Only upon reaching the 4th level of chi refinement, after experiencing 3 transformations of his spiritual energy, could one begin to learn powerful spells that would meet the demands of casting, with the ability to project his spiritual consciousness outward. He could command magical tools to engage enemies, theoretically commencing the cultivation of all skills related to immortality. The gaze of the old man made Lin Dong feel as though life was akin to a flickering candle. Ever at risk of being extinguished, he had merely glimpsed a corner of the immortal realm, and the profound and mysterious panorama ignited a fervent desire for exploration within him. Once more, he placed the jade slip of the Qi nourishing technique against his forehead. Lacking spirit stones and contribution points left him with no alternatives. As his consciousness entered the jade slip, he encountered no restrictions in reading its contents. The Qi nourishing technique, an ancient cultivation method, is one of the 3 secret arts passed down by the great sect. How you sect? There are no qualifications required for cultivation. This technique is balanced and harmonious, making it easy to practice. Successful cultivation establishes a solid foundation, resulting in pure and robust spiritual energy. However, this technique operates slowly, and the enhancement of spiritual energy is gradual, necessitating boundless resources for achievement. All disciples must remember to act within their means. Written by the esteemed Jinren Jihua. Below lay the detailed teachings for the first 6 levels of Qi refinement. Lin Dong felt fortunate. He had initially assumed that anything that didn't require spirit stones was worthless, yet he had inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure. This technique was precisely what he needed and suited him perfectly. Resources? Once he returned, he would experiment. It wouldn't pose a significant issue. This is it. Fortunately, I do not recall the cultivation methods I practiced before Daha. A low chuckle escaped him, his shoulders shaking in amusement. This was undoubtedly the greatest consolation since his rebirth, and he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Dong's light laughter caught Gao Yu's attention as she selected a jade slip for alchemical techniques. With his delicate features and the azure robe draping him, Lin Dong exuded an aura reminiscent of the boy next door, bearing a striking resemblance to Gao Yu's younger brother, whom she had not seen for nearly a year and a half. Since childhood, she had shared a profound bond with her brother, yet he lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate, thus barred from entering the sect. She could only visit him occasionally while undertaking missions. On her first day of cultivation, she was informed of the divide between mortals and immortals, realizing that mere mortals would eventually return to dust, while cultivators enjoyed extended lifespans, potentially existing eternally within the realms. She was advised to sever worldly ties, yet she found it impossible. If she were to abandon her emotions and desires, she would never reunite with her brother. What was the purpose of her arduous cultivation? The more she looked at Lin Dong, the more he resembled her brother, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within her. Seeing Lin Dong with the jade slip of the Qi nourishing technique, his joy evident as if he had discovered a treasure, Gao Yu could only smile wryly. The Qi nourishing technique was renowned. Its origins and the miraculous results it promised were sufficient to establish it as a sacred method of a major sect. Alas, the phrase boundless resources rendered it a rather impractical endeavor. In ancient times, spiritual energy was abundant, and there were countless spiritual herbs and treasures, allowing the supreme sects to cultivate only a handful of prodigies. As the world's spiritual energy gradually diminished, this technique was relegated to obscurity, for it consumed far too many resources. The effort could have yielded several high-level cultivators to safeguard the sect. In the millennia since, it had become unheard of for anyone to achieve success through its practice. Those wise enough to switch to other methods were fortunate. Otherwise, they would waste their lifespan over a century, ultimately returning to dust. This technique was indeed an insatiable pit. Gao Yu noticed that Lin Dong appeared to be a novice disciple, likely unaware of the technique's challenges, and felt compelled to warn him to avoid straying from the right path. For the road to immortality was fraught with peril. Junior brother, are you considering practicing this method? Gao Yu set aside her own matters and approached Lin Dong to inquire. Lin Dong turned, puzzled, to regard the young woman before him. I wish to cultivate this technique. Do you have any advice? Senior sister, he asked. Indeed, he is certainly unaware. While this technique is remarkable, it does come with its caveats. Gao Yu hurriedly shared what she knew, adopting the tone of an elder sister to advise him to pursue a different method. If you encounter difficulties, I can assist you. I still have some spirit stones to help you select another technique. As a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, Gao Yu had enough resources to spare. though not without some strain. At most, I can take on another task, she thought. The youth before her smiled warmly as he listened to her, causing her fondness for him to grow. Previously, it had always been her senior sisters directing her. But today she finally had the opportunity to impart wisdom, and Lin Dong nodded frequently, displaying expressions of understanding, which resonated with her deeply. Offering to help him acquire a technique slipped out naturally. Lin Dong's demeanor had always been amicable. Had it not been for the old man's harsh lessons about the cruelty of the immortal realm, he would not have been so shy and reserved today. Gao Yu's voice was melodious, and her appearance was sweet and charming. She had matured from her youthful innocence, rivaling even the most beautiful schoolgirls, with an ethereal quality unique to cultivators. At least a score of 90, Lin Dong thought. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. He maintained a slightly bashful smile that he recognized her concern, albeit somewhat abrupt, but he was genuinely grateful. There is no need for such formality, junior brother, as disciples of Nanshan's sect. It is only right that we help one another. Gao Yu waved her hand grandly. The qi nourishing technique could indeed serve as a reference for a primary cultivation method. Senior sister, you are truly insightful. Lin Dong, unsure how to respond, could only offer a superficial compliment. His flattery was quite clumsy, yet Gao Yu appreciated it, and her fondness for him deepened. Lin Dong did not wish to dwell on cultivation techniques and swiftly changed the topic. Junior brother has recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and seeks a jade slip with foundational knowledge on meridians and acupoints. Could senior sister assist me? Meridians and acupoints? I know of a jade slip that contains the most detailed records. Follow me. She effortlessly took hold of Lin Dong's sleeve and led him to the back. Lin Dong followed naturally. After acquiring the jade slip, their connection grew closer. Lin Dong had successfully completed his visit to the library today, calculating that lingering any longer might delay his task of watering the medicinal fields. Which he deemed prudent, but he bid farewell to Gao Yu. Junior brother Lin Dong, you may simply call me Lin, senior sister, that I appreciate your assistance today. Should you require anything from me in the future, I shall do my utmost. You may call me Gao, senior sister, she replied, offering only her surname without a name, hinting at her slight discomfort with his sudden departure. Forgive me, senior sister, but I truly have matters to attend to. Gao Yu felt a twinge of reluctance, but could only allow Lin Dong to leave. Before parting, they exchanged addresses, and Gao Yu gifted Lin Dong several communication talismans, teaching him how to use them before finally letting him go today. As she watched his departing figure, she realized that her warmth towards Lin Dong had perhaps been a bit excessive. Cultivators believed in the concept of fate. Things that occur without reason may have their own significance. Shaking her head, she returned to her alchemical pursuits. Lin Dong used 2 spirit stones to replicate 2 jade slips and promptly took a spirit bird back to the medicinal valley. On the way, he took a moment to appreciate the scenery, finding it breathtaking. Chapter 4. The first feeling when Lin Dong returned to the medicinal fields, the sun had yet to reach its zenith. And he was still on time for his initial watering that he let out a sigh of relief. Considering that the experiment might take some time, he decided to prioritize the tasks at hand. There was no need to rush his cultivation. Standing before the medicinal fields, Lin Dong first familiarized himself with the human body's meridians and acupoints, then compared them with the pathways of spiritual energy in the Little Rain technique. The human body is replete with numerous meridians, and the acupoints are densely scattered like stars across the body. Lin Dong meticulously confirmed their accuracy before embarking on his first spellcasting experience, that his spiritual energy flowed through the meridians in accordance with his thoughts. He smiled. Indeed, it is not difficult. After an initial moment of nervousness leading to failure, he successfully circulated his spiritual energy through his hands on the second attempt. With his hands coming together, he extended his index fingers while retracting the others, causing the spiritual energy to coalesce in front of him, slowly forming a 3-foot square of black spiritual cloud. The spiritual rain descended gently, cascading down upon the spiritual herbs, flowing along their branches and leaves until it dripped into the soil. Absorbed by the roots of the spiritual herbs, Lin Dong adjusted the output of his spiritual energy, maintaining the spiritual cloud at its minimal state to conserve energy. Is this what spells are like? In my previous life, this would have been considered a miracle. Lin Dong's curiosity shone through as he guided the spiritual rain cloud to drift about. The mysteries of cultivation and spellcasting were utterly enchanting. Like a child with a new toy, Lin Dong chuckled heartily. After playing for a while, he finally calmed his mind and began to position the spiritual rain cloud above a particular spiritual herb. The Lingluo fruit requires rain for 10 breaths. The minge grass needs 3 breaths. The huixing grass also requires 3 breaths. Lin Dong commenced his formal work in the blink of an eye. He had completed his morning tasks with both quality and quantity assured. He had not considered whether 3 breaths of rain was appropriate for the spiritual herbs. With slightly more than half of his internal spiritual energy remaining, he found his spiritual consciousness lacking. In this world, the misty silver substance within his sea of consciousness, transformed from mental energy, was referred to as spiritual consciousness. Lin Dong was uncertain about the exact nature of spiritual consciousness, but understood that it would recover in 2 or 3 hours. Sleeping would expedite the process. Observing the spiritual herbs thriving under the nurturing rain, he felt a sense of satisfaction and applauded before turning to leave the medicinal fields. Arriving at his wooden cabin, he hung a plaque reading "Currently Cultivating" outside and closed the door. Lin Dong sat cross-legged on his bed, smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing. Noticing his hair had been tied into a bundle, he let it fall freely, allowing it to cascade around him. Once there were no hindrances, he began to calm his mind, regulate his breathing, and prepare for the cultivation of the technique. As his mind became as clear and smooth as water, Lin Dong swept his spiritual consciousness over his storage bag at his waist. Retrieving the jade slip of the qi nourishing technique to delve deeper into understanding this first layer of cultivation. After a considerable time, Lin Dong set the jade slip aside, reflecting on his insights. Cultivation is the process of refining the world's spiritual energy into one's own spiritual power. Initially, the technique draws external spiritual energy into the dantian, then guides it through the meridians using spiritual consciousness, ultimately circulating through the microcosmic orbit before returning to the dantian to transform into spiritual power. The essence of spiritual energy is refined and purified, stripping away impurities and infused with a personal aura to become magical power stored within the dantian. This encapsulates the fundamental principle of cultivation techniques. The process of refining spiritual energy requires guidance from one's spiritual consciousness, while simultaneously enhancing it. I have already mastered the operational route of the qi nourishing technique, and there are essentially no issues. Lin Dong reaffirmed that there were no external disturbances, seated himself upright, and directed his spiritual consciousness into the dantian. With his cultivation at the first level of qi refining, his sea of consciousness opened, allowing his mental power to transform into spiritual consciousness, enabling him to perceive within. Within the dantian, he observed a mere quarter of magical power present. The magical power manifested as a faint red mist, interspersed with hues of green and black, gently swirling within the dantian. The red, indicative of fire's scorching heat; the black, embodying the softness and coolness of water; and the green, infused with a faint aura of life, resonated with Lin Dong's understanding to it perfectly aligned with his tri-elemental root attributes, suggesting that the fire element predominated, as his previous cultivation methods were primarily fire-based. Lin Dong urged the magical power to rotate within the dantian in accordance with the technique's requirements, moving at varying speeds dictated by some esoteric principle. Suddenly, a bowl-sized void appeared within his dantian. An external spiritual energy began to flow steadily into it. Under Lin Dong's spiritual consciousness, the spiritual energy within the dantian radiated vibrant colors, exuding various auras. The qi nourishing technique is an attribute-free cultivation method, capable of refining all forms of spiritual energy. The influx of spiritual energy filled the dantian. Its flow slowed, beginning to transform in accordance with Lin Dong's technique. With a subtle movement of his spiritual consciousness, he cautiously guided the spiritual energy into the meridians. The route of the qi nourishing technique was exceedingly convoluted, with numerous twists and turns. The interconnected meridians posed a challenge for Lin Dong, whose inexperience in cultivation often led him astray, causing frustration and compelling him to halt his practice. Alas, this is too intricate. The spiritual energy feels as though it is navigating through a tangled mess. The minor rain technique is but a single path, and a rather broad one at that. Cultivating is no easy task. Lin Dong gained newfound insight into the complexity of the qi nourishing technique. Finally, on his fifth attempt, he successfully found the correct pathway, with strands of colorless, translucent magical power merging into the existing magical energy within his dantian. These energies mingled with what Lin Dong had previously cultivated, rendering his dantian even more vibrant. Completing a full circuit, he exhaled, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Chapter 5. The necessity of technical support in cultivation upon returning indoors. Lin Dong meticulously secured the doors and windows to prevent any external prying eyes. He then positioned a table against the door. There's no alternative. This will have to suffice. Ideally, employing a formation would be the best approach, providing visual obstruction, mental surveillance, early warning, and disturbance prevention. However, upon checking his surroundings, everything seemed satisfactory, so he decided to make do. Coupled with a wooden sign that read "Currently Cultivating" at the entrance, the security for his present identity was quite acceptable that it would be unwise to set up a grand formation, as a diminutive cultivator would inadvertently reveal the presence of something supernatural. With his back to the door, he settled cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind that he placed his palms face up about a foot in front of him, fixating his gaze on his palms while beginning to chant softly. The humming whispers circulated solely within the foot of space encompassing Lin Dong, leaving no sound beyond that boundary. It felt as though an unknown entity had severed his connection to the world. This incantation consisted of exactly 200 words, no more, no less. Each word was not particularly obscure, yet the meaning of any two consecutive words eluded comprehension, creating an oddity. The intonation demanded fluctuations in pitch and tempo. One mistake could spell disaster. He often selected a few words to chant, which did help in calming his mind. After trying a few words, he still could not rid himself of the peculiar feeling, having recited them countless times. But correctness was assured. Upon laboriously completing the incantation, Lin Dong remained still, awaiting the miraculous manifestation once more. Before him, a familiar point emerged, a sudden, dazzling light gradually extending, resembling water, until it completely enveloped Lin Dong's form. The light point expanded, its brilliance intensifying, as if it were absorbing some mysterious energy. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light emitted by the point reached a pinnacle, no longer shifting. Lin Dong could see nothing. Yet he sensed its presence. He was once again about to unveil this miracle. The light dramatically shifted, and the point began to whirl rapidly, devouring all the radiance within. Once it had consumed all the light, the point halted abruptly, transforming into a beautiful sphere of light, with colors flickering alternately on its surface. Lin Dong sighed and nodded. Following his nod, the light sphere seemed to twist in an opposite direction. Lin Dong nodded again, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The colors within the sphere began to dim until they vanished entirely. With a soft pop, a stone the size of a chicken heart fell into his palm. The round, dark gray stone felt hard, exuding the characteristic coolness of stone. Soon after, the space returned to normal, as if awakening from a dream. Apart from the addition of the stone, there were no visible anomalies. Lin Dong casually placed the stone into his storage bag. Thinking a keepsake, perhaps, he decided not to dwell on it further. Very well. It was merely an ordinary stone, regardless of how one looked, sniffed, tasted, or listened. Employing intuition and all other senses, it felt no different from typical stone, except for its slightly more rounded shape. This led him to ponder that the unknown entity responsible for creating this method must have some psychological quirks, manifesting such a mysterious, grand, dreamlike spectacle only to culminate in a penny's worth of profit after 1,000,000 discounts. Shaking off the inexplicable oddity brought on by the stone, Lin Dong resolved to focus on more pressing matters. The prelude was captivating, and the climax was about to unfold. First, he turned around and sat properly, and he found it quite uncomfortable to work with his back to the wall. Glancing around, everything appeared normal. Left hand. Not everything is in place. This one do. Let us start with the right hand. Smack. The sharp sound of his right hand striking his thigh made Lin Dong wince. This preparatory work. Such was the requirement. Otherwise, he would have to strike again. With his right palm facing upward, he gently touched it with his left hand, and a human-shaped shadow materialized, seated in his palm, perfectly sized to fit. The shadow could be seen as Lin Dong's three-dimensional projection, proportionally scaled down, rendered in gray to replace all colors while remaining semi-transparent. However, it bore no clothing. Lin Dong could faintly discern the outline of his own male features through the shadow. With a solemn expression, he pressed his left index finger atop the shadow's head, fixating his gaze while recalling his first cultivation experience. From the surge of magical power within the Dantian to the intake of spiritual energy, culminating in a thread of colorless magical power entering the Dantian. He ensured the meridian route was correct, mentally retracing the steps. As Lin Dong recalled, a golden image of the Dantian manifested at the corresponding location within the shadow, which then projected a golden meridian along the cultivation path until a complete circuit was established that a model of the Qi nourishing technique's meridian route, based on Lin Dong's body, was thus created. Yet, it was not over. After confirming the route's accuracy, Lin Dong pressed down firmly with his left index finger and released it, causing the shadow to wobble like jelly for a moment. This confirmed completion, albeit with a somewhat silly effect, this moment, Lin Dong genuinely began to feel anxious. In his past life, he possessed no magical power, merely able to establish models, without any energy flowing within himself. The model would merely serve as decoration that he pressed down again, but the same wobbling effect ensued. Oddly enough, this brought him a sense of relief. "Let us begin." Lin Dong took a deep breath, silently reciting. The faint red magical power within the shadow began to surge, absorbing spiritual energy, and the entire process of spiritual energy entering the meridians and being refined was flawlessly demonstrated once more. It truly did not deceive me. He recalled the description of the shadow's function from that tattered book. Mimic its form, shatter its illusions. Countless truths will reveal themselves. The model was a mimicry, while the demonstration of the entire process was the deconstruction of falsehoods. The first two lines were delivered without any reservations. Let us see how the latter part goes. Lin Dong, intrigued, pressed down once more. The first time was for confirmation. He checked and waited. He pressed repeatedly, not knowing how many times, observing that the manner in which the shadow operated suggested that its creator was capricious, leading him to press down haphazardly. The shadow was simply too amusing. Suddenly, Lin Dong froze, his expression blank. As he entered a peculiar state amidst the shadow as swaying, he observed himself in a comprehensive, unobstructed manner, witnessing his identical cultivation process repeated 10 times, all the while sensing the subtle changes within his meridians. Lin Dong pondered the significance of this phenomenon. This shadow appeared as if it were specifically created for him, a vital component for a technical-minded cultivator. Lin Dong's understanding of cultivation stemmed more from an engineer's perspective, perceiving it as a technical endeavor. In other words, he regarded cultivation as a skillful craft. The enhancement of one's cultivation is intrinsically linked to the elevation of magical power, requiring a specific number of operational circuits of the technique, gradually accumulating over time. That in reality, the efficiency during the initial stages is exceedingly low. When one is unfamiliar with the technique, repeated circulations are necessary for experience accumulation. As Lin Dong observed, each segment of the meridian has a certain threshold for endurance. The flow of spiritual energy can weaken the meridians. For safety's sake, the daily operation of the technique must be limited to a certain number of times. And he realized that previously he could only manage 4 or 5 full circuits before his meridians could no longer withstand the strain. There were numerous methods to contemplate. The varied requirements for the speed of spiritual energy circulation in the technique did not suit him well, although he achieved the desired effect. He often wasted time moving at a sluggish pace, while some approaches were too rapid, resulting in impure magical power. If he could achieve maximum efficiency within a shorter time frame, he would save a considerable amount of time. With time on his side, he could explore other avenues. Cultivating the technique would not be so simple. Yet Lin Dong had now embarked on a path that suited him best. Haha, I am truly clever. Chapter 6. When danger approaches at present. The most pressing matter was not cultivation. Lin Dong rubbed his stomach. Having not eaten since noon, it growled insistently. As he was still in a phase of growth, 3 meals a day were essential. It was said that by the foundation-building stage, one could sustain oneself on spiritual energy alone. Moreover, it is quite convenient. As dusk approaches, Lin Dong, having dined, embarks on his evening stroll. Naturally, he chews on a blade of grass. Its juice is abundant and imbued with a subtle sweetness that he meanders toward the miscellaneous office at the valley's exit, intended to take a round trip to aid digestion. It's merely a habitual evening walk alone. Indeed, a habit. Wait, a habit? Lin Dong abruptly halts in his tracks, strolling, chewing on grass. His countenance darkens, and his eyes twitch. One does not simply alter their habits. Lin Dong has never indulged in eating grass, nor would he place unwashed items in his mouth. He possesses a mild form of obsessive cleanliness. Even witnessing others do so brings him discomfort, that a leisurely walk, absolutely out of the question. At 40, Lin Dong has remained single, unable to marry. His aversion to strolling stems from his unwillingness to witness families enjoying their outings. The very essence of happiness suffocating him. And now, what is amiss? Lin Dong attempts to recollect his past interactions with his apprentice, and he realizes he faces a grave dilemma. He feels an unexpected resistance within himself. He has long harbored unspoken affection for her. She was once his source of joy. This is troubling, indeed. Lin Dong begins to scrutinize all the psychological and behavioral changes he has undergone since his rebirth. Upon his arrival, he was nearly paralyzed with fear, then adhered strictly to his watering regimen, that he ignored the elder in the miscellaneous office while treating the one from the library with utmost respect. His fondness for the senior sister had hinted at a desire for closeness that he instinctively avoids reflecting on his former self, consciously eschewing past terminologies, opting for time expressions like Shurchen instead of hours, and so on. Is this truly me? This is not me. In merely 2 days, he feels as if he has transformed into an entirely different individual. One is always most familiar with oneself. Always oneself. Every year, every day, every hour, even every second, comprises one's own feelings, thoughts, and evaluations of gains and losses. Is it possible to be unfamiliar? Lin Dong feels a profound estrangement from his current self. His spirit is proud, neither seeking favor nor fearing authority. Given time, he can surpass anyone, for his capabilities are evident. He is far more accommodating towards the weak, willing to assist whenever possible, without differentiating between the two when it comes to cultivation, an affair of life and death. He, as an engineer, naturally employs his expertise in data analysis to integrate his approach. Most of his life revolves around data, which he values and relies upon. And now, unbeknownst to him, the world has shifted. Arriving here is merely a continuation of the past. Some changes befitting this world are essential. Yet one cannot deny the past. Without it, he would no longer be himself. Only 2 days have passed. I am no longer myself. My character, my preferences, my very soul are not mine. Perhaps one day, he will recollect memories from a deceased stranger's timeline. It is not that he has traversed time, but rather that he has temporarily lost his memory. Lin Dong muses in a daze, his spirits plummeting. In the realm of consciousness, beneath lies a silver mist where his spiritual essence resides. Above it resides Lin Dong's soul, imparting an ethereal, enigmatic sensation. The shadows of his soul twist and turn, oscillating between the forms of an elder and a young boy, engaged in a silent struggle whose outcome will determine Lin Dong's fate. Since Lin Dong's transition to this moment, the remnants of his former self, scattered and lost, suddenly surge forth with a fervent obsession for life. The remaining instincts awaken a significant portion of his potential, gathering all his obsessions to surge into his soul, intent on extinguishing Lin Dong's consciousness to complete his rebirth. Survival is the most primal instinct. Should the obsession triumph, the body will be governed solely by instinct, devoid of consciousness, existing in a state akin to a walking corpse until its conclusion that if the obsession fails, this experience will serve as the greatest opportunity. Should his latent potential be awakened, he would possess the most exceptional aptitude in physical cultivation. The battle for the soul's supremacy will unfold, with the elder's form occasionally manifesting, while the young boy's victory appears inevitable. 2 days will encompass Lin Dong's entire existence in this realm. The obsession is unlikely to succeed. Lin Dong's arrival marks the first instance of soul transference. This obsession represents a de facto second attempt. This world does not permit the success of such a second soul transference. Thus, above Lin Dong's consciousness, a tempest of calamity materializes. Defy the heavens, and you shall fall. The storm clouds descend upon his consciousness, bearing an indomitable will that halts the obsession. The calamity has taken shape, vibrant multicolored clouds swirling with vibrant lightning, poised to strike at any moment. Should even a single bolt descend, Lin Dong's soul would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Lin Dong's awareness momentarily sharpens. He remains oblivious to the unfolding events, but instinctively senses that his life hangs in the balance. He instinctively checks his left palm. Here, a silver square seal appears within his consciousness, shimmering like ice before radiating a silvery light that fills every corner of his awareness. As the seal rotates slightly, it retracts all its radiance. The realm of consciousness settles into tranquility, exuding a sense of peace. The seal twists once more, gradually becoming more transparent until it vanishes from his awareness. Lin Dong, lying on the grass, suddenly opens his eyes wide, a flicker of lightning flashing through them, only to vanish in an instant. The grass within a 3-meter radius bends down sharply before gradually rising again. Lin Dong rises, brushing off the grass clippings from his head. He remains silent for several minutes, then sets off toward the miscellaneous office at the valley's entrance. The familiar elder greets him with a surprised once-over. Blood trickles from his 7 orifices, yet his expression remains placid. His voice hoarse and wide as he steps into the room. He is rigid, aligning with the legendary experience of soul transference. Have you been possessed? The elder's demeanor swiftly returns to its habitual indifference. Cultivators defy the heavens and fight for their lives, indifferent to the fates of others. Lin Dong requests some writing supplies. Ink, paper, brushes, a ceramic basin, and a water pouch, items essential for daily life. These mundane objects, provided by the earthly kingdoms, are all extravagantly adorned. The sect supplies them to the disciples free of charge. These earthly items lack spiritual essence, akin to ordinary soil and stone. Lin Dong stows the items in his storage pouch, expresses his gratitude, and proceeds to a nearby creek outside the valley. He fetches some water, glancing up to take in the surroundings. Beyond the valley's entrance lies a forest, with towering tree trunks reaching toward the heavens, piercing the clouds. Only the treetops bear a sprinkling of leaves for decoration. Small creatures can be observed darting about within, indicating a desolate wilderness. I shall spend the night in the woods, Lin Dong contemplates. In a secluded spot at the forest's edge, he sits cross-legged and exhales deeply. Chapter 7. The cost and the gain. Lin Dong has come to the forest because he has once again employed the seal to survive the recent spiritual storm. Utilizing the seal for salvation incurs a price. The exact cost remains uncertain for now. He must await the seal's recovery. The time for the seal to restore itself will not be lengthy. Likely by tomorrow. Lin Dong is unaware of the criteria upon which the seal's assessed price is determined. What can one offer in exchange for life? It is impossible to identify an equivalent item. What will this time entail? His past experiences suggest it is best to maintain a pessimistic outlook. Thus, Lin Dong must prepare himself. He retrieves the ceramic basin, placing it before him, pouring in some water. His reflection shimmers upon the surface. Very good, quite nice. Just a tad dirty. After cleansing the bloodstains, he bends down and twists his head a few times to ease his spirit. Then he takes out paper and a brush, beginning to document his past. This time, the cost may very well be the loss of his memories. He almost succumbed to ignorance moments ago. Regardless, the price will undoubtedly be significant and discomforting. He writes throughout the night, recording everything he can recall. Once all the papers are neatly stacked away, dawn breaks. Lin Dong finds no further preparations necessary. I possess nothing, he muses, except for memories. At that moment, the seal materializes. Lin Dong anxiously awaits the seal's verdict. It twists once, waits for Lin Dong's nod, twists again, and then slowly fades away, completed. Lin Dong stands in shock, disbelief washing over him, joy overwhelming his senses. This time, the cost is no further opportunities. In other words, even if Lin Dong were to be slain, he would be unable to intervene, that if he were truly to be killed, Lin Dong would accept his fate. Do you know what the price was for Lin Dong the last time? He utilized it once due to his mother's car accident, and the cost was forever severed from contact with close kin after one day. Or they would perish. Until Lin Dong's own death. Parents, siblings, spouses, children. These are indeed close kin. All of this transpired merely with a twist of the seal, and he understood immediately. Subsequently, Lin Dong departed under the cover of night. Tears in his eyes, abandoning everything he once held dear. From that moment on, he had no phone, no means of contact, no identification that he refrained from typing a single word online, rarely ventured outside, and when he did, he donned a mask and sunglasses that he never conversed with strangers, discussing nothing beyond work, that he never engaged alone with women, remaining unmarried and without a girlfriend, that he feared the slightest possibility. He understood that such measures were necessary due to the seal's twist. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong laughed maniacally that he summoned the seal, snapping his fingers. Alas, the seal is merely a seal, devoid of consciousness, incapable of responding. Nevertheless, he remains grateful to the seal, for it saved his mother and himself. Enough of a blessing. He finally sends a message to the senior sister. Senior Sister Gao, I am quite pleased today. Lin Dong contemplates whether it is appropriate to reach out to her. After all, they have only met once, although their interaction was relatively pleasant. They hardly qualify as friends. Lin Dong was currently overwhelmed with excitement, a state of mind that would be unimaginable to an ordinary person who had not experienced his previous life, in the past. He had truly felt a sense of despair, leading a solitary existence that had driven him to contemplate ending his own life. The regulations dictated that only accidental or natural deaths would spare his loved ones from sharing his fate. So in the end, he chose not to use the seal to end his life, but rather to channel all his energy into activating the freezing talisman. Now, he could embark on a new chapter of life. Seek to love someone and search for a soulmate. The immense joy he felt made him yearn to share it with someone. His options were limited. His parents and relatives were difficult to reach. And currently, only Senior Sister Gao Yu could be considered an acquaintance. Lin Dong sensed Gao Yu's goodwill, which provided him with a comforting warmth, having been here for 2 days and having had 2 close encounters with death. The reality felt unbearably cold. There was also another reason Lin Dong was reluctant to admit. Gao Yu fit his ideal type, with a sweet appearance, and she was older than him. His preference for sweet looks was easy to understand, as his junior disciple embodied that type. His attraction to someone older stemmed from the fact that there was no one younger than him. What he truly thought remained known only to himself. Regardless, Gao Yu was a suitable companion with whom to share his joy. Her demeanor instilled trust in Lin Dong, leading him to believe that she was a person with whom he could develop a deeper connection. To earn spirit stones, Lin Dong planned to devise methods through talisman crafting. With the seal in hand, he could produce a multitude of talismans to sell for spirit stones. However, the sheer number of talismans would inevitably attract the attention of other cultivators, and it would be all too easy for someone to resort to violence to seize his treasures. Thus, Lin Dong decided to enlist Gao Yu's assistance in selling some talismans while he exchanged others at the sect. If he could find a way to disguise his appearance and aura, he would then venture into the market to trade, making multiple transactions to avoid suspicion. After a brief wait, Gao Yu's voice echoed through the communication talisman. It's rare for junior brother Lin to think of his senior sister. I'm very pleased. However, I currently have no time to chat. I must begin alchemy. In a few days, I'll send you a few bottles of the elixirs I've concocted. All right, I must get back to work. Communicating with her was as effortless and enjoyable as he had imagined. With a newfound outlet for his emotions, Lin Dong felt his spirits lift. It's time to cultivate. One must not tempt fate too often. I hope today goes smoothly, he mused, reflecting on the past couple of days that had been excessively thrilling. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Lin Dong's first order of business was to eat. As hunger pangs had returned, this served as a reminder of his insufficient cultivation level. His body still felt somewhat stiff, a stiffness primarily stemming from his lack of control over it. His strength had increased significantly, at least several times over, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step. Ultimately, Lin Dong had no choice but to endure the discomfort, carefully dragging his feet along the ground. After much effort, he finally returned to the cabin, where things had improved considerably. Having calculated the time, Lin Dong cautiously sat cross-legged on the bed. The wooden planks beneath him were not particularly thin, yet he still managed to leave a handprint on them. Before beginning his cultivation, he needed to inspect his body for any abnormalities. During the struggle for his soul, aside from being aware that he had used the seal, he had no recollection of anything else. Closing his eyes to introspect, he suddenly opened them wide in astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered his introspective state. Lin Dong could clearly see all the internal organs within his body. Unlike before, when everything appeared vague and shadowy, he could now discern each layer with remarkable clarity. The flowing blood, the taut and relaxed muscles, the writhing intestines, the white skeleton, and the intricate network of meridians, as well as his dantian and the magical energy within it. Even the minuscule impurities that were difficult to expel were crystal clear. After observing for a brief moment, he immediately withdrew. How disgusting! The vivid imagery made him feel an overwhelming urge to expel everything in his stomach. Just the sight of the writhing intestines was enough to be a powerful stimulus. Lin Dong chuckled bitterly. It was evident that such an ability was reserved for those of higher cultivation, enabling a better understanding of oneself, that if this clarity were attained progressively through cultivation, one would find it easier to accept. However, the direct and unfiltered revelation, I might as well forget about eating for a day. He dashed outside to take several deep breaths, suppressing his discomfort, before re-entering the cabin to sit in meditation once more. Lin Dong understood that such experiences would become more frequent in the future. He had to overcome this hurdle. He focused intently on examining his internal state. There doesn't seem to be any severe injuries. The minor bruises should recover. Essentially, aside from the meridians being thicker and more elastic than before, his bones appeared more crystalline, and the growth rate of his muscles was alarmingly rapid. Everything else seemed normal. It appears that body refinement will suit me well in the future. Body refinement involves emulating demonic beasts, letting spiritual energy enter the body to temper the flesh, following the path of strength over technique. His physique evidently exhibited an extraordinary talent for physical cultivation. After inspecting his body, Lin Dong began to probe his sea of consciousness. A young version of Lin Dong stood above the sea of consciousness, shimmering with silver light. This was his soul. Within the soul, a spark of lightning darted about. Lightning? Lin Dong ignored it. He felt no sense of danger and would investigate later to see if there were any records regarding it. The Qi refinement stage should appear misty. This is likely a result of the seal, Lin Dong speculated. The lower part of the sea of consciousness contained a drop of liquid spiritual consciousness. Chapter 8. Talisman crafting as a foundation, spiritual consciousness transformed into liquid. Is this liquid spiritual consciousness? Lin Dong had to pause his examination of the sea of consciousness to retrieve the jade slip containing the comprehensive guide to immortal cultivation and quickly review the descriptions of the foundation establishment stage. He confirmed once more that this was indeed liquid spiritual consciousness. This is terrifying. Lin Dong broke into a cold sweat. Liquid spiritual consciousness, also known as divine consciousness, is formed when one breaks through from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Refined by the immense power of heaven and earth, marking one of the signs of a foundation establishment cultivator. With divine consciousness, Lin Dong understood its tremendous enhancing effects on alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary Qi refinement disciple spiritual consciousness. There was a qualitative difference that if the old man were to launch another divine consciousness attack, Lin Dong would be fully capable of withstanding it. However, divine consciousness is an advancement of spiritual consciousness and requires a foundation to be generated and sustained. The common knowledge is that whether spiritual or divine consciousness, it is best not to exceed 2 minor realms above one's cultivation level. Going beyond 3 levels is perilous, and reaching 4 would be tantamount to courting death. Foundation establishment involves 9 stages of cultivation, each representing a refining of the body, bones, and marrow, sufficient to support divine consciousness. Lin Dong imagined his potential fate. If the sustenance could not keep up with the natural consumption of divine consciousness, he would be reduced to dried meat. It seems I cannot afford to fall. Otherwise, I become a pest. Lin Dong was at a loss for words. His previous plans for a stable life were clearly no longer viable. After inspecting his body, Lin Dong noted that divine consciousness had not yet severely impacted him, that he arranged his cultivation plans once more and began practicing the nourishing qi technique. Upon completing his set time for cultivation, Lin Dong's expression fluctuated between joy and concern. The results of this session were impressive. His magical energy had increased, becoming purer, and he required less time to circulate it through each cycle. This brought him immense joy, confirming that his understanding of the technique was indeed correct, and he was on the right path. Yet the same issue persisted. The nourishing qi technique placed too much emphasis on the quality of magical energy, refining the spiritual energy within the meridians repeatedly. While his magical energy had become purer and his foundation more robust, this was achieved at the expense of time. Time was a luxury Lin Dong could scarcely afford. Summoning his ethereal shadow, he began to reflect deeply on the recent cultivation session. Lin Dong took out paper and pen, attempting to quantify the process of his cultivation, comparing the ethereal shadow with his physical sensations. He started estimating the refining effects of spiritual energy through different meridians. Other adjustments could be addressed later. Lin Dong's preliminary goal was to reach a magical energy purity of 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. He couldn't help but think, this is quite risky, but time is truly running out. After completing his estimates, he began to devise modifications he could implement. The core route was non-negotiable. Lin Dong adjusted those requirements to suit all cultivators, which did not align with his actual circumstances. The various alterations were significant, yet remained within a safe range. The role of the ethereal shadow was immense. Finally, after reviewing the modified technique, Lin Dong estimated a purity level of around 5 times. Lin Dong resumed his cultivation. This time, upon awakening from his session, the results differed slightly from his estimates. The rate of magical energy recovery had reached a normal level, and the increase in magical energy was comparable to that of a disciple with 3 spiritual roots. Pleased with this realization, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction that he calculated the time spent on this cultivation session, feeling somewhat resigned that it was time to water the plants and eat. Entering the medicinal garden, Lin Dong summoned his ethereal shadow. As the meridian pathways of the small rain technique took shape within the shadow, he suddenly slapped his stomach, sending the shadow into his dantian. Lin Dong felt a bit embarrassed. The action seemed rather foolish. The golden meridian model within the shadow rapidly expanded, ultimately aligning with the pathway of the small rain technique, resulting in a golden structure within Lin Dong's body that resembled a circle with lines curving upward. He inwardly inspected the pathway and confirmed its correctness. Lin Dong activated his magical energy, feeling it surge into his palms at an astonishing speed that if his finger techniques could keep pace, he would achieve instantaneous casting. Lin Dong gazed at the excessively dense spiritual rain clouds forming before him, pondering whether this would accelerate his spell-casting speed and enhance the potency of his spells. After a brief comparison, he noted that the enhancement was nearly 50%. This left Lin Dong feeling quite satisfied. He began his work, noting that the required duration for the spells was unclear, that it was still a common-sense issue, he assumed. I should visit the library more often. After completing the watering, Lin Dong experimented with refining using a nourishing qi pill. After consuming the pill, he felt spiritual energy continuously generated in his dantian, which was much easier to refine than the external spiritual energy. Though it was not a multiple effect, it was merely a low-tier pill. The pill's toxins transformed into minuscule particles, diffusing through his meridians and remaining within his body. Lin Dong felt relieved that it was not within his magical energy. Using the ethereal shadow was sufficient. 1 pill every 3 days. Lin Dong had a penchant for asking why, questioning everything around him. This was a technique he frequently employed during his moments of solitude. The unknown is perpetually shrouded in mystery, making it an ideal way to pass the time. Lin Dong speculated that 3 days was the body's natural duration for expelling the toxin. If not eliminated promptly, it would remain within, potentially causing obscure obstructions during breakthroughs in cultivation and proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Lin Dong smiled, recognizing yet another opportunity for optimization and timing. The reduction in the time required for watering allowed him to reorganize his schedule. He had numerous tasks to accomplish, and time always seemed insufficient. Lin Dong endeavored to make the most of every moment, in truth. He rarely made plans in advance, a necessity born from the urgency of his circumstances, where a mere moment's delay could invite peril. Mounting his spirit crane, Lindong journeyed to the library to copy a copy of the elementary rune compendium, spinning a piece of spirit stone in the process. He expended another spirit stone at the miscellaneous pavilion to procure a vial of blood from a low-level fire element beast, a crucial ingredient for his rune-drawing endeavors. Lindong then prepared his defenses meticulously, hanging a sign, securing the door, and closing the windows. He acknowledged with a wry smile that the results were quite satisfactory. He arranged the necessary items for rune drawing, including rune paper and brushes, methodically placing each one in order. Afterward, he retrieved paper and ink, practicing the fireball technique's runes. The nomenclature for various runes corresponded directly with the classifications of beasts. The chi refinement stage aligned with the first level, categorizing into lower, middle, and upper tiers, while the foundation establishment stage corresponded to the second level, and so forth. The runes were based on the spells one could master, while the beasts were classified according to their respective strengths. The fireball technique is categorized as a first-level elementary rune, accessible to practitioners at the first to third layers of the chi refinement stage. The same principle applies to the beasts. Each rune is typically drawn in a single stroke, with meticulous attention paid to the stroke's thickness, the magnitude of the magical energy infused, and the overall layout. Thus, while anyone can draw runes, few do so with proficiency. In the initial stages, the success rate is dismally low. An average practitioner may succeed in drawing fewer than 10 out of 100, while those with a modicum of talent might achieve between 10 and 30. A prodigy might succeed in 50 out of 100, a rarity indeed, and sects would allocate substantial resources to nurture such talent. After practicing for a while, Lindong examined his drawings, finding them nearly indistinguishable from those in the jade slip. The runes were relatively simple to practice. The critical aspect of rune drawing lies in the simultaneous infusion of magical energy while maintaining control over size and intensity. Moreover, one must be wary of the forces that may disrupt the rune drawer. The runes are a manifestation of the heavens and earth, and as cultivators refine the spiritual energy of the cosmos for their use, the universe will naturally present its challenges. Such were Lin Dong's contemplations, as he relished the opportunity to explore the principles underlying various phenomena. Satisfied with his rune, he thought, "Let us commence with the reverse runes. While others draw runes, I shall imprint them." With that mindset, he began practicing the reverse runes. Everything was prepared, and Lindong set forth to draw the runes in earnest, mixing the beast's blood with vermilion. He fashioned a wooden board equal in size to the rune paper. The process was straightforward, devoid of any difficulties. With the rune brush dipped in spirit ink, he inscribed the reverse runes upon the wooden board, subsequently stamping them onto the rune paper, resulting in a twirl of the seal upon the paper. The first rune of the cultivation world is about to be completed. Lindong's face displayed a hint of excitement. He pressed his hand upon the rune paper, infusing it with magical energy, disregarding all else, pouring in the maximum and swiftest energy possible. At last, the runes on the paper flickered, and the fireball rune was successfully formed. Truly, there was no difficulty, Lindong mused. Upon inspecting the fireball rune, he noted, my talent in infusing magical energy is somewhat commendable, while other aspects are rather ordinary. Perfectly aligns with the identity I require. Nodding in approval, he proceeded to draw 9 more runes. 10 runes, all successful. The time taken, a little over half an hour. Chapter 9. Rune-infused spirit stones. Lindong arrived at the miscellaneous pavilion, which oversees the issuance and verification of sect tasks. It also serves as a hub for purchasing and selling cultivation supplies, providing convenience for disciples, and is a significant source of spirit stones for the sect. Within the miscellaneous pavilion, Lindong's demeanor returned to normal. His strength here held little weight. The pavilion's floor was crafted from a certain type of black metal, inscribed with intricate patterns, faintly sensing the flow of spiritual energy. Is this a formation? Lindong pondered, wishing to delve into the study of formations, though it was evident that this was not an appropriate venue. Observing the arrangement of the miscellaneous pavilion, Lindong surmised he would likely become a frequent visitor. At its center stood a massive elongated jade wall, occupying an entire surface. Lines of text flickered continuously, appearing and vanishing. Groups of disciples gathered in front of the jade wall, discussing and accepting tasks. On either side of the wall were rows of rooms, each adorned with wooden signs, handling various affairs. Approaching the room labeled exchange, Lin Dong inquired of the senior brother behind the counter, "Senior brother, do you accept rune tokens here? This is your first visit, isn't it? Here lies the directory for the sect's item exchanges. Feel free to peruse," the senior brother replied courteously, handing over a jade slip. Each disciple is a customer, though individual exchanges may be modest. The sheer number of disciples at Nanshan sect accumulates to a substantial total, meaning the more exchanges made, the greater the rewards for the senior brother. S. Lin Dong perused the jade slip. The senior brother's mind raced. The look in Lin Dong's eyes instilled a sense of pressure in him, a sensation he had only experienced once before, during a task led by a foundation establishment uncle. It was the natural suppression a higher-tier cultivator exerts over those of lower tiers. What is this? That cannot be right. The senior brother was unaware that Lin Dong had fortuitously cultivated his spiritual consciousness. Lin Dong, unfamiliar with the techniques of spiritual consciousness, did not know how to conceal his aura, allowing his consciousness to emanate from his eyes, creating an inherent pressure in their gaze. This left the senior brother puzzled. This child must possess extraordinary qualities, he mused privately. I must not offend him. If I can befriend him, perhaps it could be my fortune. Lin Dong examined the contents of the jade slip. All items usable for cultivation could be exchanged for spirit stones within the sect, with no limits on the quantity. Naturally, exchanges were fair, albeit slightly less favorable than market rates. However, the sect's stringent regulations on exchanges ensured that underpricing was not an issue. Upon reaching a certain quantity, one could increase their standing within the sect. 10 first-level elementary runes can be exchanged for 5 low-grade spirit stones. Quite decent. 5 low-grade spirit stones could approximately procure materials for 40 fireball runes, ensuring profitability only for those with a modicum of talent. For Lin Dong, it represented a substantial profit. I wish to exchange for 10 fireball runes, Lin Dong declared. Placing a stack of fireball runes on the counter, the senior brother swiftly accepted the spirit runes without any inspection. There will be 5 spirit stones. Here you go. May I ask your name? The senior brother inquired, a friendly demeanor gracing his face. Lin Dong, he replied. I shall trouble senior brother Lin again, next time. Having exchanged names, Lin Dong noted the senior brother's inclination to cultivate a friendship and responded politely. Not at all. It is no trouble. The senior brother's smile broadened. Might I inquire about your proficiency in rune drawing? Are you aware that the sect regularly issues tasks for rune drawing? That would be quite suitable for you. What guidance do you offer? Senior brother? Guidance may be too grand a term, the senior brother replied humbly. Low-tier runes are in high demand, so the sect routinely issues tasks for rune drawing. There are no restrictions based on cultivation level. You can first receive the materials for drawing runes. And for every 10 sets of materials, you need only submit 2 spirit runes. Any additional runes can be sold or kept for personal use. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's expression brightened, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. The success rate poses no issues for me. Receiving the materials in advance expedites spirit stone acquisition. Lin Dong calculated that he could undertake this task. But what about safety concerns? He was reluctant to draw attention from those with ulterior motives. Drawing runes was his sole means of earning spirit stones, and he would inevitably need to produce many runes in a short span. This dilemma caused him considerable distress. I shall accept it for now and figure it out later, Lin Dong resignedly concluded. As the market remained in uncertainty, while others fretted over having too little, he worried about having too much. Thank you, senior brother Lin. I aim to earn some spirit stones through rune drawing. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. Do you know how I might take on this task? All you need do is provide me with your disciple token. I shall handle the rest, the senior brother assured him, taking it upon himself to manage the process, considering it a trivial matter. Thank you. Lin Dong handed over the token. Please wait a moment, Lin Dong. The senior brother turned and entered an inner room. After a short while, he emerged holding a jade slip and a storage bag. Inside this bag are materials for 100 fireball runes. The storage bag holds little value, so consider it a gift, he explained while handing over the items. This is the task jade slip. A drop of blood upon it will allow you to accept the task. Lin Dong pricked his fingertip and dripped blood onto the jade slip, securing the storage bag at his waist. The senior brother's assistance felt genuine, and Lin Dong acknowledged this favor, intending to repay it when the opportunity arose. In the future, please assist in acquiring my spirit runes, Lin Dong stated, clarifying his intentions that he resolved to cultivate a rapport with senior brother Lin. If you have no further guidance, I shall take my leave, Lin Dong remarked, having concluded his business. Take care, Lin Dong, the senior brother replied. Recognizing Lin Dong's discomfort with social interactions and refraining from further conversation, sending him off with a smile. Exiting the miscellaneous pavilion, Lin Dong made his way to the library, where he began voraciously absorbing a myriad of knowledge. The existence of his spiritual consciousness allowed him to read the jade slips at an astonishing speed. Within a minute, he could transition from one slip to the next. Nonetheless, he anticipated that it would still take him approximately 3 days to complete his reading. Lin Dong sighed inwardly at the vastness of knowledge encompassed in cultivation. The first layer of jade slips was designed for those newly embarking on the path of cultivation, containing comprehensive information. Most of it consisted of fundamental knowledge, with only a few slips pertaining to techniques, alchemy, or artifact forging, the remainder being free, a benefit afforded to sect disciples. Upon returning to the medicinal valley, Lin Dong replenished his magical energy and watered the spiritual herbs. Reflecting on the content of the jade slips he had perused, he confirmed that he had achieved the capacity for photographic memory, that he retrieved the sheets recording various data on qi nurturing. And his expression darkened. With the addition of body refinement, the previous plan must be completely restructured. This qi nurturing method will have to be abandoned. The qi nurturing technique had indeed burdened Lin Dong excessively in terms of restoring and augmenting his magical power. It seems I was gravely mistaken in thinking that possessing a shadow and a seal would allow me to navigate the path of cultivation with ease. Lin Dong was compelled to reflect upon his own shortcomings. He needed to refine his body to nourish his consciousness, and he must hasten his cultivation progress to ascend in rank. An outer disciple must reach the 3rd level of the qi refining stage within 3 years. Lin Dong had only 2 years remaining. Clearly, pursuing the qi nurturing method would not suffice. Not by a long shot. Switching cultivation methods became imperative. Yet, body refinement also required a specific technique. What method should he choose? Lin Dong recalled the technique stored in the library. The Yangwood ignition technique is suitable for those with wood and fire spiritual roots. The cultivation speed is moderate that it enhances fire-based spells by 10%, but its magical power purity is low, making breakthrough difficulties moderate. The cultivation speed is known to be the fastest, and other issues can be resolved as they arise. The immediate priority is to elevate my cultivation, that I will need 50 spirit stones and a contribution point, but I can only attempt this after 3 days of risk. As for the body refinement technique, I shall consult Brother Lin when the time comes. Over the next 3 days, Lin Dong meticulously crafted 100 spirit talismans and sought out Brother Lin once more. The use of the seal would have to wait until his magical power was fully restored. Enough to produce 10 talismans. Ultimately, the 3 days represented the culmination of Lin Dong's unwavering efforts. Only the most fitting techniques would suffice. Lin Dong sighed in appreciation. Chapter 10. Observations from the marketplace upon seeing Lin Dong present 10 stacks of spirit talismans at the counter. Brother Lin's expression transformed into a tapestry of emotions, prompting Lin Dong to burst into laughter. Just a jest, he explained with mirth. I, as a junior, urgently needed contribution points, so I could only purchase talismans from other seniors. It took great effort to gather 100 that surely Brother wouldn't think this was solely my achievement. Lin Dong played a clever trick, and Brother Lin ceased his suspicions. Do not jest next time, Junior, Brother Lin replied with a wry smile. Crafting 100 talismans over 3 days, all with perfect success, nearly sent Brother Lin into a frenzy. After hearing Lin Dong's explanation, he finally calmed his racing heart. Collecting the talismans, he handed over the spirit stones owed to Lin Dong and credited him with a contribution point. Consider this contribution point a loan to you. Junior, come back in a few days to accept the task, and once you confirm its completion, you will also receive 320 portions of materials. Lin Dong rejoiced at this news. 300 portions would translate into 300 talismans, yielding 160 spirit stones, sufficient for a multitude of endeavors. Currently, Lin Dong found himself in dire straits financially, possessing nothing of value to offer. He could only promise to repay later, but he could not afford to overlook any resources given the risks of falling. Lin Dong exchanged for a technique jade slip and similarly enhanced it with the shadow. Observing the text inscribed on the paper, he noted, magical power recovery speed, half an hour. Utilizing a shadow takes 2/4. Growth speed of magical power. With the shadow and medicinal herbs, approximately 90 days to reach the second level of Qi refining. Magical power purity is low, comparable to red magical power. The foundation is unstable. Compared to the Qi nurturing method, this seemed to offer the potential of a second spiritual root disciple, albeit only in terms of speed of cultivation. This reflected the drawbacks of a low-grade technique, while the cultivation speed increased rapidly. Other aspects suffered considerably. I shall seek a better technique when time permits. As for body refinement, most techniques in the library were tailored for secular martial artists, rendering them useless to him. Lin Dong turned his attention to the marketplace. Within the bustling marketplace, a medley of characters mingled, and as it was established by the sect, as long as one exercised caution, there should be no issues. 10 days slipped by in a blur. With Lin Dong repeating his routine of cultivation, talisman crafting, and watering, life was mundane, yet Lin Dong found it to be the quintessential existence of a cultivator. Aside from a few minor surprises during his visits to Brother Lin, where all materials were settled at once, sparing Lin Dong the need for multiple trips, Brother Lin's actions significantly enhanced his favor in Lin Dong's eyes. One day, Lin Dong prepared his belongings and mounted his spirit crane, soaring towards the sect's marketplace. His storage bag held 320 talismans. After an hour and a half of flight, he arrived at the marketplace, which spanned 100 acres, housing both shops and individual cultivators selling their wares. Lin Dong first strolled through the marketplace, inquiring about market trends, before entering a shop renowned among cultivators for its quality talismans that he sold 300 talismans and purchased some crafting materials. The price of the talismans was 5 spirit stones more per 100 than at the sect, which seemed quite fair. However, none of the shops had the body refinement techniques he sought, bluntly stating that very few body refinement practitioners existed in the Kaohsiung region, and to acquire such techniques, one would need to venture to the Qingyu region where they flourished. Hearing this, Lin Dong felt disheartened. If even the Nanshan sect faced challenges in venturing out, how could he reach the Qingyu region, a realm of its own? Frowning, Lin Dong exited the last shop, realizing that without body refinement techniques, he would need to test his luck among the scattered cultivators peddling their goods. The area of stalls was teeming with cultivators, some dressed in the same sect robes as Lin Dong, while others donned peculiar attire. Occasionally, he spotted practitioners from other sections. They haggled and observed one another, creating a lively atmosphere. Most of the vendors were scattered cultivators, laying out an array of items on cloth or animal hides, presenting a hodgepodge of goods for interested buyers. Lin Dong felt a surge of frustration, his stomach churning, as bitterness welled up within him. The items displayed at the stalls appeared to be of little concern regarding cleanliness. As long as they served a purpose, they sufficed. Lin Dong chuckled ruefully, pondering if he was the only one with such a fastidious nature in the realm of cultivation. He envisioned countless dusty treasures awaiting him ahead, alleviating some of his discomfort. At T13, he was at an age ripe for daydreaming. As Lin Dong strolled down the street, he paused at each stall, casually picking up items of interest while inquiring about their prices. After visiting several stalls, his interest peaked. Excluding the particularly off-putting items, the wares displayed were all incredibly novel to him. Lin Dong realized he had little familiarity with any of it. He had perused numerous jade slips, but none aligned with the physical items he encountered. He inquired about each item. The stall owners, recognizing he was a disciple of the Nanshan sect, responded to his questions with both enthusiasm and patience. Sect disciples were known for their generosity, and vendors were often eager to engage in transactions without becoming irritable over a few spirit stones, provided the price felt fair. They made for excellent trading partners. Even if Lin Dong ultimately bought nothing, they still bid him farewell with warm smiles, unwilling to offend him. After a while, Lin Dong felt a tinge of disappointment, just by observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy. He could tell there were no exceptional items to be found. Yet this was to be expected. Scattered cultivators typically lived in modesty, possessing little of value, that if they did have anything useful, it would likely be for personal use or to sell to shops. I've familiarized myself with enough. Time to seek out a technique. Lin Dong mused. Scanning the area, he noticed only one place selling techniques. An elderly man in a gray robe sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, presumably a high-level qi refining practitioner. Before him lay a gray cloth on the ground, upon which rested a dozen jade slips. The cloth appears clean, Lin Dong thought, finding the elder somewhat agreeable. After examining the introductions of the various jade slips, he discovered they were all ordinary techniques, with no trace of body refinement methods. "Excuse me, senior. Do you have any body refinement techniques?" Lin Dong inquired, uncertain of how to address him, but reasoning that referring to him as a senior was unlikely to offend. "Body refinement techniques? Young man, do you have 100 spirit stones?" The elder replied indifferently. Sensing an opportunity, Lin Dong's heart leaped with joy. Perhaps he was about to make a worthwhile acquisition. "I happen to possess exactly 100 spirit stones. As long as the technique suits me, I shall certainly purchase it. That I would not dare to jest with you, senior. Seeing as you are a disciple of the Nanshan sect, I shall trust you this once." The elder opened his eyes, casting a glance at Lin Dong before retrieving a jade slip from his storage bag. Lin Dong accepted the jade slip and examined it closely. It was a purple, elongated jade slip, cylindrical in shape. Compared to the white jade slips he had seen before, it exuded a sense of nobility, albeit with a damaged lower section and a crack running along its body, diminishing its elegance and adding an air of weariness. "I hope the technique is not compromised." This was his only hope, as long as it wasn't severely flawed. He was prepared to claim it. Pressing the slip to his forehead, Lin Dong felt a shift in his expression. The Earth Demon technique is a body refinement method from the Earth Demon clan of the demon race's royal lineage. It does not follow the meridians, but instead refines the body using medicinal power, guiding the medicinal essence throughout the body with one's consciousness. The technique is most effective when cultivated from the qi refining stage, becoming ineffective beyond the foundation establishment stage. The following text was shrouded in mystery, clearly under some form of restriction. Lin Dong found himself deep in thought, unable to put down the jade slip. Cultivators only possess their consciousness at the foundation establishment stage. Those in the qi refining stage would need to enlist someone to guide the medicinal essence within their bodies using their consciousness. Not to mention finding such a practitioner, it was unlikely anyone would willingly divulge their secrets. This was likely the reason this technique was priced at only 100 spirit stones. The demon race must possess corresponding methods to protect themselves. The fact that it could command such a price hinted at its extraordinary nature. After a moment of consideration, it seemed to suit him perfectly. He had no choice but to purchase it. 100 spirit stones? Lin Dong sought confirmation. The elder nodded, remaining silent. Lin Dong ceased his chatter, paid the spirit stones, and tucked the unsealed jade slip into his storage bag. Just as he intended to explore other stalls, he sensed several consciousnesses swirling around him. Lin Dong's face darkened. "Am I being watched?" he thought warily. Cultivators rarely probe into others' consciousness without reason. It must have been the exposure of my spirit stones that my inexperience is showing. However, a fierce glint flashed across his face. "I hope they do not force my hand." After a moment's deliberation, he realized he was indeed being scrutinized without restraint, confirming his suspicions. Lin Dong pivoted and sprinted toward the market exit, reasoning that those pursuing him would not behave as chaotically as he did. This would buy him some time. Beyond the marketplace lay the territory of the sect, where he hoped they might exhibit some caution. Once outside, he indeed found a few individuals hastily following him. Lin Dong mounted his spirit crane and soared back toward the sect. Moments later, only a burly man in yellow robes, wielding a sword-shaped magical artifact, pursued him. The others merely observed, losing interest thereafter. Chapter 11. Desperate struggle. Lin Dong sat cross-legged on the spirit crane, his hands and feet icy cold. Someone is coming. In his perception, a cultivator was hurtling toward him, closing the distance with unabashed intent. The spirit crane, though not the slowest among spiritual birds, could not escape the pursuer. Fleeing is impossible. I can only fight for my life. Lin Dong had flown above a towering, dense forest, once considered his sole chance for survival, but he guided the spirit crane to descend into the thick woods and leaped off, sprinting through the underbrush while sensing the approaching cultivator. I hope to lure him down. There is hope only on the ground. As the cultivator drew near, Lin Dong sensed he was at the mid-stage of chi refinement, and he breathed a sigh of relief. A mid-stage spiritual sense can only detect within 10 meters. I'll wait for him to land. Those tall trees up ahead will provide cover. Lin Dong understood that his fate hinged on his performance, forcing down his terror of death. This fear spurred his mind into overdrive, seeking a glimmer of survival. The cultivator circled above the forest where Lin Dong had vanished, the towering trees obscuring his view, and his spiritual sense was insufficient to penetrate the foliage. He cursed under his breath. That kid is slippery, and descended to the ground to continue his search. Upon reaching the forest floor, the burly man activated his magical artifact, hovering above him while conjuring a protective shield, and cautiously pressed forward. Lin Dong's heart sank. This was a seasoned veteran, experienced, and intent on denying him any chance. Come on, let us see if I fall or you perish. The determination to fight surged within Lin Dong. Reality left no room for fantasy. Only a desperate struggle could yield a sliver of hope. He summoned all his talismans, channeling their ethereal forms into his body. Even then, his chances of survival remained below 30%. When the cultivator was merely 10 meters away, Lin Dong's gaze grew, increasingly frantic. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped from behind a tree, recklessly charging toward the burly man. This was a do-or-die moment. The unexpected assault startled the man, who, upon seeing Lin Dong armed only with talismans and lacking any other treasures, erupted into laughter. This is going to be easy pickings. Unhurried, he gestured, directing his flying knife artifact forward. Only 5 meters. Lin Dong shouted internally. As the artifact hurtled toward him, he activated the talismans in his hands. Fireballs screamed through the air, colliding with the artifact, causing it to shudder and narrowly miss Lin Dong as he sidestepped. The burly man remained calm, reorienting the artifact in a sweeping arc behind Lin Dong, accelerating to cleave through him once more. Though slightly surprised, he remained confident. Lin Dong had no hope of breaching his protective shield. First-layer chi refinement was far too weak. Only 2 meters. Seizing the moment as the artifact was deflected, Lin Dong closed in by another 3 meters. With both hands forming seals, he kept running. I'm almost there. His hands brushed against the protective shield, but he could not penetrate it. Lin Dong's eyes turned crimson, his hands thwarted by the barrier. The burly man watched him struggle with a sardonic expression, unmoving. The artifact loomed above Lin Dong's head. Time to die. Though blocked, Lin Dong continued to surge forward, his face pressed against the protective shield. Do you think you can kill me with a glare? The burly man mused, observing Lin Dong's face contorted with strained effort. Lin Dong bellowed. The man suddenly felt an ominous presence in Lin Dong's eyes, his consciousness blurring for an instant, his magical energy faltering, causing the protective shield to tremble. At that moment, Lin Dong's fireball struck the shield, shattering it with a resounding crack. When the burly man regained his senses, he found Lin Dong's face looming larger, and with a resounding thud, their faces collided violently. In that moment, a chaotic force surged within their minds, leading to a shattering of souls and demise. The impact of Lin Dong's charge was tremendous, causing both their heads to jerk back. Gradually, the burly man slumped to the ground. Lin Dong, bloodied and dazed, instinctively seized the fallen flying knife and decisively severed the man's head. A communication talisman flew from the storage bag. Lin Dong could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Lin Dong opened his eyes again, he vaguely saw his mother looking at him with worry that a surge of fear and the disorientation of having taken a life flooded his heart. He collapsed into Gao Yu's embrace, weeping bitterly. The modern psyche was ill-suited for the world of cultivation. Gao Yu stiffened momentarily, her heart softening, then gently patted Lin Dong's back. Though the boy was shrouded in mystery, he was still just a youth. She hoped he could navigate this trial ahead, for a cultivator's path would be fraught with bloodshed. Gao Yu sighed, as Lin Dong's cries diminished. The softness in his embrace and the fragrance he inhaled enlightened him, leading to an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, and he hurriedly released Gao Yu. Senior Sister Gao Ai, Lin Dong opened his mouth, at a loss for words. His previous actions had been too reckless. Gao Yu smiled and waved her hand dismissively, indicating her lack of concern. Are you feeling better? There's nothing I can do to help you with this, that if you wish to traverse the path of cultivation for long, she turned serious. You must rely on yourself to overcome these challenges. Lin Dong awkwardly nodded. He understood this well. Thank you. Senior Sister, thank you. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Lin Dong was sincere. Gao Yu sensed his need for conversation. Here's that rogue cultivator's belongings for you. She placed a storage bag and the flying knife artifact on the table. Take these. Seeing Lin Dong about to speak, she waved her hand again. These are what you fought for. I want to take them. By the way, I've already dealt with the situation. You want to have any trouble this time. In the future, you need to learn to handle things on your own. Lin Dong nodded. He would follow his senior sister's instructions. After ensuring everything was settled, Gao Yu prepared to leave. Staying longer would only lead to more nagging. This is the sex meditation chamber. I've already paid for a day's worth of spirit stones. You can recover here. I'll take my leave now. Only then did Lin Dong realize he was in a stone chamber. Following his senior sister, he affixed his token to the wall of the chamber, allowing him to control the formations within. After sending off his senior sister, Lin Dong closed the stone door and activated the protective array. Sitting on the stone bed, his expression turned peculiar, but he suppressed his unspoken thoughts. Let us see how my body is faring. Lin Dong murmured, I still have 20% of my magical energy. My physical form has only sustained minor injuries. However, using my spiritual sense has drained my vitality significantly, nearly damaging my foundation. That I've been fortunate. There's no major harm. Lin Dong sighed in relief. Having my spiritual sense unable to leave my body is indeed troublesome. He pondered, wishing he could separate his spiritual sense. If so, matters would not be so convoluted that at least he could frighten off his opponents. After a moment's thought, he decided to cultivate. This place was rich in spiritual energy, far superior to the wooden hut he practiced. Lin Dong began to appreciate the advantages of this cultivation chamber. The spiritual energy was abundant and far easier to refine. When the spiritual energy ceased to emanate from the stone chamber, Lin Dong's cultivation results were remarkable. He stored the items from the table and the knife, ensuring he had communicated everything to the elder brother at the entrance. He then rode the spirit crane back to the medicinal valley. After checking the spiritual herbs, Lin Dong nodded. They had only grown a bit slowly after a day without watering. That he watered them again before heading toward the wooden hut. Upon returning, Lin Dong found a sense of homecoming, the companionship of this hut, this table, and this bed had been the most constant in his life. Chapter 12. Confirmation. As Lin Dong organized his gains, Gao Yu arrived at the cave dwelling of Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I am here. Gao Yu called out from in front of the alchemy room, her tone devoid of formality. The naturally stunning Sister Yu was her idol, having been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader upon entering. Blessed with top-tier aptitude in wood-based spiritual roots, not only did her cultivation progress rapidly, reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement within 5 years, but she also excelled in alchemy, earning the sect leader's favor. Sister, wait for me to finish this batch of pills. Just hold on a moment. Sister Yu's voice echoed from within the alchemy room, her tone as cool as ever, showing no hint of annoyance at Gao Yu's interruption. Oh, Gao Yu replied, understanding that alchemy required uninterrupted focus, and she began to explore the cave dwelling. The cave was square-shaped, featuring only the alchemy room, talisman crafting room, and meditation room, all hewn from the stone walls with stone doors. Aside from the stone doors, which had restrictions to prevent intrusions, there were no other embellishments. Gao Yu retrieved a cushion from her storage bag, sat cross-legged, and patiently waited. Sister is so dedicated to her cultivation that even her cave is so simple. No wonder her skills are so high. As time passed, Gao Yu let her thoughts wander. If I had my own cave dwelling, the girl fantasized, it would surely be filled with exotic flowers and herbs, with little spirit beasts scurrying about, and perhaps I could bring my brother over to live with me. He would be so happy, but sister would definitely disapprove. What to do? At most, I could set up a cave outside the sect, away from sister's prying eyes. If the spiritual energy is lacking, there are other ways. Turning her worries into joy, Gao Yu chuckled as she envisioned her cave. Her thoughts drifted to Lin Dong, who bore a striking resemblance to her brother. Lin Jr. brother, how did you manage that? Gao Yu was genuinely curious about him. With just a few talismans and no other treasures, you managed to defeat a cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. And even if you had treasures, you couldn't utilize them at your current level, right? There was no sign of any powerful artifacts being used at that moment. Remembering the scene, she was still astounded. Lin Dong lay on the ground, bloodied, gripping a knife-shaped artifact, while beside him was a headless corpse, residual magical energy indicating the man was at least a 5th layer Qi refinement cultivator. It was clear that the man had attempted to ambush Lin Dong, but had ended up being killed instead. If it had been her, with good artifacts and talismans, along with her own trump cards, perhaps she could achieve a similar feat. What a pity I can't ask Lin Jr. brother about it. Ah, sister, are you done? Will you teach me how to refine the Qi recovery pill today? Gao Yu exclaimed, jumping up as she joined Sister Yu in the alchemy room. Lin Dong could only smile wryly. He had come to a realization. His fate was to endure suffering. The path of cultivation held no room for luck. As Lin Dong toyed with the jade tablet in his hand, he realized that the Earth Demon technique was exceptionally suited to his physical cultivation needs, and he was confident that acquiring the necessary spiritual herbs would not pose a significant challenge. However, the excruciating pain accompanying the training left him feeling despondent. Lin Dong, being naturally averse to pain, found it less of a concern in this era, as long as he took precautions to minimize the chances of injury. But here, he thought, survival is paramount above all else. One must endure even what is unbearable. Lin Dong steeled himself, understanding that without a harsh approach towards oneself, one could not possibly contend with the ruthlessness of others. This world was rife with fierce individuals. Resolute in his decision to cultivate the Earth Demon technique, he dismissed any further doubts and continued to peruse the techniques, preparing for his training. The Earth Demon technique required the utilization of spiritual herb extracts, and there were no restrictions on the types of herbs one could use. However, for optimal results, the higher the grade of the herbs, the more potent their effects. Recalling the jade tablet he had studied, Lin Dong knew that the extracts could be purchased with spirit stones, but he selected 2 types of herbs, fire glory grass and sweet flame fruit, both of which were second-tier spiritual herbs, abundantly cultivated within his sect, offering commendable potency, and their cost was within Lin Dong's means that he spent 100 spirit stones to procure 10 vials of the extracts from senior brother Lin. Upon returning to his wooden cottage, Lin Dong commenced his training in the Earth Demon technique. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely swallowed a drop of the extract, as the technique required this initial dosage. The essence of the extract coursed through his abdomen, enveloped by his consciousness, and compressed to its utmost limit that as he sensed he had reached the brink, his face contorted with madness, and he abruptly released his consciousness, unleashing the grip on the extract. Ah! Lin Dong roared, his entire body tensing into a tight ball, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. The essence of the extract rapidly disseminated throughout his body, commencing the enhancement of his physique. This enhancement was comprehensive, as the potency infiltrated every minute part of Lin Dong's body, swiftly absorbed under the influence of his consciousness. The absorption was not daunting. However, as the potency began to fortify his body, Lin Dong felt as though his entire being was being meticulously ground down by countless files, an intensity of pain that overwhelmed his consciousness. This sensation surpassed anything Lin Dong had ever imagined. That as his awareness flickered back to life, he felt his body continue to convulse from the overwhelming agony, realizing that his first attempt at cultivation had failed. During the absorption of the extract's potency, he needed to perform corresponding actions to refine it, maximizing the enhancement it could provide. Truly, this is a demonic technique. The demon clan deserves its reputation. The demands this technique placed on one's endurance were staggering. Lin Dong was unaware that the Earth Demon technique was notoriously difficult to master even among the demon clan, akin to the Qi nurturing technique, often regarded as a futile endeavor. It was no wonder that it had fallen into the hands of human cultivators, with that old man only charging 100 spirit stones for it. This approach is unsustainable, Lin Dong pondered as he awaited his body's recovery. Cultivation is essential, so I must first mitigate this pain to complete the training as best as I can. As for the potential waste of potency due to reduced stimulation to my body, I will address that later. Lin Dong felt satisfied with his resolution, recognizing his continuous growth, although he still struggled to adapt to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. He had proven that his resilience was on par with that of other cultivators. To alleviate the pain, Lin Dong summoned his phantom. Observing its gelatinous movement, he found that his physical discomfort no longer hindered him. Once more, he attempted the Earth Demon technique, and though pain still racked his body, he managed to complete the 108 requisite movements with considerable effort. It seems feasible. It's merely a matter of time from here on out, he mused, taking solace in the sensations resulting from his cultivation. My body feels rejuvenated, brimming with vitality, almost as if I am still slightly hungry, and I can even sense a subtle influx of spiritual energy being absorbed within me to bolster my strength. This sensation was marvelous. The gradual empowerment felt akin to the very reason why cultivators become enamored with their practice. With the fundamentals of body refinement assured, it was time to meticulously revise his training plan. Prioritize enhancing my cultivation, balance body refinement with talisman crafting, that I shall also allocate time to learn any spells within my reach. Moreover, I must create a wider array of spiritual talismans. With this strategy firmly established, Lin Dong resolutely downed another vial of extract and resumed his practice of the demonic technique. That it was not only in battle that one must exert themselves. Cultivation demanded equal fervor. Chapter 13. Advancement and the separation of consciousness from the body. As time sped by, over 30 days had elapsed. Lin Dong arrived at the sect's training chamber, exchanging 20 spirit stones and 2 contribution points to rent the most basic training room for 2 days. Inside the chamber, seated upon a meditation mat, anticipation swelled within Lin Dong. Today, I shall break through to the second tier. Compared to his past self, Lin Dong had undergone considerable transformation. The trials of body refinement had stripped away some of his naivety, replacing it with a newfound resolve, and had also rendered his physique more robust. Under the weight of various pressures, he had relentlessly tapped into his latent potential, and now he was poised to achieve a breakthrough. Calming his emotions, he assessed, I have made the best preparations possible, so let us commence. Lin Dong's magical energy began to circulate through his meridians in accordance with the technique. Unlike his usual training, breaking through involved a specialized route for his magical energy. The phantom aligned with his meridians, and Lin Dong believed this would enhance his chances of success. After circulating his magical energy once, it returned to his dantian, which he felt constrict and then expand, now doubled in size. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in fervently, and the second-tier technique began to operate automatically. Concurrently, an inexplicable force descended upon his body, perfectly purifying it through the influx of spiritual energy. Lin Dong stood, a light-hearted smile gracing his face. This breakthrough was remarkably effortless. It seems my preparations were not in vain. His magical energy had doubled in quantity, appearing denser and far more potent than at the first tier. His body also reaped numerous benefits, having expelled a considerable amount of impurities, and for the first time, he felt a profound sense of fullness. Wait, did I just grow an inch taller? Ignoring the greasy, grayish substance that coated his body, he closed his eyes and ventured into his sea of consciousness. There was no change in the volume of his consciousness, and his soul remained as it was, though he noted a slight diminishment in the flicker of lightning within. This was inexplicable. He would let it be. The issue of my consciousness being unable to separate from my body, which has hindered my strength, should now be resolved. With a thought, his consciousness extended outward. Ah, splendid! Lin Dong nearly shed tears of joy. His consciousness was able to leave his body, paving the way for many of his plans to unfold, allowing him to enhance his strength more swiftly and effectively, that he could now begin alchemy, weapon forging, and formation crafting whenever he wished. This was the most significant advancement for him. although Lin Dong possessed both a phantom and a seal. He had previously been confined to the confines of Nanshan's sect, too fearful to venture outside. The potency of the phantom and the seal was not trivial. Their power was enough to astound the world. After reveling in his thoughts, Lin Dong began to solidify his cultivation. The spiritual energy surged anew. 2 days later, Lin Dong returned to his wooden cottage. The first order of business was to cleanse himself with water. Body refinement also requires mental fortitude. My ability to overcome my obsession with cleanliness is entirely due to this pain. Truly, the Earth Demon technique is a remarkable method. Lin Dong could not help but concede that the suffering endured was worth it. He tested the effects of his consciousness extending outward. 10 meters. Only 10 meters. Is this what it means to project my consciousness? This is merely the projection of spiritual awareness. Lin Dong was taken aback, but as he reflected, he soon understood. Such fluctuations in fortune were not new to him. If he wished to defy the heavens, he would find it impossible. Is this the rule of this world? Lin Dong experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that having brought the phantom and the seal from another world, he might have to accept the constraints of these rules, that if he could sweep through the chi nurturing stage at the second tier, then it would render others obsolete. His epiphany did not attract the world's attention, which left Lin Dong somewhat disappointed. He quickly smiled. So this is the rule. After experimenting with the range of his consciousness, he retrieved a piece of paper filled with scribbled notes. This document contained his speculations regarding the capabilities available at the second tier of spiritual awareness. The following entries detailed what he intended to accomplish, with the foundation being the projection of consciousness. Lin Dong made some modifications, primarily distinguishing between spiritual awareness and consciousness projection. After reviewing it for any major errors, he stepped outside to glance around, ensuring the door was shut and the windows sealed tight. Better safe than sorry. The first line on the paper read, Second-tier consciousness projection, plans for alchemy and hunting demon beasts. The necessary amendments and cultivation of the techniques, alongside the Earth Demon technique, formed part of his standard plan. Holding the flying knife artifact in his hand, he infused it with his consciousness. Much like with a storage bag, his consciousness faced a brief obstruction before breaking through the restrictions. He then left his consciousness imprint on the control formation, claiming the artifact as his own. Lin Dong inspected it. All seems well. Rubbing his hands together, he thought, next it's time for the object control technique. He placed the artifact on the table, stepped back a meter, and directed his consciousness into the artifact. This artifact now feels like an extension of my arm. This sensation was unprecedented and refreshing. After savoring the experience for a moment, he activated his magical energy, channeling it through his consciousness. The artifact trembled on the table, preparing to take flight. With an increase in exertion, the flying knife finally soared into the air. Yes, I successfully controlled the artifact. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Dong returned to his calm demeanor. Next, he glanced around, ensuring no one was watching. He placed the artifact on the ground, removed his shoes and socks, and stood barefoot upon it. What followed was an awkward spectacle as the artifact arced into the air, flipping Lin Dong upside down, and with a loud thud, both he and the artifact fell to the ground. Flying achieved. There's one more task. After donning his shoes and socks, Lin Dong observed the magical fluctuations emanating from himself through his consciousness. He nodded once more. Indeed, this fluctuation was significantly slower than that of Senior Sister Gao. The strength of their magical fluctuations was comparable, as they shared the same cultivation level. Senior Sister Gao, what level are you at now? He sent a thought transmission her way. 5th tier. Why do you ask? Nothing, Senior Sister. You're busy. I'll leave you to it. Can the fluctuations be altered? After several attempts, he found it impossible unless he refrained from using magical energy. Foolish, just disguise it a little in daily life. There is no need to hide it when you make a move. He thought further. When flying with the artifact, other cultivators will naturally assume I am concealing my true level. This aspect is also viable. With the experimental tasks thus far nearing completion, Lin Dong collected his notes and embarked upon further cultivation of the Earth Demon technique. The cultivation of the Earth Demon technique remains an excruciating ordeal, but by the time Lin Dong completed it, he had already collapsed onto the ground, his body convulsing. I'm almost at the brink of a drop. I can do this, Lin Dong shouted, rallying himself and using his voice to mitigate the pain. It hurts so much. Though the agony was palpable, the effects of body refinement were commendable. His physique had begun to keep pace with the consumption of his spiritual consciousness. Unfortunately, utilizing spiritual consciousness still incurs losses. It was not opportune for any other tasks, so Lin Dong began to contemplate the items he needed to purchase. A pill furnace, recipes, spiritual herbs for alchemy, a magical artifact, and protective talismans. Checking his spiritual stones, he murmured, I should take it slow. Senior brother Lin from the Miscellaneous Affairs Pavilion was busy exchanging spiritual stones for a junior disciple. Many outer disciples often traded within the sect, accumulating contribution points once a certain threshold was reached. Numerous resources within the sect could only be acquired and utilized with contribution points. Catching sight of Lin Dong, senior brother Lin nodded at him. When the surroundings were clear, Lin Dong approached. Brother, you seem quite busy, Lin Dong greeted, no longer as straightforward as before. Recently, the sect has had training missions, so there are more people around. Oh, are all disciples eligible to participate? Upon hearing it was a sect mission, Lin Dong's interest was piqued. He wondered if there might be an opportunity to witness something remarkable. Whether he would go was something he had already considered. That's a task for inner disciples. You needn't concern yourself with it. Junior brother. Oh, certainly. I merely wish to witness it, Lin Dong explained. It's indeed a bit far. My cultivation is still too low. Could you help me exchange for some spiritual stones? After saying this, he produced 20 talismans, including Fireball Technique, Earth Sand Technique, and others. Senior brother Lin paid with spiritual stones and contribution points, then assisted Lin Dong in accepting a talisman task. Lin Dong put away the talisman-making materials, but left the spiritual stones on the table. Do you have other matters, junior brother? Senior brother Lin, aware that Lin Dong typically departed after completing his tasks, inquired as he seemed to have more to say today. Could you please show me the exchange catalog again? Senior brother Lin promptly handed over a jade slip. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong articulated his desired items. 1 mid-grade alchemy furnace, a bronze furnace, 10 sets of materials for the abstaining pill, and could you also help me gather any third-tier spiritual herbs? If available, Lin Dong sighed inwardly. Still too few spiritual stones. Many items I wish to purchase will have to wait for another time that I can't take on more talisman tasks. Congratulations on your significant cultivation progress. Senior brother Lin expressed his congratulations. Lin Dong's second-level cultivation had already qualified him for alchemy, and the brother promised to keep an eye out. Lin Dong's prepared words went unused, and instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. After thanking his senior brother, he turned and made his way to the library pavilion. From there, Lin Dong selected several foundational jade slips on alchemy and proceeded towards the sect's alchemy pavilion. I hope it's straightforward. Chapter 14. Alchemy. The journey from the library pavilion to the alchemy pavilion took only a little over half an hour. With his body yet to recover, Lin Dong strolled leisurely. Along the way, he encountered only one disciple hurrying towards the alchemy pavilion, while others flew overhead on their flying artifacts, but Lin Dong paid them no mind. His leisurely pace served as a form of relaxation. Some truths are indeed interconnected, Lin Dong mused. The relaxation of the mind could facilitate a better recovery of the body. This state of ease felt akin to the body merging with the earth while the mind soared into the skies. The liberation of his thoughts inspired a myriad of imaginative ideas about alchemy. Lin Dong found himself halting, gazing at a flying sword that flitted back and forth before him. The delicate sword was adorned with feminine embellishments, prompting a smile. Senior sister Gao Yu, having spotted Lin Dong's leisurely demeanor, had never seen such a relaxed cultivator. With a playful spirit, she decided to tease him a little. Junior brother Lin. Gao Yu strolled out from behind Lin Dong, hands clasped behind her back, her mood evidently buoyant. Are you heading to the alchemy pavilion as well? Yes. Shall we go together? Lin Dong scratched his head, extending the invitation. Sure. The two meandered toward the alchemy pavilion in a laid-back manner. Along the way, Lin Dong remarked, Senior sister, you are quite impressive. Gesturing upwards, he noticed that no disciples flew overhead anymore. They either diverted their course or slowed down significantly. The space above them was clear, though it was evident that it was not his doing. Gao Yu waved her hand dismissively, offering no explanation, her steps becoming slightly lighter. Lin Dong pondered in silence, savoring the easy camaraderie between them. Gao Yu too fell silent. When they reached the alchemy pavilion, Gao Yu hesitated, reluctant to part ways, as this was undoubtedly the most tranquil moment she had experienced since embarking on her cultivation journey. The alchemy pavilion had no doors. It was a cavern carved out of the mountainside, 3 people high and wide, with alchemy pavilion inscribed above. Entering the cave, they walked a few paces into a spacious hall. "Ah, Senior Sister Gao, here to practice alchemy today. I've reserved the finest earth character alchemy room for you." A female disciple of similar stature to Lin Dong exclaimed, hurrying out from behind the counter with a welcoming expression. "Yes, I would like to rent the earth character room for 3 days, and please arrange for junior brother Lin as well," Gao Yu replied calmly. Turning to Lin Dong, he quickly approached the female disciple, saying, "Senior sister, I would like to rent the human character room for 1 day." The sister glanced at Gao Yu, who offered no further indication, and quickly collected the spiritual stones from both. Noticing her junior sister had already handed back the token, Gao Yu waved to Lin Dong, signaling that this was settled. Lin Dong nodded in understanding, and they both headed towards their respective alchemy rooms. As they entered the passage, the fire's spiritual energy was markedly more vibrant than outside. Lin Dong twisted his body, feeling a joyous response within, clearly attuned to the fire's spiritual energy. "It seems I have come to the right place." Lin Dong had diligently researched the Earth Demon lineage. The Earth Demons resided near volcanoes. With their royal family often inhabiting the craters, that he speculated that the vicinity of the volcano must be rich in fire spiritual energy, which would facilitate the cultivation of the Earth Demon technique. His spiritual consciousness was exceptionally acute, and he sensed that, apart from the absorption of medicinal liquids, the assimilation of fire spiritual energy was likely even more crucial. The demon race possessed formidable physical strength, but naturally weaker spiritual consciousness. It made little sense to amplify the weak while neglecting the strong. As Lin Dong contemplated, he entered the alchemy room, closed the door, and activated the array. Time was of the essence, and he had many hypotheses to validate. The alchemy room was twice the size of a wooden cottage, featuring a tightly sealed earth fire opening from which array patterns extended into the cushion before him. "This is the fire control formation and the earth fire opening," Lin Dong acknowledged, taking a seat on the cushion. He reflected on his plans. Both alchemy and body refinement are vital safeguards on the path of cultivation. The Yangwood fire technique cannot be modified for now. I shall have to enhance my strength through these 2 avenues. Lin Dong mused. Connecting his spiritual consciousness with the fire control formation, he opened the earth fire opening halfway. A pillar of fire, as tall as a person, erupted from the opening, roaring with flames. How ferocious! The intense heat generated by the earth fire seared Lin Dong's skin, prompting him to hastily reduce the size of the opening. "I must temper this reckless nature in the future." Lin Dong reflected on his behavior. If I were to act so carelessly during a confrontation, my demise would be all but assured. Once more, Lin Dong opened the earth fire opening, this time only a fraction, and waited for the fire to stabilize before commencing an introspective examination of his body. Indeed, the assimilation of fire spiritual energy can strengthen the body, and its effects surpass those of medicinal liquids in augmenting physical strength and resilience. That I wonder if their effects can be combined. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong ingested a drop of medicinal liquid. The pain was still excruciating, yet Lin Dong wore a smile. Under the combined influence of fire spiritual energy and medicinal liquid, the results of body refinement were significantly superior to those achieved with either substance alone. The pain was also doubled, twisting his smile into a grotesque expression, evoking a sense of madness. After experiencing this for a while, Lin Dong began practicing the Earth Demon Fist within the alchemy room. The coordinated movements integral to the Earth Demon technique, which he dubbed the Earth Demon Fist. The effects were further augmented, but after executing the 36th move, he was compelled to cease. The cumulative effects and the pain escalated, with the 37th move unexpectedly amplifying the discomfort yet again. The medicinal liquid continued to enhance his physique. "One more time. Cultivation requires dedication, and this will make me even stronger." Lin Dong urged himself. Once more, he attempted the 37th move, but the sudden surge of pain returned. Struggling against the agony, he endeavored to complete the move, but his actions became erratic, and he could no longer continue. Lin Dong understood he had encountered a bottleneck. Then I shall only practice the first 36 moves. This shall count as the first layer of the Earth Demon technique. He cycled through the practice of the first layer of the Earth Demon technique until the potency of the medicinal liquid was depleted. Lin Dong found his stamina waning. With his energy spent, he decided to cultivate the Yangwood fire technique, having heard that its efficacy peaked when one was most fatigued, both physically and mentally. The desire to enhance his strength had become ingrained within Lin Dong, a reflexive instinct not to squander any opportunity. Time flew by as Lin Dong learned a new technique. I cannot rely solely on hearsay. The increase in magical power is only half that during normal practice. And forced cultivation led to an excess of magical impurities that it would be better not to practice at all. After noting the effects of his cultivation, Lin Dong shifted his focus to alchemy. He laid out all the jade slips related to alchemy on the ground in a neat row. His spiritual consciousness was now capable of reading the contents without needing to affix the slips to his forehead. Lin Dong preferred this method. Pressing them against his forehead made him feel nauseous. Perhaps a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He had no intention of addressing this harmless quirk as long as it did not hinder his cultivation. I truly do not understand. The principles of alchemy were clear to Lin Dong. One must liquefy the spiritual herbs within the alchemy furnace. Then purify the medicinal properties as much as possible, mixing them in a specific ratio and sequence, before controlling the heat to allow the properties to amalgamate, finally executing the combined pill technique to complete the process. It was quite simple. All of this required practice to enhance proficiency. At most, some spiritual herbs may be wasted early on, but the quantity of spirit stones is not a concern. Achieving a success rate of 1 in 10 is sufficient to be termed an alchemist, with the rank below that being that of an apprentice. Similar to the grading system for artifact refining, being able to concoct a first-tier primary elixir designates one as a first-tier primary alchemist. And so forth. In the Nanshan sect, there is 1 third-tier alchemist, the sect leader, 3 second-tier alchemists, and 5 first-tier alchemists, all of whom are true disciples. Considering the external disciples of the Nanshan sect, the numbers seem exceedingly disproportionate. Could it be? Chapter 15. Details and communication. This is Lin Dong's first experience with alchemy. Regardless of how much preparation he undertook, it remains a novel endeavor, burdened with countless questions. He retrieves a mid-grade alchemical furnace. Alchemy is a skilled craft, and judging by the number of alchemists, it is undoubtedly a highly challenging technical endeavor. Therefore, meticulousness is a prerequisite for successful alchemy. Lin Dong muses as he begins to adjust the small flame. Manipulating the fire aperture, his spiritual sense enveloping the flame, discerning the minutest differences. The capabilities of a cultivator's spiritual sense are remarkably potent, enabling them to detect exceedingly subtle variations. Retracting his spiritual sense. Lin Dong rubs his temples. Without a specific reference point, I am unsure of the required magnitude. It is akin to discerning the cultivation level of a disciple in the nascent soul stage, generally. One can simply identify whether they are in the chi refinement stage. Beyond that, it is unnecessary. Regardless of how many layers, it remains a matter of mere breath. Conversely, being overly meticulous is pointless. Yet being too coarse yields no effective results. Recognizing the crux of the issue, Lin Dong decides to first refine a batch of elixirs to assess the situation. That he closes the fire aperture and positions the alchemical furnace above the flame using his spiritual sense. Opening the fire aperture to a specified degree, that he warms the furnace, allowing the flame to burn within the alchemical array of the furnace. Subsequently, he introduces the spiritual herbs into the furnace. As expected, they are reduced to ash. Undeterred, Lin Dong proceeds to add the 5 types of herbs required for the pill of emptiness, one of which transforms into a medicinal liquid and is purified, resulting in a crystalline green substance with minimal impurities. The pill of emptiness itself hardly qualifies as an elixir. The liquid merely needs to solidify slightly within the furnace. The general direction is correct, he concludes, as the successful liquefaction of the herbs attests to this. The success felt somewhat fortuitous. He merely grasped a rough range, reflected in his rather crude alchemical proficiency. As long as I have a direction, I can gradually refine my skills. Lin Dong reassures himself, gaining confidence to continue that he transfers the medicinal liquid into a jade vial and commences a second round of alchemy, primarily focused on gathering information. Lin Dong furrows his brow, finding the task complex. Now, the priority is to collect various changes. Remember them for analysis later. With a clear objective, Lin Dong's alchemical process begins to feel like a game. No longer adhering strictly to the Jade Slip's instructions regarding the opening and closing of the fire aperture, the temperature of the furnace, or the size and shape of the herbs, he experiments with everything. By the time he exhausts all 10 portions of spiritual herbs, he can only claim a preliminary understanding. Despite the modest gains, Lin Dong resolves to relentlessly tackle the issue of magnitude that if 10 attempts fail, he shall try 20, then 30, until he achieves the desired results. The alchemical chamber has not been in vain. His harvest is plentiful. Glancing at the time, he notes there is still more than an hour until a full day has passed. Unable to practice cultivation, he chooses instead to ponder the issue of disguise. I can refine my body while contemplating. Stripping off his clothes, he adjusts the size of the fire aperture and its distance from the flame. Beginning to practice the Earth Demon Fist, that is termed practice, yet it primarily involves maintaining the correct stance. The fluctuations of my mana can be altered under the influence of my spiritual awareness. Thus, I can change my appearance and become another person. However, I cannot utilize my mana, as that remains unsafe, exceedingly unsafe. What to do? Having reached the second level of the Qi refinement stage, Lin Dong possesses more mana and, consequently, more spiritual talismans. Selling them in the market appears feasible. A variety of faces could be used multiple times. Perhaps simply disguising my mana fluctuations would suffice. Lin Dong continues to speculate and verify. He subtly displays a look of frustration in front of his senior sister at the alchemy pavilion, only to quickly revert to a blank expression. He has learned to focus on the minutiae. That subtlety perfectly reflecting the mindset of a novice alchemist attempting to cover up a failure. In conflict, changes in expression can mislead the opponent's judgment. Lin Dong muses. Lin Dong continues to meander into the library, remaining leisurely, that he discovers a newfound enjoyment in this relaxed manner. Bathed in sunlight, he experiences a warm sensation enveloping him, his body moving freely in a dance that gradually aligns with a mysterious rhythm. It is as if Lin Dong is shrouded in a mist, imparting a sense of unity with the universe that no one dares to fly past him atop their magical instruments. They instinctively veer away. Naturally soaring into the distance, that seems as though the space above Lin Dong is warped, that an old man silently appears not far from him, quietly keeping pace. Just as the mysterious rhythm surrounding Lin Dong begins to wane, the old man vanishes with a subtle movement. Upon awakening, Lin Dong realizes he is nearing the library. Was that a moment of enlightenment? He senses changes within his body, feeling distinctly different from before. Lin Dong abandons his plan to visit the library and instead seeks to explore his own body. He returns to his wooden cabin at the fastest speed, observing that no one has entered since he left. He secures the door, sitting on the edge of his bed with his eyes closed. Countless insights flood his mind, and he remains seated for an entire day. Lin Dong emerges from his contemplations. So that's how it is. My spiritual sense cannot leave my body. It is for the soul. The soul continuously draws upon my spiritual sense to refine that strand of divine lightning. Lin Dong gazes at the strand of divine lightning, which has now diminished to half its original size. The further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes to refine the divine lightning, that I hope to accomplish this before advancing to the foundation establishment stage. This time, the greatest gain is that rhythm, which proves immensely beneficial for body refinement. Yet, I desire to enhance my cultivation and increase my combat prowess. The last conflict with the Han was rife with coincidences. I cannot count on a second opportunity. At present, the most pressing issue is that my always lags behind the absorption of spiritual sense. This will inevitably drain my lifespan. That strand of lightning is not something a cultivator should refine. Refining it during the qi refinement stage at the cost of lifespan is already the best choice available. Body refinement cannot extend lifespan, at least not for now. Lin Dong senses his lifespan. Typically, a qi refinement stage cultivator lives for 100 years, and he has 60 remaining. This means, barring any calamities, he could live to be 73. Only 20 years until the foundation establishment stage offers a chance at survival, considering future uses of spiritual sense and possibly one use of divine sense. I have merely 20 years left that if I overextend my spiritual sense or exceed 2 uses of divine sense, I could perish within mere years. 20 years is a mere 50-50 chance for a dual spiritual root cultivator under favorable circumstances with ample resources. Generally, those like myself take 30 years to reach the 9th layer, requiring foundation establishment pills for successful advancement. I must exert every effort to increase my cultivation, even at the expense of revealing certain secrets. I need more spirit stones. I must draw more spiritual talismans. This is my only path to survival. A pallor of despair crosses Lin Dong's face. If there were other options, I would not resort to this. All I desire is a wife, to live a safe life, and to truly enjoy this journey of cultivation. Lin Dong is compelled to accept the harsh reality of striving for advancement, but he begins to contemplate a new plan, seeking to implement it as swiftly as possible. The specter of downfall looms ominously. The vibrations emanating from his storage bag rouse Lin Dong from his thoughts. He retrieves a communication talisman. It is his senior brother. Lin Shitty, could you come to the miscellaneous pavilion? It is best if you bring all your belongings. Lin's voice carries a note of urgency and unease. Lin Dong's heart races. Bring all my belongings? It is best if you come now. Lin urges. What is happening? Lin Dong inquires. Perplexed, after a moment's hesitation, he tentatively asks, Is tomorrow acceptable? You should come immediately. Bring all your belongings. Bring all my belongings? Immediately. What circumstance necessitates such a thing? Lin Dong ponders anxiously. With no clues, it is evident that Lin is unable to speak freely. Could it be? Chapter 16, News. Punishment. In a way out, Lin Dong secures his 2 storage bags to his waist, double-checking to ensure they will not fall. That he places the storage bag from the Han into his bosom and, before departing, glances around, hesitating briefly. Before also storing the square table into his bag, he mounts his spirit crane and flies towards the miscellaneous pavilion. Upon encountering Lin, just as Lin Dong is about to inquire, he is halted by a sharp glance from his senior brother. That Lin's expression is worried as he hands Lin Dong a jade slip. Confused, Lin Dong takes the jade slip and presses it to his forehead. Have you not eliminated a Han outside the market? That individual is the elder brother of Wang Yunlong, a true disciple. This has already been reported to the punishment pavilion, accusing you of the murder of a fellow disciple. Sister Yu is defending you, while Wang Yunlong is at odds with her. The punishment pavilion has ruled it as a case of mistaken identity, seeking to expel you from the sect. The content of the jade slip is brief, without inquiry into the reasons. Without allowing me to defend myself, they have already declared my guilt for the accidental killing of a fellow disciple. Am I simply to allow him to kill me and take my belongings to assist his own path? Lin Dong seethes with resentment and fury. If someone is attempting to kill me, I shall fight to the death. Regrettably, Wang Yunlong is a true disciple, far beyond the capabilities of a small cultivator like me. To not have my cultivation stripped away is already due to Sister Yu's assistance at the request of Gao Yu. Perhaps Sister Yu is somewhat vexed that this has implicated Gao Yu, and thus she has only managed to keep my cultivation intact. That if I were to encounter such a situation one day, would I also be treated in this manner? In the presence of true disciples, one remains a humble existence, alas. Are you intending to exchange all your belongings and contribution points? Lin inquires, his spiritual sense brushing against Lin Dong's consciousness before nodding in affirmation. The only assistance I can offer is to help you gather more resources. One must come to terms with the immutable nature of this situation and make the correct choice, Brother Lin contemplated. As his spiritual awareness brushed against Lin Dong, it roused him from his emotional reverie. Indeed, no one will heed my words now. No one will consider my feelings. All my resentment and anger will not alter the outcome of my banishment. I can only wait for a time to repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. First, I must contemplate what I will need after leaving the sect. With clarity in his thoughts, Lin Dong inscribed his desires upon the jade slip. Observing Lin Dong's contemplative expression, no longer marked by despair and fury, it was evident he had reached some understanding. Internally relieved, Brother Lin mused, "It seems my efforts to inquire on your behalf were not in vain. I feared you might squander my goodwill." Brother Lin empathized, his sympathy tinged with a sense of satisfaction. Lin Dong returned the jade slip to Brother Lin, gesturing toward it and mimicking the action of pressing it to his forehead, while also handing over a token and a storage pouch. "Might I request, brother, that you arrange the exchanges as previously discussed, until all spiritual stones and contribution points are exhausted? I am sincerely grateful, Brother Lin," Lin Dong expressed while inwardly vowing. "I shall repay today's assistance in due time." Brother Lin glanced at the jade slip with a puzzled expression, then met Lin Dong's nod of affirmation, that he placed the slip against his forehead, and his countenance shifted. The original content inscribed with his specialized artifact had vanished, replaced by a multitude of material names. The materials are not an issue. At least half can be exchanged. However, without a specialized artifact, only a Foundation Establishment Stage Elder could inscribe their likeness within the jade slip. The fact that this child possesses spiritual awareness at the second level is truly astonishing. The pressure I sense from Lin Dong before must indeed be real. After a moment of reflection, he calculated what Lin Dong could exchange for and was about to enter the inner chamber to prepare when his expression changed again. He noticed an elder had appeared by Lin Dong's side. "You will provide him with everything he requests. Note the shortfall in spiritual stones and contribution points on the jade slip. The sect will compensate to go forth, but do so discreetly." Upon hearing the elder's telepathic command, Brother Lin dared not delay. He bowed respectfully to the elder and hurried to procure all of Lin Dong's requested items. What has prompted Lin Dong to attract the attention of our sect's revered elder, the only true Yuaning in Nanshan sect? The true master is a formidable force of Nanshan sect, safeguarding the sect's fortune. Calamities of extermination are not easily provoked. As Lin Dong retrieved the storage pouch, he discovered its contents far exceeded what he could have exchanged for. Just as he was about to inquire of Brother Lin, he suddenly found himself unable to speak, his body moving involuntarily as he followed the elder out of the affairs pavilion and into the sky. What is happening? Am I to be denied even this final opportunity? I am now merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Before this elder, I fear I am no more than an insignificant insect. After struggling with despair, Lin Dong felt hopeless. The disparity in power was insurmountable. All his strategies appeared as mere jest before the elder. Soon, Lin Dong arrived at the summit of the main peak, where he could overlook all of Nanshan sect. "This is not a place for ordinary cultivators. What purpose do you have in bringing me here?" Lin Dong gazed at the elder, pondering. "To erase all traces of my existence?" His hands trembled slightly. "Is my cultivation journey to end this way? I have yet to find a partner, and I still wish to be with Senior Sister Gao." "Lin Dong." The elder's voice resonated, jolting Lin Dong from his reverie. 3 months ago, you came to our sect with 1,000 spirit jades in exchange for our protection for 3 months. Now that the time has elapsed, according to your agreement with the sect leader, you must choose whether to remain in our sect until you reach Yuaning, or to venture into foreign lands. The elder spoke with an expression devoid of emotion. Lin Dong was too feeble. Even his expression seemed a waste of effort. Had it not been for the sect leader's solemn vow against violating the agreement, extermination would have been the safest course. To stay or to leave. I did not anticipate this underlying reason. It seems Lin Dong has inadvertently done a good deed. Lin Dong's mood lightened. He thought, staying in the sect is undoubtedly preferable to wandering in foreign lands. This is where I began, among familiar faces, and with Senior Sister Gao. I could never part with this. You must remember, should you choose the sect, you will need to assume a new name and identity. The former Lin Dong has been expelled. You may not leave the sect until you reach Yuaning, the elder concluded, turning to gaze down the mountain, with all of Nanshan's sect laid before him. "What? I may not leave until I reach Yuaning for life." He too looked down, observing the movements of the sect's disciples below. So the elder's emphasis on Yuan Ing implies that all my future actions will be under his watchful eye. Perhaps even. Lin Dong envisioned being confined in a dark, lifeless place, fed and cared for like a pig, until he perished of old age. He is indicating that my only choice is to venture into foreign lands. I choose to go to foreign lands. Lin Dong's emotions were a tumultuous blend. The elder nodded, seemingly pleased with Lin Dong's sagacious choice. Without further comment, he took to the sky with Lin Dong, that I in the side chamber of the teleportation pavilion. Lin Dong changed out of his white robe, which marked him as an outer disciple of Nanshan's sect. The elder led Lin Dong to the innermost room of the teleportation pavilion, where a massive teleportation array awaited. To which domain do you wish to go? Anywhere will suffice. Step upon it. The elder commanded Lin Dong to stand upon the teleportation array, casually tossing him a jade slip, instructing, input your spiritual energy into the teleportation slip now. Without regard for whether Lin Dong comprehended, he inserted 12 spirit stones into the array and chanted the incantation. Lin Dong felt enveloped in blinding light as the teleportation commenced. A bit of prior warning would have been appreciated. Lin Dong grumbled internally, hurriedly channeling his spiritual energy into the teleportation slip to ensure he wasn't torn apart by the spatial forces. Chapter 17. This domain. As the teleportation ceased, Lin Dong found his internal spiritual energy diminished to a mere trickle. The elder calculated accurately. The spiritual energy in the slip is just sufficient for the teleportation. Any excess would be wasted, and any deficiency could impair my foundation. Why is that kid still lingering on the teleportation array? A thunderous voice boomed in Lin Dong's ear. Are you calling me? Lin Dong turned, scanning his surroundings, finally addressing a burly man resembling a beast. Yes, you. The man gestured sharply as Lin Dong remained rooted on the array. Only then did Lin Dong notice a line of others waiting to use the teleportation array and quickly stepped off. The beast-like man yanked Lin Dong aside, commanding, "Wait here," before directing others into the array. What business do I have here? Lin Dong thought, puzzled. This place has numerous teleportation arrays like the one I arrived on, and many larger ones. This domain is likely not simple, considering that Nanshan sect had only one teleportation array, which could be deemed average and seemingly long and used. Lin Dong speculated. Is this your first time in the Demon Slayer domain? The beastly man inquired after finishing with the current group. Lin Dong remained silent, his gaze calm as he regarded the man. Do not disclose your background lightly, the man noted, interpreting Lin Dong's silence as tacit agreement. He produced a jade slip from his storage pouch, saying to Lin Dong, "You will need an identity jade slip for the Demon Slayer domain. What is your name and age?" Lin Dong replied truthfully. Here, no one cared who he was. Just a drop of blood will suffice. Now, take care of the rest. Lin Dong took the jade slip and observed his name, age, and account of demon beasts marked in black as 0, that noticing others around him engaged in similar procedures. He pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall upon the slip. As the blood touched the slip, it was absorbed, and a radiant glow encircled the slip in a swirling pattern. Done. 2 spirit stones. And you may go now, kid. The beastly man waved him off. As Lin Dong joined the throng heading toward the exit, he felt increasingly insignificant compared to the others. The man sighed. I wonder whose elder was so ruthless as to send such a tender young one to face death. Lin Dong flowed with the crowd toward the exit, inhaling deeply. The spiritual energy of fire and wood here is most potent. I have indeed arrived in the right place. It is quite lively here. Lin Dong ambled forward with the crowd. Various cultivators traversed the streets, occasionally entering the shops lining either side, while others joined the throng. Everyone here carries the scent of blood. They are accustomed to violence. The shops abound with signs advertising the purchase of demon beast materials in the Demon Slayer domain. The trade of demon beasts is exceptionally prosperous. Both alchemy and talisman shops are plentiful. Where there are demon beasts, there will be materials, so these are never in short supply. The cultivators here are evenly split between body refiners and spellcasters. The body refiner's strength is often indiscernible, while the spellcasters predominantly belong to the higher ranks of chi refining. Few are of mid-tier, and none as low as I am. There are, however, quite a few at the foundation establishment stage. Lin Dong shook his head. This marketplace is vast, stretching endlessly with innumerable stalls. Countless resources circulate here. Those cultivators, each adorned in exquisite robes, wielding powerful artifacts, evidently possess considerable spiritual stones. Here, if you possess a skill, you will undoubtedly find boundless resources. But one must also beware. Danger lurks at every corner, with many trading their lives for spirit stones. Yet within this marketplace, no conflicts are visible. Lin Dong meticulously observed this marketplace, drawing conclusions as he did that he spotted the largest shop he had seen. 3 stories tall, occupying the size of 10 shops, bustling with the most cultivators. Treasure Pavilion, there is a smaller inscription. Demon Slayer Domain Store, Loose Cultivator Alliance. Does this store exist in other domains as well? I shall take a look. Lin Dong felt intrigued. A grand store showcases the unique characteristics of a domain. Upon entering, he noticed the left side bore the inscription Purchasing Materials. A row of small rooms glimmered with array lights whenever a cultivator entered, ensuring confidentiality for those seeking to sell. This side, dedicated to buying demon beast materials, attracted the most cultivators, while numerous other spiritual herbs and ores were also available. The right side served as the selling area, with distinct sections for talismans, elixirs, and more, where interested parties could enter transaction rooms for trading. That a servant clad in traditional attire approached Lin Dong, bowing gracefully with both hands clasped together. Brother, I am Gu Shi, a servant here. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Lin Dong, upon observing his cultivation level, noted 7th layer of Qi refining. He quickly returned the gesture of respect, replying, Brother, you are too kind that I, as a junior, seek a jade slip regarding local geography and sect tenets. Please follow me, junior brother. The servant guided Lin Dong to a place where jade slips were sold, and after another courteous bow, left him in the care of another servant. Lin Dong selected 4 jade slips that provided detailed information and, after a moment's thought, requested a jade slip containing the prices of items bought and sold in this area. Realizing he had no spiritual stones on hand, he decided to check the prices of spiritual talismans. 70 spiritual stones for every 100 first-tier primary talismans, and 140 for the intermediate ones. Quite steep. He then examined the materials for talismans, finding them priced at 10 spiritual stones for every 100 units. Lin Dong was overjoyed. With my current magical energy, I can draw 20 talismans at a time, 3 times a day, totaling 60, which would cost roughly 40 spiritual stones. However, I wonder how much it costs to stay here. I still possess 100 spiritual stones. I will find lodging first. Feeling unsettled without a place to call his own, Lin Dong searched through the residential area of the marketplace and finally discovered a small courtyard. Observing the courtyard before him, he noted, it is conveniently located near the trading district, comprising 4 or 5 small rooms. The IT features defensive formations capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Qi refining practitioner, with warnings against mental probing, perfectly aligned with my requirements. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Dong stated, I will rent it for 3 days. Here are 30 spiritual stones. He handed the stones to the landlord, and both parties established a contract, ensuring that for 3 days, this courtyard would belong to Lin Dong. The landlord, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and weathered skin, grasped Lin Dong's arm as he was about to enter, presenting him with a jade slip. Young man, this is the formation jade slip. Without it, you cannot enter. The old man, clearly nearing the end of his lifespan, offered a cautionary note. Young fellow, you must slay 10 beasts of any level every 100 days, or you will be expelled from the marketplace. Keep this in mind. By the way, there is a small teleportation formation inside the house. Place your spiritual stones upon it, and you can settle in without needing to seek out this old man each time. Shaking his head, the old man slowly walked away, evidently lacking faith in Lin Dong's prospects. Lin Dong similarly shook his head, activating the jade slip to open the formation and stepping into the courtyard. Inside, he found a nameless fruit tree in bloom, filling the air with a gentle floral fragrance. That he approached the solitary wooden house within the courtyard, which resembled the one he had known before. equally crude and cramped. The interior contained only a simple bed, a table, and a controlling formation. Lin Dong drew water from the courtyard's well and cleaned the wooden house thoroughly, before finally activating the formation to isolate himself from the outside world. At last, a place that can be deemed safe, he exclaimed, inspecting the effectiveness of the formation with a sense of relief. The formation can block mental probing, provides warnings against mental incursions, and can withstand attacks from Qi refining practitioners for 10 breaths, or a full-force strike from Foundation establishment practitioners. Moreover, it connects to the marketplace's grand formation. If attacked for 10 breaths, the marketplace's guards will arrive, that as long as I remain cautious, my safety is assured. Lin Dong nodded, surveying the courtyard. Satisfied that all was in order, he closed the doors and windows of the wooden house. All I possess is this, Lin Dong declared, emptying the contents of his storage bag onto the table to take inventory, categorizing everything before repacking it. The square table he had brought from the medicinal valley was placed at the center of the room. Let this serve as a constant reminder that I was expelled from the South Mountain Gate. Running his fingers over the familiar scars on the table, Lin Dong murmured, without cultivation, there are no choices. As fatigue washed over him, Lin Dong succumbed to the urge to lie on the bed, drifting into a dream filled with memories of his past life, accompanied by an inexplicable emotion. Chapter 18. The youth. When Lin Dong awoke from his slumber, he realized that this rare sleep had been spent within a dream. Practitioners seldom dream. Is this a reflection of my inner turmoil? Indeed, my recent experiences have left me feeling as if I am weathering a storm. Rising to tidy his personal space, he mused, without my robes, I shall gather dust. The absence of certain conveniences from my sect means I must adapt to considering all matters on my own. Summarizing his situation, Lin Dong planned his day that he began to restore his magical energy. After consuming 2 spiritual stones, he felt his energy replenished. Lin Dong decided against further cultivation, reflecting, using spiritual stones to recover energy takes merely half an hour. Consuming only 2 stones, which is twice as fast as using recovery pills, that I can draw an additional 20 talismans. Henceforth, I shall use spiritual stones for recovery. Increasing magical energy through cultivation is not significantly beneficial, so I won't rely on it each time. Once his magical energy was restored, he proceeded to draw talismans, beginning with a fireball talisman. In an unfamiliar environment, it is prudent to start with what I know. Allowing for better comparison with past experiences, Lin Dong contemplated that he drew 1 fireball talisman, retrieving a fireball talisman and a measuring artifact from his storage bag, and stepped into the courtyard. He hurled the fireballs generated by the 2 talismans at the measuring device. Observing, the power is roughly equal, slightly exceeding the standard. That it seems my desire to reduce power while increasing the number of talismans drawn is unrealistic. With the talismans tested, he considered the artifact. Now, let us test the power of my spells. My mind is filled with countless ideas, yet time always seems insufficient. He employed both maximum and minimum power to gauge the number of fireballs he could unleash. In combat against beasts, one does not need to exert full strength every time. Effectiveness is what matters. After completing all possible experiments, Lin Dong gained clarity regarding his situation. Now is the time to understand the external circumstances. He began his next plan, which involved exploring the marketplace to assess everything that could potentially relate to him in the future. The marketplace was vast, and after a general survey of its significant areas, Lin Dong returned to the courtyard to outline his future cultivation arrangements based on his newfound knowledge. Over the next 10 days, I shall reduce my cultivation time, dedicating myself entirely to drawing talismans, trading them for spiritual stones to procure the necessities for slaying beasts. I will practice for 5 days, and after 15 days, I shall join the marketplace's novice hunting team to hunt beasts in the wild. That if possible, I aspire to hunt alone in the future. After all, one person can earn more. With an initial plan in place, Lin Dong busied himself, and before he knew it, 15 days had passed. Tomorrow marked the day of the hunt, and Lin Dong was currently organizing his equipment in preparation for the expedition. 1 refined blade for close combat against beasts, a basic protective robe, 100 fireball talismans for ranged attacks, a small defensive array disc for recovery, and over 60 spiritual stones remaining. Additionally, I have 2 intermediate acceleration talismans for escape and several healing potions. Lin Dong calculated his resources. These are all of the lowest tier, barely meeting the basic requirements for venturing out. However, there are advantages. My physical training is equivalent to the mid-level of chi refining, meaning that with my blade, I can pierce through the hides of most primary beasts. I have recently practiced fundamental sword techniques, and with my mental control over my body, I have begun to grasp them. My magical energy recovery is faster than that of typical practitioners at the same level, and my spellcasting is quicker and more controllable. Lin Dong's combat strategy combined both magical and physical cultivation, but at this stage, he leaned more heavily on physical techniques. With insufficient magical energy, I cannot rely solely on a few fireball spells or talismans to resolve battles. Lin Dong lamented the difficulty of eliminating beasts. What is most crucial in all battles? He recalled a famous saying from his past life: close combat and striking effectively. Striking the opponent and achieving tangible effects is what I must strive for. There are many other insightful phrases that can be tested and applied here. Unfortunately, my previous life was akin to a physical cultivator's world, still in the early stages, lacking significance for magical combat. Yet, some can still be of use. Lin Dong's understanding of combat stemmed from his experience in defeating a 5th-layer practitioner, and henceforth his battles would always revolve around these for guiding principles. Having done all he could and thought through everything, Lin Dong practiced his basic sword techniques before retiring to bed. Tomorrow would be both tense and exhilarating. Having dreamt not at all, Lin Dong arose and meticulously checked all his belongings. He placed his storage bag within easy reach, slung his refined blade over his shoulder, and stepped into the throng outside the courtyard. Along the way, he felt his hands trembling slightly. It seems I'm still inexperienced. He did not suppress this tension too much. A modicum of anxiety could stimulate his body, keeping him in an excited state. Arriving at the designated meeting point in the square, Lin Dong found that of the 10 novices, 9 had already gathered. He was the last to arrive, observing his fellow practitioners. He noted their lack of interaction, each engrossed in their own activities. Lin Dong remained silent as well, seeking a secluded spot to observe his traveling companions. For our magical cultivators, 5 are physical cultivators. And including myself, that makes 10 practitioners. Lin Dong assessed the group of youths, estimating their combat potential. The magical cultivators are not far from my level, most likely possessing slightly higher physical cultivation, and their weapons are clearly intermediate artifacts. Beyond my reach, among the magical cultivators, the highest is at the 6th layer, while the lowest is at the 4th layer, and they are together with the 6th layer. I am at the 2nd layer, the weakest among them. Comparing himself to both the physical and magical cultivators, Lin Dong felt an uncomfortable awareness of his inferiority. The others had only been here for about 2 months. Merely surviving and achieving some accomplishments was already commendable for him. Those who ventured into the demon-slaying domain were undoubtedly prodigies, chosen for their talents to undergo trials and enhance their combat prowess. Fortunately, they are all quite tense, Lin Dong found solace in this thought, adopting a relaxed demeanor as he assessed the youths around him. That one sharpening his blade. Does he even know how? That posture could injure his hand. The child is clearly overly anxious, oblivious to the fact that their storage bag is about to fall. And you, do you not understand that a feigned strike is not the same as a careless throw? As I mentally reviewed each detail, my sense of tension gradually diminished to a reasonable level. It was merely that the 2 individuals together had encountered a minor setback. The 6th layer is there to protect the 4th layer, right? They are quite vigilant. I sense something from just a glance. The 4th layer is rather peculiar, exhibiting no signs of tension, but rather an eager anticipation, their small face radiating excitement, holding a mid-grade magical artifact that resembles a jade hairpin. Isn't that typically a woman's accessory? Young man, Lin Dong pondered, finding the youth rather strange. Just then, a cultivator adorned in the garb of the task hall approached, accompanied by a young practitioner. Lin Dong observed closely. The cultivator was at the 8th layer, yet only in their early 20s. Is this person the leader of the team? Such a high level of cultivation? The task hall cultivator inspected everyone's jade slips, gesturing to the young practitioner. who then stepped forward to survey the crowd with a disdainful expression before speaking. You newcomers may refer to me as Senior Brother Who. I suggest you remember my words. I shall not repeat myself. First, you must fully comply with my arrangements and refrain from acting on your own accord. Second, in the first half of the day, I will personally instruct you on how to hunt demonic beasts, and I will hold nothing back. How much you learn is up to you. Third, for the next 5 days, you will be divided into 3 groups to jointly hunt demonic beasts. The final 5 days will be dedicated to solo hunting, but you must not stray more than a mile from my side. Now, let us depart. Having spoken, he turned and walked away. Lin Dong and the others followed Senior Brother Who out of the marketplace. Naturally, Senior Brother Who took the lead, with the others arranged in order of cultivation level. Lin Dong was the last, followed by the 6th layer practitioner, and ahead of them was the 4th layer individual, which only confirmed Lin Dong's suspicion that he was there to protect the latter. Chapter 19. The hunt requires much. Upon arriving at the city gates, they followed Senior Brother Who directly out of the city. Lin Dong was astonished by the excessively large gates, 100 meters wide and twice that in height, that a steady stream of practitioners flowed through like ants. The width is understandable, but what purpose does such height serve? Once Lin Dong stepped outside the city and turned back to gaze at the place known as Demon Slayer City. He mused that it should truly be called the Demon Slayer Realm. Once outside, without further ado, Senior Brother Who summoned a magical artifact into the air and casually pulled Lin Dong onto it, remarking, "Your speed is the slowest." With that, he led the group onward. Senior Brother Who was considerate enough to adjust his speed to accommodate the few physical cultivators, ensuring they could keep pace. The other practitioners, each with their magical artifacts, could only follow along at a slower pace, casting unfriendly glances at the physical cultivators. The distance from the city gate to the demonic beast forest was 10 miles, and Lin Dong noted that within this span, not a single blade of grass or tree was visible. Is this to prevent demonic beasts from entering the city? Lin Dong wondered. I need to thoroughly understand the history of Demon Slayer City upon my return. Senior Brother Who descended before the demonic beast forest, and after Lin Dong expressed his gratitude, he took his place at the back of the line. That he noticed the 4 physical cultivators had already adjusted their breathing and posture before he spoke. Ahead lies the demonic beast forest. The first 100 miles is the activity range for Qi refinement stage cultivators, marking the periphery of the forest. The first 20 miles are for early Qi refinement, followed by another 30 miles for mid-Qi refinement. The capabilities of physical cultivators correspond to those of their magical counterparts. These ranges are merely relatively safe zones. Always remember to remain within your limits and exercise caution. That no amount of caution is excessive in the demonic beast forest. Those who are careless have long since perished within. Now, summon your magical artifacts. Those with protective shields should activate them. Extend your spiritual awareness, but keep it within a range you can react to. Otherwise, if you exhaust your spiritual awareness, you'll be left blind. Here, the most practical use of spiritual awareness is to sense everything. Though it may be vague, the advantage lies in its extended range. The earlier you detect a demonic beast, the greater your chances of survival. Now, follow me into the forest. The half-day passed in a flurry of explanations and demonstrations from Senior Brother Who. Lin Dong's eyes were open wide. Hunting required vigilance and carefulness at every turn, filled with nuances. This is a skill-based endeavor. I have no fear of technicalities. During a half-hour break requested by Senior Brother Who, Lin Dong meticulously pondered every word imparted. Senior Brother Who is undoubtedly one of the most earnest instructors among practitioners. Even the choice of a resting spot involves so many considerations. With this knowledge, I can at least secure my life in the first 20 miles. Moreover, Lin Dong extended his spiritual awareness again. My range is 10 meters. But my sensing distance is 200 meters. 200 meters is sufficient for me to react. In reality, Senior Brother Who had mentioned that high-level Qi refinement practitioners typically have a sensing range of around 100 meters. Lin Dong calculated that his sensing distance was roughly equivalent to that of an early foundation establishment practitioner. Thus, I should ideally maintain a distance of about 20 meters, 1 meter away from my spiritual awareness. After the break, complications arose during the group assignments. Lin Dong and the 4 magical cultivators found themselves without a partner. Lin Dong was accustomed to this, having faced disdain and exclusion due to insufficient strength. Ultimately, senior brother who enforced a rigid distribution. Lin Dong was grouped with the two practitioners, while the other two groups were assigned based on their cultivation levels. Suggestions could be made, but senior brother whose decisions were final. With the grouping concluded, the first hunting operation commenced. Omitting the details of the previous two groups' hunts, it was now Lin Dong's group's turn. Before they set off, Lin Dong addressed his companions. I am Lin Dong, your junior brother. May I ask how to address you both? Understanding one another was essential, as Lin Dong firmly believed that collaboration is reciprocal. Li Ting, junior brother Lin, I am Li Ling. You may call me senior brother Ling. Ah, I should establish a rapport with senior brother Ling, Lin Dong thought. What arrangements do you have for our group, senior brother Li? Noticing Li Ling's interest in his question, Lin Dong elaborated. Senior brother Li has rich experience and is at the 6th layer. It would be best for you to oversee our assignments. Li Ling appeared slightly taken aback. Do you not see that my cultivation level is higher than yours? He inquired. Lin Dong assumed there was some consideration behind the question and responded. Senior brother Ling is at the 4th layer, which is indeed higher than mine. How about you and Li Ling lead the way, while I provide support from the back? After a moment of thought, Li Ling politely asked Lin Dong. Internally, he was astonished. This Lin Dong can actually discern my cultivation level. I am 4 layers above him, unbeknownst to Lin Dong. The common knowledge here dictated that no low-level cultivator could perceive the specific cultivation tier of a higher-level practitioner. They could only sense that the practitioner was of a higher tier. Lin Dong's ability to refer to them as senior brothers was normal, but his precise identification of their respective layers was evidently not mere speculation. What is the reason for this? Such a unique ability. It is clear that Lin Dong is a wandering practitioner. His lack of understanding of common knowledge, combined with an unorthodox appearance, is evident that if he had a proper sect or elders, they would not allow him to venture alone into this perilous realm. If his temperament is suitable, he could be nurtured that it might be worthwhile to consider bringing him into the family as an external disciple. Lin Dong, unaware that he had revealed some of his background, continued conversing with senior brother Li. I will heed your advice. This was a common response among practitioners, and Lin Dong had no objections that he then turned to Li Ling. What about you, senior brother Ling? Li Ling readily agreed. Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Both were cooperative, allowing him to proceed with his plans. Subsequently, Lin Dong began discussing strategies with Li Ling, considering suitable distances between them for combat and safety, as well as various approaches, attacks, defenses, and responses tailored to different types of demonic beasts. That he shared all the thoughts he could conceive that in the end, he even taught Li Ling a few hand signals before concluding. Li Ling found Lin Dong's meticulousness somewhat excessive, yet much of what he proposed held merit. Moreover, Lin Dong articulated his thoughts in a collaborative manner, frequently asking, "What do you think we should do? And how does this sound?" Lin Dong's sincerity was evident. He clearly had many questions for which he sought Li Ling's guidance or conjectures. Furthermore, Lin Dong focused solely on the trial at hand, avoiding any mention of unrelated matters. Initially, Li Ling responded with simple answers, but as the discussion deepened, many points raised were ones Li Ling had not considered. Lin Dong proposed alternative ideas and explanations, piquing Li Ling's interest to Li Ling, with knowledge and experience far exceeding Lin Dong's, found himself frequently complimented by Lin Dong's expressions of admiration for his intellect and abilities. Practitioners are human too. Regardless of whether such praise is sincere, they often remain outwardly indifferent while internally feeling gratified. Moreover, Lin Dong's compliments were genuine, and Li Ling was proud of his family's teachings and his own sharp intellect. Thus, he grew increasingly fond of Lin Dong, and their relationship evolved from mere conversation to a more open exchange about hunting demonic beasts, all while maintaining discretion regarding personal secrets or trump cards. This exchange continued for quite some time, almost an hour. Senior brother who observed from a distance, showing no inclination to hasten them, that he had experienced a similar interaction with Lin Dong in the past, and now regarded him with newfound appreciation. To senior brother who, Lin Dong exhibited a hint of fear of death, yet such caution was preferable to actual demise. His survival thus far was partly due to his fear, prompting him to be careful and avoid situations that might lead to certain death. Eventually, it was Li Ling who cleared his throat, startling Lin Dong back to reality. Has an entire hour really passed so quickly? Lin Dong realized that further discussion was no longer feasible. Lin Dong gestured to Li Ling, prompting her to pause. She quickly realized that Lin Dong was inquiring if she was prepared, and with a playful smile, she returned a gesture and followed closely behind him, marking the beginning of their official endeavor. Chapter 20. The first kill and the re-kill. The duo commenced their journey, with Lin Dong taking the lead, a spirit talisman in one hand and a knife in the other, his body slightly bent as he readied himself for any sudden confrontation. Li Ling maintained a distance of 1 meter behind, her spiritual awareness focused on their rear and flanks, her magical artifact not meant for offense, but rather to safeguard the overhead space above them. After covering some distance, Lin Dong would communicate with Li Ling through gestures, and their coordination gradually became more adept. Brother Li, trailing behind, expressed great satisfaction with their performance. Without resorting to brute force, it was a challenge to ambush them. Lin Dong's senses detected a beast lurking nearby. 100 meters to the left ahead, moving swiftly, not large in size that it remains unaware of my presence, Lin Dong mused, his body subtly vibrating as he instinctively formed a defensive gesture. A wry smile crossed his face. No matter how much I prepare, anxiety still creeps in that I must maintain this facade until Li Ling senses the beast. Li Ling, failing to detect any approaching creature, focused instead on her defensive preparations. Lin Dong feigned a sudden unease, signaling to Li Ling to inquire if she had noticed anything. At this moment, I can only rely on instinct to explain the imminent danger. Lin Dong contemplated possible justifications for his unease. Brother Li interpreted his apprehension as a sign of an acute intuition. Some cultivators manage to escape peril thanks to such instincts. After all, why would she detect the beast before him? Li Ling concentrated her senses and suddenly unleashed a series of gestures. Lin Dong began to strike the ground with his knife, while Li Ling circled to his side, readying a fireball talisman in her hand. Her magical artifact pressed against Lin Dong's back. The beast, swift as lightning, lunged towards Lin Dong's head. In an instant, he was certain that a single swipe of those claws would spell his doom. As it approached within a meter, Li Ling's fireball was on the verge of striking the beast, prompting Lin Dong to retreat a step. Its speed was overwhelming. The beast, evidently enraged by the fireball, swiftly redirected its charge towards Li Ling. Seizing this moment as the beast hesitated, Lin Dong took a preemptive step back, positioning himself in its path with his knife held upright, anticipating the creature's response as it hurtled toward the blade's edge. The beast's maneuvering had become strained, and Lin Dong's knife swiftly cleaved toward it. Not with force, but with swiftness, the beast could merely pause, swiping at the side of Lin Dong's knife. While the blade lacked significant power, it was still capable of inflicting harm. Lin Dong's knife was knocked aside, and despite his strong grip, he was no match for the beast's strength. At that moment, the beast's speed dropped to 0. Before it could accelerate again, the jade hairpin talisman shot out from Lin Dong's back, piercing the creature's throat in the blink of an eye. Li Ling effortlessly fulfilled her task. Lin Dong immediately followed up with another strike, and thus their first kill was achieved with surprising ease. He swiftly stored the beast, sprinkling some medicinal powder over the bloodstains. That Li Ling remained vigilant as ever until Lin Dong gestured for them to retreat to their starting point, confirming their safety before she finally exhaled with relief. Seated, both closed their eyes, reflecting on the entirety of their journey from departure to return. This moment, Li Ling found herself somewhat admiring Lin Dong, who had orchestrated a seamless hunt on a beast renowned for its swiftness. Such speed-oriented creatures were typically the most difficult to hunt and accounted for many novice casualties. Yet, Lin Dong had only employed a fraction of his strategy against such a beast. Is this an illusion? Why do I feel so confident that as long as a low-level beast appears, it will inevitably fall to us? Li Ling pondered, bemused by the fact that with mere 4th-tier cultivation, Lin Dong's plans had indeed manifested this way. Generally, beasts possess strength surpassing that of cultivators of the same rank, and they undeniably exhibited exceptional prowess. This method could be imparted within the clan. It would surely be of immense benefit to the growth of younger members. The clan possesses numerous jade slips specifically for hunting beasts, Yet none are as meticulous and organized as Lin Dong's approach, that I truly wonder how he conceived such strategies that I should endeavor to glean more insights from him in the coming days, Li Ling resolved internally, increasingly convinced that Lin Dong was not as simple as he appeared. Meanwhile, Lin Dong contemplated his inadequacies in facing the beast alone. There are many matters I lack experience in. Perhaps I could consult Brother Ling for guidance. He felt a sense of helplessness regarding his inexperience. I must rely on contemplation and accumulation of knowledge. He rose and discussed their recent experiences with Li Ling, who was notably more enthusiastic this time. Brother Li frowned at their exchange, but refrained from intervening. Lin Dong remained oblivious to Li Ling's true identity, and their discussion concerning the beast was undoubtedly beneficial to her as well. Their conversation concluded swiftly. No significant issues arose, save for minor disagreements about certain details. Neither yielded to the other, agreeing instead to meet again for their next hunt. Once more, they readied themselves, with Lin Dong in the lead and Li Ling following closely behind. Exchanging gestures as they cautiously searched, Lin Dong's movements were slightly quicker than before, having eliminated unnecessary actions, rendering his motions more instinctual. Li Ling was struck by the inexplicable rhythm that Lin Dong's movements began to embody, as if he were gradually becoming one with the forest. Why does Lin Dong seem to blur within my spiritual awareness? Just moments ago, I nearly failed to sense him. Li Ling intensified her spiritual projection. Suddenly, her heightened awareness caught Lin Dong's attention. Is there a beast nearby? Lin Dong assumed Li Ling had discovered an extraordinary method to sense the creatures, and he prepared defensively while signaling her. Li Ling, sensing Lin Dong's inquiry, reassured him that all was well. Now was not the time for explanations. This rhythm truly eludes comprehension. Yet, it imparts a formidable sensation, Li Ling thought as she carefully advanced, unconsciously mimicking Lin Dong's movements. Suddenly, she misstepped, causing Lin Dong to gasp. Activating his fireball talisman, he leaped above Li Ling, poised to address any potential threats. His sequence of actions was designed to ensure Li Ling's safety until Brother Li could arrive to assist. While Lin Dong could not shield her from dangers directly beneath her, he cast a fireball to the right and leapt leftward, safeguarding her from all possible threats. The life-saving defensive talisman slid from his sleeve into his palm, ready to be activated at a moment's notice. As Li Ling's gestures were barely completed, Lin Dong had already organized their defenses. Brother Li enveloped Li Ling in a protective barrier. The journey back to their gathering point saw Lin Dong remaining at Li Ling's side, with Brother Li on her other flank. One must always remain vigilant. I cannot afford any unforeseen incidents, Lin Dong thought, acutely aware that the earlier mishap could lead Brother Li to suspect his intentions towards Li Ling. Given Brother Li's regard for her, he might act against Lin Dong, by walking slightly behind and to the side. Lin Dong signified that he harbored no ulterior motives while maintaining a safe distance, allowing both parties adequate reaction time. Brother Li recognized this and cast Lin Dong an approving glance. Finding no fault in his conduct, that Li Ling also clarified the earlier situation, attributing it to her own miscalculation. Lin Dong stood quietly to the side, retracting all his spiritual awareness, observing as the two activated their protective barrier in the distance. The barrier glimmered a deep green, its fluctuations subtle yet densely woven, clearly indicating formidable defensive capabilities. I cannot breach this barrier, Lin Dong concluded, comparing its vibrations to that of the formidable man's barrier, realizing the futility of attempting to penetrate it, choosing to distance himself from such an insurmountable obstacle. Lin Dong watched as Li Ling approached him, sensing a hint of estrangement emanating from her. It seems I must expedite my solitary trials. Having grasped the essentials, further collaboration with other cultivators holds little significance, Lin Dong thought with a tinge of regret. Junior Brother Lin. I must return to the city for a matter, Li Ling announced. Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. That Li Ling opened her mouth as if to say something, her hand reaching towards her storage bag before withdrawing it, ultimately saying nothing. Lin Dong vaguely sensed a tinge of fear in her emotions. Their partnership had been brief, yet they could part ways without regret after successfully hunting a beast. Lin Dong refrained from mentioning the creature's disposal, watching as Li Ling departed. Brother Hu, I wish to withdraw from this trial. Lin Dong addressed Brother Hu. The timing of your withdrawal is your own concern. Present your identity token, brother who replied succinctly. Upon presenting the task, Jade slipped to collide with Lin Dong's token. The curtain fell on Lin Dong's inaugural trial. He turned to head towards the direction of the beast-slaying city, while brother, who maintained an impassive demeanor, continuing to guide the others in their trials. Lin Dong was merely a passerby. Chapter 21. The hunt and the pursuit. At a distance of 400 meters, Lin Dong detected a beast entering his sensory range. Who would have thought that the illusion could double my sensing capabilities? This revelation filled Lin Dong with joy. I can sense both beasts and cultivators within a 400-meter radius. Even if a cultivator were to attempt to ambush me, I now possess the means to defend myself in this beast-infested forest. Currently, Lin Dong stood 5 miles into the beast territory, where creatures roamed approximately every 2 to 3 miles, a choice befitting his novice status. Encountering 2 beasts simultaneously was nearly impossible. While he felt somewhat confident facing one, 2 would require evasion, as the energy and stamina expended in subduing 2 beasts would be excessive, leaving him vulnerable to unforeseen circumstances. Lin Dong cautiously approached the beast, his movements imbued with a subtle rhythm. It remains unaware of my presence. I shall draw closer. Lin Dong steadily approached the demonic beast until he was approximately 20 meters away, at which point he could clearly discern that it was an adult sharp-toothed boar. Only then did the creature abruptly cease its back-and-forth head-shaking motion. 20 meters is typically the sensing range for primary-level demonic beasts, which is 10 meters less than the 30 meters of other cultivators. What could this rhythm signify? Was it something worth testing? It has come closer. In Lin Dong's eyes, the sharp-toothed boar was not charging at him, but rather at the tree situated just a meter beside him. Lin Dong could not afford to squander this rare opportunity and swung his knife toward the joint of the beast's foreleg. However, having trained with the blade for a mere short time, the moment he struck, he disrupted his own rhythm. The boar's head suddenly jerked in Lin Dong's direction, its dual fangs emitting a wave akin to that of a magical artifact, colliding with Lin Dong's blade during its expertly executed headshake. This incident reminded Lin Dong of the absurdity of the creature's earlier headshaking. Such an occurrence had not been accounted for in Lin Dong's strategy. This is my first encounter with a pig that can shake its head so swiftly and deftly. Yet, you are destined to perish at my hands. Lin Dong was unfazed by the severed blade that had been flung away, observing as the sharp-toothed boar planted its foreleg firmly on the ground, aligning its body directly towards him, readying itself for another assault. Perfect. I can now test the true strength of my body cultivation. Lin Dong took a step back, retrieving a jade vial from his storage pouch, pouring a drop of medicinal liquid into his mouth. Let us engage in battle at my strongest. Under the influence of his consciousness, the medicinal liquid erupted into pure medicinal energy, enveloping Lin Dong entirely. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This is the feeling. Bring it on. With a sudden twist of his body, he launched a kick toward the sharp-toothed boar. Since arriving in this world, Lin Dong had been surrounded by cultivators far superior to himself. Being casually tossed about and kicked into this realm, the frustration had been unbearable. Now, faced with an opponent of comparable strength, his inner pride compelled him to vent his feelings in the most primal manner. If the knife was lost, so be it. He still possessed the Earth Demon Fist. The sharp-toothed boar, oblivious to Lin Dong's thoughts, saw that he had lost his most significant threat and lowered its head, charging its sharp fangs toward Lin Dong's abdomen. Lin Dong's kick impacted the creature's mouth, narrowly avoiding the fangs, producing a resounding thud that sent him stumbling back 3 steps. Blood erupted from the boar's mouth, and it let out a pained howl, shaking its head, its small eyes glinting with a frenzied thirst for blood. Lin Dong's kick had introduced a rhythm that deceived its senses, causing its fangs to remain elevated just long enough for Lin Dong to land a powerful strike, instilling a heightened sense of caution in the boar, which now appeared even more frantic. Lin Dong roared with wild abandon, planting his foot firmly on the ground, and simultaneously struck the boar's head with both fists. The clash of power generated a deep, resonant sound, sending dust swirling around them. Lin Dong thought he heard the pained groan of his bones under the strain, his knuckles already gushing blood. The intense pain coursing through his body made Lin Dong's hands tremble. Our strengths are indeed matched. A smile crept onto Lin Dong's face as he lunged forward, attacking the sharp-toothed boar once more. The pain on the boar's face was mere triviality compared to the previous blow it had received. Yet, it was horrified to discover that the attacks from this cultivator were inescapable, always striking before its own fangs could land. Lin Dong savagely tormented the sharp-toothed boar, the dull sounds of impact echoing from its body. With each strike, Lin Dong grew more adept, executing the Earth Demon Fist with increasing finesse. The boar's responses began to lag, and Lin Dong, perceiving this with keen awareness, seized the opportunity to experiment with the power of the Earth Demon Fist without hesitation. So, body refinement can indeed be approached in such a manner. In the midst of his ongoing battle with the boar, Lin Dong noticed a layer of spiritual energy residing within its skin, artfully focusing at the points of impact, significantly mitigating the force of Lin Dong's strikes. Moreover, this energy produced an elasticity that prevented Lin Dong from unleashing his full strength, lest he risk losing control of his body. Then I shall give it a try. Lin Dong altered his method of attack, engaging in constant collisions with various parts of his body against the sharp-toothed boar while consciously circulating the spiritual energy within his skin. As he continued to collide with the beast, Lin Dong realized he had stumbled upon the right approach. The Earth Demon Fist was designed to absorb spiritual energy during its execution, and Lin Dong had previously utilized it for full-body enhancement. Now, he concentrated the energy flow within his skin, fortifying it to become more resilient and elastic. The boar's forceful impacts no longer penetrated his body as they once had, markedly increasing his capacity to endure. Additionally, it transformed external force into the energy necessary for refining spiritual essence, resulting in a qualitative leap in his body refinement. As their struggle persisted for half an hour, the sharp-toothed boar resorted to instinctively evading Lin Dong's attacks, occasionally shaking its head to prevent continuous assaults. It was utterly fatigued. Suddenly, it staggered back several steps and let out a mournful roar, charging at Lin Dong for one final strike, a desperate attempt to uphold its dignity as a demonic beast. Lin Dong laughed heartily, charging forward with all his might. That he had learned much from the boar, yet there could only be one victor between them. The boar's choice to make a final, all-out attack rather than flee commanded Lin Dong's respect. Collapsing onto his back, Lin Dong found his energy reserves nearly depleted, his entire body aching as if it might tear apart. Beside him lay the lifeless form of the sharp-toothed boar. This battle had been his utmost effort, a cathartic release of pent-up emotions that he had gained much, but most importantly, he had acquired confidence that in the past, he had endured and felt fearful, faced with an insurmountable gap in cultivation. Even with shadows and seals, his thoughts had been consumed by survival. Now, he would strive, he would fight, he would claim his share of happiness. Chapter 22. A new style of combat. Lin Dong's energy had partially recovered, and the pain within his body no longer hindered his movements. My current condition is not suitable for combat. Finding a safe place to recuperate is the best choice. He stowed the sharp-toothed boar away and sensed his surroundings with his spiritual awareness, noting that there were no cultivators or demonic beasts within a 100-meter radius. This is likely due to being on the outskirts, where demonic beasts are sparse and cultivators do not linger. Deeper within, combat certainly cannot occur as it did earlier. That I must remain vigilant, Lin Dong concluded. With heightened caution, Lin Dong began to traverse 3 miles away, a location he had observed as one that cultivators paid the least attention to and where demonic beasts did not roam. The 2-mile journey was not overly long. Apart from a single cultivator flying overhead and Lin Dong skillfully circumventing a demonic beast, nothing else transpired. Lin Dong selected a concealed spot, weaving into a dense thicket. After surveying the area, he deemed it suitable for rest. That he retrieved a small arrayed disc from his storage pouch, placing a spirit stone within to activate it. It can conceal my aura, and my spiritual energy fluctuations are nearly undetectable. Provided no cultivator conducts a thorough investigation, I shall remain undiscovered. Excellent. After confirming the array's effectiveness, Lin Dong draped himself in the camouflage cloth he had made, positioned his broken knife within easy reach, and conducted a final check before curling up to sleep. The forest of demonic beasts was far from tranquil at night. This was the most active time for the creatures, with sounds of conflict, howls, and the snapping of branches echoing throughout the woods. Yet Lin Dong slept soundly as the few wild animals and serpents carefully avoided the medicinal powder he had previously laid down, not disturbing his slumber in the slightest. The following day, the demonic beast forest was unusually quiet. Lin Dong awoke on time, tidied his belongings, erased any traces of his presence, and once more ventured deeper into the forest to be why this time, Lin Dong's body had fully restored its peak condition. Engaging in full-force combat can indeed accelerate the speed of body refinement. This assertion holds true. Lin Dong mused as he sensed his progress. Upon arriving again within the 5-mile radius, Lin Dong began to search along this invisible line, seeking both demonic beasts and a cave or similar refuge to establish as a permanent residence. Cultivation requires a space where one can fully extend their form. The cave's rock layers and the array's concealment are sufficient to mask the fluctuations of spiritual energy. The density of demonic beasts within 5 miles is not particularly high, allowing ample time to address any injuries sustained. Lin Dong understood that injuries were inevitable, and having a safe place to heal was his primary goal today. Taking precedence over hunting demonic beasts, Lin Dong cautiously skirted around various demonic beasts, memorizing their locations, as these would become targets once he found a cave. Eventually, he discovered a suitable cave. The entrance was large enough for Lin Dong to stand upright, concealed by a tangle of vines, making it exceedingly discreet. The surrounding demonic beasts were also situated 3 miles away. Had Lin Dong not been mindful of the demonic beast tracks, he would have easily overlooked it. From the footprints, this appears to be an adult bear-type demonic beast, medium-sized, slow-moving, and strength-oriented. Lin Dong swiftly organized relevant information about the beast in his mind, devising a hunting plan. Calculated planning before action was a principle Lin Dong had always adhered to. Maintaining a semblance of rhythm, Lin Dong minimized the chances of detection by the demonic beast, gradually edging toward the cave entrance. Typically, this would be the resting period for bear-type demonic beasts, but Lin Dong prepared for the worst. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, he sensed the area briefly before retracting his spiritual awareness swiftly. Demonic beasts are highly sensitive to the presence of cultivators at close range. Thus, he could only afford a fleeting scan to avoid alerting the beast. The cave extends nearly 20 meters deep, housing a bear-type demonic beast, adult, ranking among the upper echelon of primary beasts that it must be resolved swiftly. With a plan in place, Lin Dong no longer hesitated and slipped inside the cave that in a 5-mile radius. This was not a safe area for hunting demonic beasts, particularly for a cultivator of Lin Dong's caliber, who operated alone. Some cultivators specialized in murder and treasure hunting, compelling Lin Dong to remain on guard. The swift and efficient pursuit of demon beasts at minimal cost was also gleaned from Lin Dong's limited experience. Demon beasts, particularly the lower-tier ones, have been extensively studied by cultivators. With a bit of organization, Lin Dong could ensure a successful hunt. Each cultivator is unique, possessing a myriad of peculiar abilities, and the combinations of these powers far exceeded Lin Dong's initial plans that he halted 20 meters away from the tree bear. Surprised by the efficacy of his rhythm technique, could it be that my continuous use and the progress in body refinement have diminished the demon beast's sensitivity towards me? He pondered, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. The strategy he had devised for this distance clearly required some adjustments. The tree bear lay oblivious on the ground, curled up in a ball, exposing only its heavily armored back. Lin Dong's blade, now merely an arm's length, bore an irregular break at the tip. Strangely, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his current weapon. Its length was perfect for maximizing his slashing power, and the jagged edge would penetrate the demon beast's defenses with greater efficacy. Swallowing a drop of medicinal liquid, he initiated his new plan. The cave gradually descended from its entrance, and he pointed his blade at the tree bear, bending slightly as he charged towards its rear. The passage he occupied was just tall enough for a person, only expanding into a 5-meter radius around the tree bear. Lin Dong activated the fireball talisman in his hand, a symbol he had drawn himself. Known for its remarkable stability, the tree bear stirred at the 18th meter. Its perception was influenced by the rhythm, causing it to momentarily falter as it grappled with the discrepancy between the cultivator before it and its sense position. Lin Dong continued his advance, reaching 10 meters undeterred. The second fireball talisman slipped into his palm, still aimed at the same spot, but a third talisman followed suit. The fireballs, moving swifter than Lin Dong, targeted the tree bear's face as it stood. The creature was compelled to swat away the impending threat, dealing with the first fireball before turning to the second, then the third, all while Lin Dong closed in, his gaze fixed upon the beast as if it were a lifeless entity. Aware that his rhythmic state could create illusions for the demon beasts, Lin Dong remained vigilant as the sharp-toothed pig charged past him, and he felt increasingly confident in his close-quarters combat. Indeed, bolstered by the 3 fireballs, he entered the spacious area. The tree bear swiped at him with one paw while its foot struck the ground, manifesting a peculiar gravitational force, its innate spell capable of immobilizing everything within a 2-meter radius. Lin Dong's evasive maneuvers were inevitably hampered as the bear's strike neared his head. Given its formidable strength, ranking among the top of lower-tier demon beasts, Lin Dong continued to evade the powerful blow. In that instant, the medicinal energy within him surged, releasing its power into his shoulder, where spirit energy had already gathered beneath his skin. Lin Dong braced his shoulder against the tree bear's strike with all his might. Moving faster than before, the bear's innate spell proved ineffective against him. The sheer force shattered his left shoulder, leaving him gravely injured. The tree bear's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily bewildered by Lin Dong's audacity. Though it had been thwarted, it could deliver another strike. At that moment, Lin Dong's other hand pressed against the bear's mouth. Devoid of strength and without hesitation, he bit down and he thrust his hand inside the tree bear's maw, pressing against its tongue. Confusion clouded the bear's eyes as it instinctively offered up food, a powerful wave of heat radiating from its tongue. Flames erupted from its eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, forcing Lin Dong to retreat. His hand already charred black. The aroma of roasted flesh permeated the air, and the tree bear's head was nearly cooked through. The flames extinguished its life, leaving it to collapse slowly onto the ground. Lin Dong did not celebrate his victory. It was not merely due to his injury, but rather a warning. Do not push me. Chapter 23. Luxury lies in purpose silently. Lin Dong stowed away the tree bear, binding his shattered left shoulder with a strip of cloth. His technique was far from adept, resulting in a haphazard wrap that resembled a bundle, but he secured the blade firmly to his left hand, testing its movement, only to be met with excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder. Frowning, he realized that although his consciousness had realigned the broken bones, he was still unable to exert force. The cave entrance remained eerily quiet. Lin Dong glanced curiously at the opening, pondering, why does this feel so different from the last encounter? Surely, I must have observed everything by now. His confusion lingered. If caution is the concern, then the injured are on the second tier, not the more powerful fourth tier. Does that make sense? Not understanding, he resumed his tasks, his right hand diligently tracing circles as he ingested another drop of medicinal liquid. The burns on his right hand gradually healed, tiny scar fragments falling away. The healing effects of the Earth Demon technique were notably effective. After wiping his hand on his clothing, a healthy right hand re-emerged before Lin Dong, approaching within 5 meters of the cave entrance. He cupped one hand and called out, "Brother, may I inquire if you're planning an ambush at the entrance?" As he spoke, he smirked. "You've already passed overhead and snuck back, hiding at the entrance with a protective shield and flying talismans. How shameless!" Prepared for any eventuality, Wang Qing's hand nearly faltered in surprise, almost causing him to lose his spell. He could not fathom how Lin Dong had discovered him. He had merely sensed a fluctuation of magical energy. Intending to seize a few spirit stones effortlessly, a minor cultivator from the second tier, coming here was akin to handing over spirit stones. How could he have seen through me? This is a problem, brother. I am emerging, Lin Dong's voice echoed, stirring unease in Wang Zhao's heart. Something is amiss. The cultivator inside was no fool, and Wang Zhao, aware of his precarious position, instinctively launched an attack at Lin Dong through his spiritual sense. A sneak attack was out of the question. He was not afraid of a direct confrontation. Although his spiritual sense detected Lin Dong hiding behind a deceased demon beast, he thought, this is a death wish. Wang Zhao was certain it would end in a dual penetration. The dead demon beast cannot obstruct my wind-piercing spike. Kid, your experience is simply insufficient. He felt a pang of regret for Lin Dong. Though his attachment to spirit stones was far stronger, that a conical talisman swiftly sliced through the cave's vines. And Lin Dong's spiritual sense caught the talisman spiraling towards him from the right. Indeed, this method works. Pushing the tree bear aside, the talisman halted momentarily before piercing into the beast's body, and at that instant, Lin Dong's hand plunged into the tree bear as well. Feeling the wind-piercing spike slicing through layers of flesh, it breached the tree bear's sternum, its rapid spin slowing slightly, yet still possessing enough force to penetrate the creature's body. Wang Xiao urged his magical energy to maintain the spike's velocity, anticipating this outcome. Yet, Lin Dong's hand had also reached into the demon beast's body. Is he attempting to seize my talisman? Wang Xiao's spell shifted as the wind-piercing spike accelerated violently. I wouldn't mind tearing your hand apart first. Everything proceeded according to Wang Xiao's expectations. While Lin Dong felt that events were unfolding favorably for him, he could sense the talisman spinning vigorously just beyond a thin barrier of flesh. Channeling his magical energy, he directed it from the illusory passage within him into his right palm, building up for an explosive release that struck the center of the wind-piercing spike. Lin Dong cast a sorrowful glance at his right hand, having injured it for the second time due to his own actions. He dashed towards the cave's mouth, intent on escaping before the outside cultivators could react. The vines at the cave's entrance make for excellent camouflage. I cannot squander this. Outside the cave, Wang Zhao's spiritual sense blurred. His body swaying as he suffered severe injuries, he spat a mouthful of blood, the protective shield exhibiting unwanted instability. As Lin Dong rushed out of the cave, he cast a curious glance at Wang Xiao while igniting the fireball talismans in his hand. Is this the consequence of a master talisman sustaining damage affecting its owner? Seeing a cultivator bleed for the first time made Lin Dong feel slightly uncomfortable. A germaphobe? An unchangeable flaw. One fireball after another struck Wang Zhao's protective shield, causing it to tremble violently. 10-9-8, Lin Dong continuously summoned fireball talismans, transforming them into projectiles aimed at Wang Xiao as he drew nearer. Mentally counting down that by the time he reached 5, Wang Xiao finally regained temporary clarity from his damaged spiritual sense, realizing his protective shield was on the verge of collapse, from a spellcaster's perspective. Breaching the shield meant imminent danger. There was no need for further contemplation. Although Wang Xiao struggled to connect with his storage bag due to the injury to his spiritual sense, he forcefully retrieved a defensive talisman. Utilizing the defensive talisman was the quickest and most suitable option, granting him a brief moment of safety to regroup. He required merely a few breaths to regain his composure by the time Lin Dong counted down to 3. Wang Zhao's protective shield was nearing its breaking point, able to withstand only a couple more fireballs. Wang Zhao's magical output barely sustained its existence at that moment. He had successfully summoned a defensive talisman, and his heart began to settle. Lin Dong regarded Wang Xiao with curiosity, noting that they were nearly separated by just the protective shield. Why does he not evade my blade? He wondered, perplexed, as he thrust the knife strapped to his left hand deep into Wang Zhao's throat. Piercing through to the back, the physical resilience of a spellcaster in the Qi refining stage proved insufficient. Then, the defensive spirit talisman of Wang Xiao officially began to take effect. Lin Dong barely had time to twist his left hand before he was violently ejected by the powerful elasticity of the protective shield. However, the struggle had already come to an end. This time, Lin Dong sustained injuries to his entire body except for his lower limbs. The final impact fractured several of his ribs, causing damage to the internal organs beneath them due to external force. His right hand was left mangled and bloodied from the clash with a magical artifact, with bones shattered beyond count. The spoils of this encounter included the fallen cultivator of the 4th layer of Qi refining beneath the protective shield. While consuming fireballs to deplete the shield's magical energy and hasten its dissolution, he muttered, "Why didn't you just dodge that last strike by lowering your body? Surely, you must have known that your shield could not withstand my blow." At last, the protective shield shattered. Lin Dong glanced at Wang Xiao, who was now missing half his neck. Feeling an indescribable emotion within, he shook his head, then nodded slightly that he collected Wang Zhao's storage bag and, following his usual practice, unleashed several fireballs to erase all traces of the confrontation. Thankfully, no other cultivators have passed by. Lin Dong silently rejoiced, relieved to save his acceleration and protection talismans, while feeling fortunate. He lay in ambush 400 meters away from the cave, waiting for the residual fire's spiritual energy to dissipate and settle. The fire's spiritual energy in that area still appeared somewhat lively and dense. He did not wish to be cornered by another curious cultivator in the cave, indulging in extravagance once more. The spirit talismans and the damaged magical artifact were both precious spirit stones. 400 meters was not a safe distance. It was merely the limit of his sensing ability toward the cave. This location was not of his choosing. It was selected by the elusive shadow and seal that never appeared proactively. The two entities emerged, each twisting slightly, conveying a single word. One was just from the shadow, and the other was this from the seal, combining to form just this. Lin Dong scratched his head, although it did not align with his plans. Their words deserved heed, or he would inevitably regret it. Regret was not an option. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to lament that he prepared his defenses and awaited the next turn of events. Chapter 24. Unforeseen gains. Waiting requires time, and Lin Dong's body now resembled a tattered mess that in this unsafe locale. He could only rely on his gradual self-repair. After swallowing a few low-grade pills, he found they merely dulled the pain. Gazing inward, he noted his magical energy was nearly depleted, with multiple fractures in his bones and severe burn marks on his hand. His immediate task was to realign the broken bones. The recovery of his magical energy was painfully slow. The flaws in my cultivation method are indeed my greatest shortcoming, Lin Dong lamented internally. If only I could find a way to merge the Yang with fire decision with the Earth Demon technique. Unfortunately, the shadow is of no assistance in this matter. Lin Dong had been practicing these two techniques for some time, optimizing them to their current limits, with both cultivation speeds reaching their peaks. He had contemplated whether to switch his primary cultivation method, as there were many suitable techniques for his spiritual roots in the demon-slaying city, and he had set his sights on a few. However, when attempting to practice other techniques, the shadow had rebuffed him. Summoning the shadow, it continued to quiver in the palm of his left hand, trembling in sync with Lin Dong's pain movements, a harmonious dance. Observing the shadow's enticing jelly-like form, Lin Dong felt an urge to toss it into his mouth. This instinctive craving seemed to stem from his body's desperate desire to taste the shadow rather than have it absorbed through his abdomen. However, he dared not come close to his lips. The shadow's writhing was no jest, and the implications it conveyed made Lin Dong's face pale. No, otherwise annihilation awaits. This is what you wish to convey to me, right? Lin Dong gently caressed the shadow, feeling a delicate and tender texture that made him cautious about applying any force. The shadow twisted a couple of times, indicating that the seal was included as well. Swallowing hard, Lin Dong ceased to ponder the life and death implications of the situation. Why must I unleash such explosive power by making contact with a cultivator or demon beast skin? And it must be the palm. Is striking with empty hands or directly contacting a magical artifact not sufficient? My hands offer little protection. I've already been burned twice. Lin Dong silently lamented while addressing the shadow. Both the shadow and the seal were formless entities. Yet Lin Dong still wished to believe they possessed consciousness, that in the realm of cultivation. They were the only entities he could fully trust. Lin Dong referred to the fiery strike that had roasted the earthen bear and shattered the wind spike as explosive power. Its magnitude could be adjusted, and its effects were remarkably effective, equating to the destructive force of nearly 50 fireballs detonating simultaneously. Quite formidable. Yet, certain restrictions left Lin Dong feeling somewhat vexed. The shadow twisted and vanished. Lin Dong widened his eyes. Are you switching to another participant for answers? The seal emerged, and the atmosphere remained eerily silent, while Lin Dong's mouth watered, it twisted and disappeared again. Lin Dong had no opportunity even to switch his grip. No explanations? Want to know? Annihilation. Lin Dong scratched his head again, sensing that he must have inadvertently touched a nerve with his recent actions, as they were not only withholding explanations, but also threatening his existence. Well, Bad luck? Is everything back to normal over there? Lin Dong rose and made his way toward the cave. After adjusting the vines at the entrance and finding no flaws, he turned and stepped inside. He activated the formation to conceal his presence, fully opening the array. Lin Dong scrutinized the cave. What they noticed must surely be something valuable. The only possible location is that pile of refuse where the earthen bear sleeps. Finding the cave rather simple. Devoid of anything apart from the refuse heap, he slowly approached and began to rummage through it. Poor me, I have a cleanliness obsession. Holding his breath, he employed the massive artifact to search for treasures. Amidst the withered branches, decaying leaves, and fragments of bones, Lin Dong meticulously sifted through until he felt the blade make contact with something pliable. With a flick of his knife, a filthy storage bag was sent flying. "Ha!" Lin Dong exclaimed joyfully, leaping toward the storage bag. With a couple of swift cuts, he cleared away the dirt, revealing the bag anew. A purple storage bag? The bag exuded an air of nobility, showing slight signs of wear at the opening, with faint gray stains on the delicate purple thread that were barely noticeable, imparting a sense of desolation. A strangely familiar feeling. Lin Dong recalled the purple jade slip. Is it related to the Earth Demon clans? He compared the jade slip, sensing a shared origin between the two. The nobility indicates a high-quality source, and the desolation is a testament to the passage of time. Coupled with the emphasis from those two, it is certain that this storage bag contains valuable items. Lin Dong possessed many peculiar traits, among which one was his tendency to salivate upon encountering valuable objects. Wiping his mouth, he extended his spiritual consciousness into the storage bag. Naturally, he wished to ascertain the contents. However, his spiritual consciousness could not breach the bag's restrictions, indicating its high level. Then let me use my divine sense. Lin Dong reluctantly pressed a talisman to his forehead. Entering with his divine sense was somewhat smoother. He navigated around the restriction formation and reached the core. Lin Dong perceived a flash of purple light, a point of brilliance entering his sea of consciousness, transforming into the luminescent figure of an elderly man. The figure opened its mouth to speak. "Stop!" Lin Dong managed to shout, his soul instinctively drawing in the figure's light. The flash of divine thunder passed, leaving nothing behind except a slightly more radiant soul. The figure had clearly intended to convey something, which left Lin Dong feeling frustrated. "If you have something to say, speak. Why must it be in my sea of consciousness? That place is rife with peril." With the words gone, Lin Dong turned his attention back to the storage bag's contents. The space, measuring 10 meters square, was starkly empty save for a single purple jade slip, unmistakably characteristic of its origin. Pressing the slip to his forehead, Lin Dong's expression darkened further still. Setting down the jade slip, he fell into a deep contemplation. The slip contained only one technique, with nothing else present. The Yin-Wood Pure Fire Decision. Is it a complementary technique to my Yang-Wood Fire Decision? Lin Dong was uncertain, as the message had been consumed by the soul. Should he experiment? This was not an ideal location. Lin Dong stowed the storage bag in his bosom and began to recover his magical energy and mend his body. That took him 3 days to heal his injuries. Followed by 5 days of hunting several demon beasts, he sustained minor injuries during this time, and he used his last acceleration talisman on the final day when a mid-tier tiger-shaped demon beast discovered him. Lin Dong had carelessly entered a range 10 miles away, but fortunately, the beast lost interest after pursuing him for only 2 to 3 miles. Upon safely returning to the cave, Lin Dong felt a pang of regret. "I was truly careless." He patted his head, recognizing he had grown overly confident due to the smoothness of the past few days. "At least my identity token's number is now 11. This outing has been a success." He did not understand why he needed to hunt 10 demon beasts every 100 days. But Lin Dong was determined to fulfill this requirement, as a safe location was exceedingly rare. After tidying up his belongings, Lin Dong prepared to return to the demon-slaying city. Everything would proceed as planned. But upon returning, he intended to investigate the nature of that technique. The journey back to the city was not difficult. Lin Dong cautiously avoided the demon beasts and the cultivators soaring overhead. As he exited the demon beast forest, Lin Dong boldly sprinted through the open terrain back to the city, but he had observed that no cultivators fought in the open area, indicating some unspoken rules existed. Upon returning to his small courtyard in the city, Lin Dong promptly fell into a deep slumber. Having witnessed too much bloodshed too frequently, he was utterly exhausted. Chapter 25. Wings in the Dantian when Lin Dong awoke from his slumber. 2 days had already passed. After tidying up the surroundings, he sat in the small courtyard, his face still bearing traces of fatigue. During his days of hunting demonic beasts outside the city, Lin Dong had employed his caution and meticulous planning, utilizing every available resource. Yet the outcomes remained unsatisfactory. My cultivation level is still too low. Lin Dong recognized the root of the issue. With a second-tier cultivation, he was not afraid of demonic beasts. And combined with his body refinement techniques and enhancement from spiritual awareness, he could sweep through the demonic beast forest within a 10-mile radius with a bit of caution. However, the presence of other cultivators made Lin Dong frown. There were no cultivators below the 4th tier in the demonic beast forest. Regardless of whether a cultivator discovered him alone or at the 2nd tier, Lin Dong believed that the cultivator would only see spiritual stones, not him. The demise of a 2nd-tier cultivator would be quite effortless. Taking no time at all, without a protective shield, his body could not withstand a strike from a magical artifact. His own attack power was meager and could not break through any defenses. The downside might merely be a reduced harvest. Yet, no one would ever complain about having too few spiritual stones. A bit of extra profit was barely acceptable. Should I participate in a team trial to complete tasks together? Lin Dong shook his head. In a team, he would still be the weakest link and might even end up being used as bait for the demonic beasts. Then I must seek to join a sect. The benefits of joining a sect need not be elaborated upon. Promising disciples would undoubtedly have their safety assured. Lin Dong believed he still possessed considerable potential. However, the question remained, which sect to join and how to go about it. I must ponder this matter carefully, Lin Dong mused. While Lin Dong was contemplating his path forward, the formation in the small courtyard reacted, and upon glancing over, he saw the owner of the courtyard standing at the entrance. What guidance do you seek, Elder? Lin Dong inquired politely that he refrained from calling him senior brother, as the elder was old enough to be his grandfather. And such a term felt a bit awkward. The elder's face relaxed slightly at Lin Dong's respectful address. Young man, you have not paid the rent for 2 days. Is there some difficulty? In Zhanyao City. Failing to pay rent for 3 days means I must reclaim the small courtyard. Lin Dong contemplated scratching his head, but ultimately lowered his hand and retrieved 100 spiritual stones from his storage bag, handing them to the elder. My apologies, Elder, for the oversight. I will cover this and pay for an additional 7 days of rent. Lin Dong felt a twinge of gratitude. It was quite rare for the elder to come and remind him. The elder could see the fatigue etched on the handsome young man's face and sighed inwardly. Lin Dong had been absent from the courtyard for these past few days, surely due to the 100-day requirement of hunting 10 demonic beasts in the forest. The dangers there were not unknown to the elder. Very few could endure such risks and wait for death as he had. Nevertheless, Lin Dong's ability to return unscathed from a circuit of the demonic beast forest surprised the elder. The fact that Lin Dong could afford the small courtyard sparked a thought in the elder's mind. This young lad must possess some extraordinary qualities. Perhaps, the elder recalled that his grandson had recently advanced to an inner sect disciple and was eager to expand his own influence. The competition within the sect was fierce. Without his own backing, he would be constantly constrained. The outer sect disciples had already been thoroughly divided among themselves, and his grandson had mentioned that he should keep an eye out for any promising loose cultivators to bring into the sect for future use. The elder scrutinized Lin Dong once more. His cultivation is lacking, but he is still young, and his temperament is quite commendable. Becoming an alchemy apprentice should pose no issue. Whether he can join the sect will depend on his own capabilities. Seeing the elder appraising him in silence, Lin Dong sensed that the elder was deep in thought. The elder's aura seems to have grown heavier. Lin Dong mused. The path of cultivation was indeed arduous. Young man, are you interested in alchemy? My grandson is an inner sect disciple of the fire alchemy sect and requires some alchemy apprentices to assist him. You might give it a try. The elder had decided to inquire further. As if Lin Dong were willing, It would provide a companion for his grandson, and he himself had little time left. Alchemy? Lin Dong hesitated momentarily before quickly nodding. Elder, I am very interested in alchemy. What requirements must I meet? Lin Dong asked that he was aware that the Fire Alchemy sect was the only sect within the Zhan Yao domain focused primarily on alchemy, and it jointly supported the Loose Cultivator Alliance alongside the Zhan Yao sect. Whether he could join and how advantageous it would be were matters for the future. If you join as an alchemy apprentice, you will not be listed in the sect's roster. However, once you achieve the rank of alchemist, my grandson will certainly facilitate your entry into the sect. Of course, you will need to show due respect to my grandson within the sect. Lin Dong felt reassured by this arrangement, as not joining the sect immediately aligned with his intentions, providing him with additional opportunities for showing respect. As long as it was not excessive, it was reasonable to expect some form of reciprocity. If there were no expectations for recompense, Lin Dong would have to consider whether he was being taken advantage of. Then I shall count on the elder's support. Having made a decision, Lin Dong agreed to this plan. Very well, for the next few days, do not leave the city. Await my news. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will take you directly to the Fire Alchemy sect. Lin Dong clasped his hands in acknowledgement. The elder took 2 steps away, then turned back, nodding at Lin Dong, saying, the sect possesses all manner of resources, far cheaper than Zhan Yao City, and the accommodations will be no less favorable than this small courtyard. Moreover, once you become an apprentice, you will no longer need to adhere to the 100-day, 10 demonic beast requirement. Lin Dong opened his mouth to express gratitude, but the elder was already departing from view, prompting him to return to the small courtyard. Those who survive as cultivators are indeed remarkable. Sitting in the courtyard, Lin Dong reflected on the elder's final words, clearly recognizing that had he not agreed, the elder would not have revealed those benefits. With a clearer path toward joining a sect, Lin Dong chose to set aside those thoughts and instead turned his attention to his cultivation techniques, which represented his greatest obstacle, that he needed to see if he could uncover a solution within the jade slip. Returning to his room, Lin Dong took out the jade slip and reviewed it once more. Having memorized the cultivation techniques, he began practicing the Enwood burning fire technique. After a little over an hour, Lin Dong ceased his training and summoned the Phantom to observe the simulated operation of the technique. His expression shifted constantly. The effects of this technique are comparable to the Yangwood burning fire technique. The two seem entirely unrelated. It doesn't even assist with the Earth Demon technique. Surely not. Lin Dong found this puzzling. With the guidance of the 2 techniques, it should not be to his detriment. Reluctant to accept defeat, he attempted to practice once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Lin Dong grasped his head in frustration. Where lies the problem? He recalled the entity that had been consumed by his soul, which seemed to have something to communicate, potentially regarding the introduction of this technique. The soul was also a part of himself, leaving no room for complaint. Lin Dong was left to devise another strategy. After several attempts yielded no different results, he found himself at an impasse. It was time to practice the Earth Demon technique, so he set aside his worries and began his training. The medicinal liquid flowed into his body, transforming into medicinal energy as Lin Dong executed the first 36 forms while suppressing a grin. After much effort, he completed his training regimen for the day and collapsed to the ground, too weak to rise. This moment, Lin Dong indulged in a fantasy. The pressures of cultivation were immense, so it was essential to appropriately adjust one's mindset. The content of his reverie naturally revolved around achieving great success in cultivation, slaying foes indiscriminately, and finding a pleasing partner to lead a blissful life. As he envisioned his future accomplishments, Lin Dong thought of his most cherished qi nourishing technique, recalling how he had been compelled to convert the formless mana he had cultivated through the Yangwood burning fire technique into the deep crimson mana now residing within him. Wait a moment. Mana conversion? Lin Dong suddenly had an epiphany, disregarding his aching body as he sprang up. Perhaps this is the true application of the Yangwood burning fire technique. Chapter 26. Is it possible to live differently? Extending his left hand, he directed the Phantom to construct the meridian pathways of the 2 techniques. Previously, Lin Dong had regarded this Phantom's function as somewhat superfluous, as it lacked any perceptible insights or changes in mana, merely serving as a simulation. However, he no longer held that view. The phantom rotated slowly in his palm, presenting a chaotic array of lines from both the front and back that as the phantom continued to spin. Lin Dong's eyes widened to a certain angle. The meridians of the two techniques formed what appeared to be two wings atop his dantian, resembling the wings of a butterfly, with the round dantian situated at the center. Ha! Lin Dong erupted into laughter, feeling a joy he hadn't experienced in a long while. The phantom looks utterly adorable now. Ha! As the phantom continued its rotation, Lin Dong's laughter gradually subsided. Having indulged in mirth, it was time to return to serious matters. In the original world, the Taoist philosophy discusses yin and yang. These two techniques each possess their own yin and yang attributes, with the body divided into yin and yang, and the techniques drawing from both sides to form a cohesive whole. Therefore, these two techniques must serve distinct purposes, each with its own methodology. Yang ignites, while yin extinguishes. Lin Dong stroked his head, beginning to find some clarity. The truth would reveal itself through experimentation. Lin Dong had an inkling that he was on the verge of discovering a profound secret. With a firm slap to his abdomen, he initiated the Yang wood burning fire technique, following the original requirements of the technique rather than any modifications he had made. The results were disappointing. Mirroring his initial attempts at refining spiritual energy, the mana remained impure, its growth slow, and its attributes volatile and difficult to control. Thanks to the phantom, the operation of the technique no longer required conscious control of his spiritual awareness. Now comes the crucial moment. Whether it be an insect or a weed will be revealed in this instance. Lin Dong steeled his resolve and commenced the operation of the yin wood burning fire technique. Instead of drawing in spiritual energy from the external environment for refinement, he directly utilized the mana within his dantian to circulate through the meridians. This hypothesis stemmed from a philosophical maxim. One yin, one yang is termed the Tao. When yin and yang are harmonized, creation begins. As the mana entered the meridians, Lin Dong's body trembled, and the two techniques generated a peculiar resonance. The circulation of mana now bore the rhythm he had previously grasped. While Lin Dong's consciousness faded into a state of oblivion, devoid of sensation or awareness. Both techniques were classified as Ju, and their pathways were not particularly complex. Lin Dong's mana was not abundant either. When he regained consciousness, only a brief moment had passed. Lin Dong felt as though he had traversed through life from the moment of his birth to the present, struggling for existence, experiencing decades of life anew. Each scene, each pang of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness coursed through his heart, leaving him in a state of profound unrest. As silence enveloped the room. With the passage of time, Lin Dong's breath became barely perceptible. He emanated a sense of weariness, as if time had etched its marks upon him. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, and with that breath, all the burdens he bore were swept away. As he exhaled, a youthful vigor radiated from him. Within his dantian, the vibrant, fiery essence danced joyfully, transforming entirely into a brilliant red hue in a fleeting moment. Pure, searing, and brimming with vitality. Fire attribute essence, Lin Dong exclaimed, rushing into the small courtyard, his voice echoing. Only cultivators with a single fire affinity could cultivate such essence. And through a fortunate turn of events, Lin Dong's essence had finally undergone a qualitative leap. Perhaps it did not yet reach the level of the nourishing qi technique. But for Lin Dong, it was more than sufficient that in terms of breaking through barriers and the potency of his essence, he was no longer far behind those prodigies. Furthermore, Lin Dong had gained another advantage. This fire essence, meandering through an unknown pathway within his dantian, was absorbed by his body the moment it exited. Lin Dong's face lit up with excitement. Is this refining the body? This effect paralleled the absorption of external fire spiritual energy during his body refinement. But the results were even more remarkable. Lin Dong began to practice the 36 forms of the Earth Demon Fist. This time, the fire's spiritual energy surprisingly converged in his dantian, refining into essence, continuously flowing through his dantian and into his body. This form of body refinement no longer brought pain, but rather an extraordinary tingling sensation. Lin Dong paused, although the effects were several times greater than before. That feeling, Why does it feel so similar to that time? Has this body grown? Haha. Lin Dong chuckled foolishly for a moment, patting his body, still small. The final aspect to test was what mattered most to him. If this did not succeed, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. This time, he activated the full power of the formation in the small courtyard, closing the doors and windows. Lin Dong then sat cross-legged on the bed with great caution. He patted his abdomen, held a piece of spirit stone in both hands, and swallowed 2 nourishing chi pills. This was to enter a state of maximum capability. The 2 techniques commenced simultaneously, and the spiritual energy in the courtyard surged violently towards the small room. Lin Dong felt an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy flooding into his dantian. Ultimately, he could not refine it quickly enough, and the spiritual energy erupted uncontrollably within his dantian. Lin Dong let out a muffled groan. His dantian was injured, and his meridians were damaged. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha, ha! This is the effect I desired. Let us see who can obstruct my path to immortality. Lin Dong laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing to the heavens. The pain in his meridians and dantian could not quell his wild mirth. Having accomplished this step, Lin Dong felt as though he was unstoppable, that he exited the small courtyard. Heading towards the market, at this moment, Lin Dong was filled with curiosity about everything, strolling leisurely towards the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was as lively as ever. Lin Dong first brushed past the enthusiastic reception of the attending senior brother and began to explore the interior. In the vast hall, numerous cultivators were engaged in selecting and trading. Lin Dong approached a stall selling talismans, where a middle-aged cultivator was presenting a stack of talismans for sale. 5 second-tier talismans. Offensive talismans, 200 spirit stones each. Would the customer like to purchase? The senior sister behind the counter asked in a crisp voice. The prices at the treasure pavilion are quite fair. I will sell them, the middle-aged man replied. Lin Dong recoiled slightly, fearing he might burst into laughter. The middle-aged man referred to himself as Old Man, yet his face was covered in pockmarks. Lin Dong found it hard to contain himself. He was completely unaware that he was standing beside a foundation-building cultivator, albeit a meter away. While he recognized the man's status, he did not sense any wrongdoing from that distance. However, the senior sister felt differently. Who is this brat, daring to stand so close? How can he be so bold? The senior sister's eyes widened in disbelief, prompting Lin Dong to hurriedly clasp his hands in apology. He too wished to sell some talismans and did not want to offend her. Moreover, the senior sister was relatively young, her wide eyes glaring at Lin Dong, threatening to burst into laughter. The old man finished collecting the spirit stones and only then noticed Lin Dong beside him, that he frowned slightly. Having not sensed Lin Dong's presence earlier, such a thing was quite rare. Is that a disciple from a prominent family here to play? After a moment's thought, he merely pretended not to see and walked away. Seeing an opening, Lin Dong hurriedly stepped forward, producing several stacks of talismans. The senior sister, recognizing that Lin Dong had business, began to count the talismans. 300 first-tier low-level talismans, 60 spirit stones per 100. Would the junior brother like to sell? Her voice was crisp as before, but her expression had become stern. Lin Dong nodded in agreement, took the spirit stones, and turned to leave. With her expression now serious, Lin Dong felt it inappropriate to tease her further. This action left the senior sister momentarily stunned. Completely contrary to her expectations, Lin Dong then made his way to the area selling demonic beast materials, queued for a while, and finally entered the small room. Spirit Brother? Chapter 27. Spirit Brother and the fire alchemy sect. Lin Dong had once imagined the conditions within this small room to be either blood-soaked or filled with unpleasant odors. However, upon entering, he found it impeccably clean that a table stood within, behind which sat a person, and a faint fragrance filled the air, reminiscent of a female cultivator. Lin Dong surveyed the room before addressing the attendant. Spirit Brother? Lin Dong felt a surge of surprise. He knew few people in the entire cultivation world, and he did not expect to encounter one now that he held a favorable impression of the Spirit Brother, who had spoken with him and shared much valuable knowledge. Information that could prove crucial in life-threatening situations. Yet, Lin Dong was at a loss for words and after a pause managed to say, Spirit Sister, I have come to sell demonic beast materials. The spirit brother's voice was calm and steady, akin to that of a stranger as he replied, "Ah, it's you, spirit brother, to sell demonic beast materials. You must first use an unbound storage bag to contain the materials, then bring it to me for the spirit stones to be calculated." Lin Dong was unfamiliar with this process. He swiftly removed the owner's imprint from the storage bag and hurriedly handed it to the spirit sister. A total of 210 spirit stones. Would the junior brother like to sell? Yes. The spirit brother is very fair. Lin Dong agreed, having inquired about the market rate previously, which aligned closely with this price. Watching the spirit brother count out the spirit stones, Lin Dong gazed at him, silently asking if there was anything else, that he vaguely sensed that the spirit sister seemed somewhat apprehensive of him. No reason for that. He could not inquire further. Noticing the spirit sister's reluctance to speak more, Lin Dong lost interest in conversing and took the spirit stones to exit the small room. Once Lin Dong stepped out, the formation within the room reactivated, isolating spiritual awareness. The spirit sister then stuck out her tongue, shedding her previously stern demeanor for one of relaxation. She felt a twinge of fear towards Lin Dong. That day, as Lin Dong's rhythmic energy resonated, it had caused her to lose herself. Now, reflecting on it, she pondered if she might have followed Lin Dong forever had it not been for that misstep. It was a curious feeling, and she involuntarily stuck out her tongue again. However, today, Spirit Brother seems rather at ease, unlike last time when he appeared burdened and tense. She couldn't dwell on that thought as the next customer entered. Lin Dong meandered around the area selling magical artifacts. But either the prices were too high or they did not suit his needs. Coupled with the Spirit Brother's cold demeanor, he lost interest in browsing further and headed straight to the medicinal pill trading area, spending 190 spirit stones to purchase healing pills for his meridians and dantian. Just one pill was quite expensive. After swallowing 2 pills in the small courtyard, he circulated his essence to disperse the medicinal effects. Though it was a bit pricey, the efficacy is indeed remarkable. 2 days passed with Lin Dong recuperating and awaiting news from the old man. Aside from that, Lin Dong also basked in the sun for 2 days. Here, the sun was still called the sun, but the moon had transformed into the Taiyin. Over those 2 days, Lin Dong came to a realization. No matter how much he worried or planned, certain matters would unfold in due time. It was better to let go of everything and enjoy the pleasures of cultivation. Lin Dong reverted to the languor he had felt while comprehending rhythms. As the rhythms gradually delved deeper into his being, no longer detectable by others, the old man observed Lin Dong's somewhat excited demeanor with surprise, wondering what had come over him, for he appeared injured, yet so jubilant. He was unaware that Lin Dong had grown restless after several days of stillness. Young people are inherently restless. It is their nature. The old man took Lin Dong to the teleportation hall, where the muscular man resembling a demonic beast was busy as usual. When it was the old man and Lin Dong's turn, Lin Dong clasped his hands in thanks, leaving the man puzzled by how this young lad still seemed to be thriving. The spirit stones for the teleportation array were provided by the old man. 20 stones each. Lin Dong initially intended to cover the entire cost, but the old man's remark halted him. Cultivators never owe others favors without reason. You still owe 50 spirit stones for the rent of your small courtyard, which I will provide later. Cultivating immortality. This was what it meant to cultivate. When Lin Dong emerged from another teleportation hall, he was slightly skeptical that the teleportation had gone awry. The scene outside the Grand Hall bore little difference from the Demon Slayer city, filled with cultivators, each brimming with vitality. This is the outer city of the alchemy sect, specifically designated for non-sect cultivators to trade. Here, the items are more inclined towards spirit herbs and spirit beasts used in alchemy. Spirit beasts can also be used for alchemy. Lin Dong had only a basic understanding of alchemy and was hearing about spirit beasts being used in the process for the first time. For Lin Dong, medicinal pills were his primary objective. Not only do they offer immense benefits for cultivation, but alchemy is also one of the most lucrative endeavors, and given his talent, it would be a disservice to the heavens not to pursue this path. Spirit beasts absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their bodies, and their flesh naturally contains spiritual energy that is easily refined by cultivators, and compared to spirit herbs, they are far more abundant. You see, when refining pills using the flesh of spiritual beasts, the spiritual energy within tends to explode, making it even more challenging to successfully concoct the elixir. The elder, possessing a modicum of knowledge in alchemy, offered guidance to Lin Dong as they traversed through the outer city. Exploding spiritual energy. That sounds rather straightforward. I doubt it's more intense than my own magical power. Lin Dong mused internally, feeling a surge of confidence. Throughout their journey, Lin Dong inquired about various matters, and the elder patiently elucidated, covering the functionalities of different areas in the outer city, the renowned shops, and the prerequisites for opening a small establishment, as well as details regarding auctions. Lin Dong diligently sought to absorb all the pertinent information he would require in the future. I have already accrued a debt of favor, a little more one-team matter. I am more than willing to owe this elder a debt of gratitude. Lin Dong contemplated the social obligations he had learned about that day and recognized the elder before him as someone deserving of his respect. However, he couldn't help but think, what about the favors owed to senior sister Gao and brother Lin? The debts he owed to them weighed heavily on his mind. Senior sister Gao's assistance could be considered a life-saving grace, while brother Lin had resolved his most pressing issue regarding spirit stones during a time of utter helplessness. They were undeniably benefactors. I can only wait until I have grown stronger to find a way to repay them. In the future, I must establish trustworthy relationships with fellow cultivators. They are all worth knowing. Lin Dong's friendships relied solely on instinct. He had not contemplated their accuracy. Trusting his intuition, he followed the elder through the back gate of the outer city. Still puzzled by the height of the city gate, the elder's response was peculiar. You will understand in 6 years. Alas, I wonder how many cultivators will fall and how many will rise by then. Lin Dong scratched his head, unable to decipher the elder's deliberately mysterious reply. This line of questioning had evidently diminished the elder's interest in conversing, leaving Lin Dong to observe the scenery along the way, familiarizing himself with the route. As he intended to visit this place often, beyond the city lay a desolate expanse of white land, devoid of any vegetation. As Lin Dong soared on the elder's flying sword, a realization struck him. Is this designed for warfare? In the distance, a celestial mountain came into view. That is where the Dan sect resides, stated the elder. Is this mountain renowned? This mountain is nameless. It marks the 4th gate the Dan sect has established since its inception, having only secured its footing with the aid of the Loose Cultivators Alliance. For thousands of years, the leaders of the Dan sect have refrained from naming the gates as a reminder to never forget the shame of relocating thrice. Cultivators simply call it Dan Mountain. At the base of Dan Mountain, structures proliferated, while the upper reaches remained shrouded in mist, glimmering with iridescent hues under the sun. This was to be Lin Dong's destination. Chapter 28. 3 days with an apprentice as they flew over the base of the mountain. The elder pointed to the bustling figures below, resembling ants, and remarked, "Those are the outer disciples and apprentices." Lin Dong maintained a calm demeanor. Cultivators always begin at the lower levels. I will ascend to the heights in due time. The elder alighted his flying sword before the formation of the intersect, retrieving a jade slip to articulate something before tossing it into the formation. The two stood in anticipation. During the wait, Lin Dong glanced at the elder, noticing a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. 3 days? Not long after, the formation opened a portal, and a youth, roughly Lin Dong's age, emerged. "You must be Lin Dong," the boy inquired, a look of annoyance etched across his face. "I am Lin Dong. May I ask who you are? Senior brother?" Lin Dong felt somewhat disheartened, noting that the youth was at the 3rd level of cultivation. "Follow me," the youth replied curtly, turning to leave. Lin Dong had never encountered someone so lackluster before. Struggling to keep pace, he offered a respectful gesture to the elder, took a few steps towards the senior brother, then hesitated and returned to the elder. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. Would you not wish to meet your grandson?" Lin Dong inquired earnestly. The elder's expression remained inscrutable. "Only inner disciples may enter. No messages can be delivered. Is there no room for negotiation? Cannot the senior brother step out to see you?" Lin Dong pressed. The elder, perplexed by Lin Dong's persistence, replied, Cultivators are not burdened by familial ties. My grandson is solely focused on his cultivation. It is for the best that he does not see me." The elder's countenance was devoid of any emotion, and Lin Dong could discern not a hint of feeling in his gaze. That a chill settled in Lin Dong's heart at this moment. When the senior brother's voice broke in, "Lin Dong, are you coming or not?" Lin Dong did not spare the senior brother a glance, pausing momentarily before bowing to the elder. "Esteemed elder, allow me to pay my respects." Without waiting for the elder to respond, Lin Dong continued, "Elder, take care during these 3 days. Perhaps you may still meet your grandson. Time is fleeting." With a sigh, Lin Dong turned and followed the senior brother away. The elder stood there in a daze for a moment before suddenly running towards the formation and calling out, "Young man, thank you." He then leapt onto his flying sword and wobbled off into the distance. 3 days later, the elder passed away peacefully, leaving behind a jade slip for his grandson, stating that he owed Lin Dong a debt of gratitude. With no further words, Lin Dong did not dwell on whether trouble would arise. Some matters were best addressed rather than ignored. Otherwise, he would not be true to himself. Throughout their journey, the senior brother spoke little else, merely warning Lin Dong about forbidden areas and crucial zones, emphasizing that he must not trespass alone, while also indicating that there were places he could access that Lin Dong could not, lest he find himself in peril. Lin Dong understood the senior brother's implication. "You are inferior to me. Tread carefully." He noted these locations, intending to avoid them in the future. Aside from his poor attitude, the senior brother did fulfill his duty to guide Lin Dong, that a boy of 13 or 14. Lin Dong had no intention of clashing with him. The inner sect resembled a cultivator who had cleaved through the mountains, with each side featuring numerous caves, each adorned with a substantial circular protective formation at the entrance, akin to small courtyard-level arrays. This was precisely what the senior brother referred to. The opposite side encompassed the entire sect's formation perimeter, offering views of the cultivators below, clearly delineated by levels, upon traversing the mountain path to this platform-like intersect area. The senior brother led Lin Dong to a cave. Lin Dong thought to himself, "This must be the place." The senior brother tossed a jade slip and uttered, "Wait here," before retreating into the deeper cave. Lin Dong opened his mouth but decided to wait. The formation in front of the cave had evidently activated, and Lin Dong noticed the words Evergreen inscribed above. Is Evergreen the name of a cultivator or something else? Lin Dong pondered. What will my cave be called in the future? My name contains Dong. Having crossed over, I shall name it Dongling. At that moment, the formation opened, and a youth sprang forth, stating, "You are senior brother Lin? I am Wang Xiaoshan, an alchemy apprentice under senior brother Gu. I hope to receive your guidance." He clasped his hands and looked up at Lin Dong with a beaming smile. This was the first time someone had referred to him as senior brother. Perhaps this would be the only opportunity for this junior brother to call him so, making it a rare chance indeed. Naturally, Lin Dong was inclined to assist Wang Xiaoshan. Wang Xiaoshan had a round, cherubic face, radiating joy. Lin Dong affectionately ruffled Wang Xiaoshan's hair and assured him, "In the future, should you require assistance, seek out your senior brother Lin. I will certainly help." Wang Xiaoshan beamed, leading Lin Dong into the formation. Upon entering, Lin Dong was greeted by a familiar sight. A vast medicinal garden sprawled before him. Drawing from his experience at the Southern Mountain Gate, he recognized that this garden was cultivated with various rare or unconventional spiritual herbs of the second and first tiers. The garden occupied most of the formation space, leaving only a winding path leading to the cave entrance. "These are the spiritual herbs we will care for from now on. There are plenty here. Senior brother Lin, you arrived just in time. I struggle to manage alone, and I'm worried it will interfere with my cultivation," Wang Xiaoshan remarked without reservation. Lin Dong smiled. "Then let us share the responsibility for these spiritual herbs from now on. However, I wonder if senior brother Gu will assign me other tasks. As an apprentice, there aren't many responsibilities. Just take good care of the herbs and assist senior brother Gu with organizing them. The main goal is to become an alchemist as soon as possible. That is how I can be of help to senior brother Gu," Wang Xiaoshan concluded, clenching his fists, his round face hinting at a determination to support senior brother Gu against any injustices he might face. "Wang Xiaoshan, you're quite the chatterbox. Bring Lin Dong inside." As the order fell, the stone door of the cave opened silently. Yes, Senior Brother Gu, Wang Xiaoshan replied loudly, then winked at Lin Dong, seemingly unbothered by the reprimand. Lin Dong surveyed the cave. It was quite rudimentary. Aside from a stone table, a few stone stools, and a globe emitting sunlight-like brilliance from above, there was little else. The walls bore the obvious marks of axes and chisels. The hall was roughly the size of a small wooden house, encircled by several stone doors cloaked in formations. Greetings, Senior Brother Gu. Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoshan bowed in unison. Lin Dong cherished the act of bowing. It imbued him with an air of elegance. 7th level of cultivation. Around 20 years old. A square face, exuding an aura of heroism. Lin Dong assessed as he glanced at Senior Brother Gu. He then directed his gaze to the collar area, as directly staring into the eyes of a higher-level cultivator was not considered appropriate. He preferred this approach, as it did not appear impudent while maintaining his dignity. Senior Brother Gu had been observing Lin Dong's every action since his entry into the formation. Not bad temperament. He is not cold-hearted nor solely focused on slaughter. A cultivator of the 2nd level, surviving as a lone cultivator, and bows with neither arrogance nor servility. He seems to have aspirations for his own path in cultivation. Having formed a basic evaluation of Lin Dong, Senior Brother Gu appeared satisfied, now primarily focused on assessing Lin Dong's aptitude for alchemy. Lin Dong, you were introduced by my grandfather. I shall accept you as my apprentice. Chapter 29. The formal apprentice and the duel. Seeing that Lin Dong remained inactive, Senior Brother Gu continued, soon, you and Xiaoshan will head to the Sex Affairs Hall to record your details. This will mark your official status as my apprentice. Becoming an apprentice is quite straightforward. Simply inquire with Xiaoshan. However, only those who possess the ability to become an alchemist may truly belong to the sect and carve out a place for themselves within the fire alchemy sect. Within the sect, competition for resources is fierce, and as you join my ranks, you will inevitably clash with other inner disciples, which poses the risk of downfall. You must carefully consider your actions moving forward. Every 10 days, at a designated hour, I will address any questions you may have regarding alchemy. Very well, you may proceed. After conveying his thoughts in one breath, Senior Brother Gu fell silent. A.S. Lin Dong and Wang Xiaoshan stepped beyond the entrance of the cave abode. The stone door descended behind them. Lin Dong, not one to speak much, found Senior Brother Gu's approach quite agreeable. Noticing Lin Dong's silence, Wang Xiaoshan assumed he was deep in thought and began to explain. Senior Brother Gu is usually quite amicable, but he has been under pressure from Senior Brother Wang, who ranks among the top 10 in the inner sect, which is why he has been so stern lately. Observing that the formation was still active as they proceeded, Lin Dong inquired, "What are we going to do?" "I will first take you to see your living quarters, and then we will report to receive your apprentice token." "Oh, then let us be on our way. By the way, what is Senior Brother Gu's spiritual root aptitude?" Senior Brother Gu possesses a single fire elemental spiritual root and advanced to the 7th layer by the age of 20. Recently, he has become a first-tier high-level alchemist. Wang Xiaoshan concluded with great pride, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. Lin Dong chuckled lightly. Throughout their journey, Wang Xiaoshan engaged Lin Dong in continuous conversation, and upon rounding a corner, another area came into view. This is where various matters are handled within the inner sect that I wonder which powerful individual managed to carve out such a vast space on the mountain. Much like the area they had just traversed, the ground and stone walls were as smooth as a mirror. Lin Dong speculated whether this monumental feat had indeed been accomplished by practitioners. Not far ahead lay the living quarters for apprentices, which were neatly arranged small courtyards. After a brief inspection, Lin Dong was quite satisfied. The protective formation was superior to that of the small courtyards in the demon-slaying city, and even featured a rudimentary earth fire outlet, which greatly delighted him. Subsequently, he followed Wang Xiaoshan to complete the apprentice registration. Their rapport deepened significantly during their lively discussions. Wang Xiaoshan was a person devoid of ulterior motives, although such naivety could be perilous on the path of cultivation. Lin Dong attributed it to his youth and did not consider it a grave issue. With time, he would naturally learn the ways of the world. By the time Lin Dong arrived at his small courtyard, he had changed into a blue robe, adorned with a red flame-shaped jade pendant at his waist. Sitting on the bed, Lin Dong examined the jade pendant, contemplating. The flame is divided into 3 tiers. The apprentice level is blank. The first tier is a purple flame heart, which designates one as an alchemist that I must swiftly inscribe this flame heart with purple. With that thought, he set aside his concerns about the pendant, tidied his surroundings, and since his injuries would take 3 more days to heal, he decided to peruse some alchemical jade slips to pass the time. For 3 days, Wang Xiaoshan diligently watered the spiritual herbs, brimming with joy, as it indicated his usefulness to Lin Dong. Once Lin Dong's injuries fully healed, he opted not to practice or attempt alchemy. Instead, he took Wang Xiaoshan to engage in a sparring match. This was merely a friendly duel, not a conflict. After watering the herbs the previous day, Wang Xiaoshan had vanished, leaving Lin Dong alone to tend to the spiritual herbs in Senior Brother Gu's cave abode. Once the herbs matured, they required processing before they could be used for alchemy. Those that were temporarily unnecessary needed to be stored in jade boxes to preserve their potency. The tasks at hand were not overly burdensome. The primary focus remained on their individual cultivation and understanding of the properties of spiritual herbs in preparation for alchemy. After Lin Dong completed the processing of the herbs and bid farewell to Senior Brother Gu, he noticed Wang Xiaoshan pacing back and forth at the entrance of the cave. Lin Dong found this peculiar, as the boy was usually lively. "Senior Brother Lin," Wang Xiaoshan called out, his eyes swollen and 2 streams of blood trickling from his nose, that he awkwardly greeted Lin Dong. "What happened?" Lin Dong asked with curiosity, noting that Wang Xiaoshan's injuries were merely superficial and would heal in a couple of days. Yet his demeanor was rather amusing. "I had a sparring match at the martial arena with that senior brother and lost. He took advantage of his superior cultivation level to bully me." The martial arena? It was a venue where alchemists often engaged in friendly duels. Curiously, most alchemists came here to vent their frustrations, whether from failed experiments or to celebrate successes. Rather than genuinely honing their skills, that it seemed that the arena offered a perfect outlet for apprentices who found themselves at odds with one another. Lin Dong found this somewhat amusing as he led Wang Xiaoshan to the martial arena. Before them stood a stone platform, approximately 10 meters square and elevated a meter above the ground. 2 apprentices were energetically exchanging spells atop the platform, while a group of youths gathered around, split into 2 factions, cheering enthusiastically. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Once the duel concluded, Lin Dong inquired of Wang Xiaoshan, "Which senior brother was it?" Wang Xiaoshan pointed. "It was the very senior brother who led you into the intersect area." Without hesitation, Lin Dong leaped onto the platform and indicated the senior brother. What followed was an explosive spectacle. Lin Dong strained to control the power of his own magic as they grappled. Once the senior brother exhausted his mana, the 2 engaged in a physical struggle, where Lin Dong also fought hard to modulate his strength and speed. After exchanging a few blows, Lin Dong emerged victorious. Thus concluded Lin Dong's inaugural bout at the arena, that he laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance as he and Wang Xiaoshan left, satisfied. From that day forth, tales of Lin Dong's exploits spread among the apprentices of alchemy. Upon returning to his small courtyard after the skirmish, Lin Dong's smile gradually faded. Having indulged in play, it was time to turn to more serious matters. The first order of business was to cultivate the wood fire technique, which Lin Dong referred to simply as the wood fire skill. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Lin Dong focused his mind, initiating the technique. This time, he dared not exert himself fully. He would commence with half the effort. Foregoing the use of spirit stones and elixirs, the energy flowed within the confines of his dantian and meridians. Lin Dong also considered the effects of using elixirs and spirit stones, pausing in his practice. He reflected, the wood fire technique allows for rapid growth in magical energy, producing a power that is easily controlled, robust, and pure. There seems to be little room for optimization. The main issue lies in the inability of my meridians and dantian to withstand the pressure from such a large influx of spiritual energy. Rubbing his head, Lin Dong mused, the focus now must be on strengthening my dantian and meridians. Thus, I should consider elixirs and body refinement. With the direction in mind, Lin Dong resumed his training, planning to explore the intricacies of the technique later. Lin Dong made his way to the earth fire chamber, a feature present in every small courtyard equipped with a formation within the sect. Those residing in such courtyards naturally possessed an aptitude for alchemy. even if one could not yet refine pills. Mastering the earth fire was foundational for future endeavors in alchemy. Inside the earth fire chamber, there was still only one earth fire outlet and a control formation. Lin Dong inserted a spirit stone, activating the earth fire outlet, and meticulously observed the fluctuations of the fire with his spiritual perception, continuously calculating in his mind that he recalled the various thoughts he had during his last attempt at alchemy. The earth fire outlet opened and closed rhythmically, its intensity varying. Other alchemists might perceive Lin Dong's actions as reckless. Nevertheless, Lin Dong embarked on what appeared to be a chaotic journey into alchemy. Chapter 30. The path that must be chosen. As the earth fire fluctuated, Lin Dong finally halted in frustration. This still isn't working. I haven't reached a practical level. Scratching his head, he pondered, perhaps I should proceed to the next step and assess the situation. Lin Dong raised the alchemical furnace above the earth fire and began tossing various spiritual herbs into the furnace. The herbs either turned to ash or transformed into liquid. This still isn't right. Lin Dong's hair was now a tangled mess. The varying requirements for refining these herbs are so disparate that I cannot discern any patterns. Refining them has become a matter of chance. He sighed. Continuing his attempts to combine liquids and harvest pills yielded no progress. Dejected, Lin Dong stored the alchemical furnace away, tidied his hair, and rebundled it. He leaned back, gazing at the ceiling. My spiritual perception is still too coarse. Without the ability to detect subtle changes, repeated attempts at refinement are futile. Alas, I cannot detach my consciousness from my body. Without success in alchemy, my meridians and dantian cannot solidify, and my cultivation will stagnate. 20 years is hardly a guaranteed time frame. The safest bet is only 10 years. Otherwise, even if I achieve a mere projection or seal, I will surely perish prematurely. Oh, spirit, are you intent on taking my life? Unfortunately, it was impossible to place the alchemical furnace on his forehead during the refining process. Even if the pills were not successfully created, they would still need to be properly cooked. Otherwise, relying solely on spiritual perception to sense would not yield favorable results. What to do? I have exerted my utmost efforts to project and seal. The inability to detach my consciousness is truly a nuisance. Lin Dong pondered incessantly, failing to devise a solution. Without the ability to separate his consciousness, progress in alchemy remained elusive. Fortunately, if my spiritual perception could detach, then individuals like Wang Xiaoshan would not even be able to attempt alchemy. Wait! Lin Dong leaped to his feet, his eyes alight with realization. Wang Xiaoshan mentioned that he had a failed alchemy attempt yesterday. How did he manage that without detaching his spiritual perception? Is there something I am unaware of? Lin Dong retrieved Wang Xiaoshan's communication talisman, hurriedly uttering a few words before tossing it aside, that he paced within the earth fire chamber, muttering, "Why hasn't this Wang shitty responded yet?" Frustration was brewing once more. Finally, Lin Dong lunged toward the talisman on the ground. As he infused it with mana, Wang Xiaoshan's voice emerged. "Senior Brother Lin, I am not entirely sure. I just recently arrived that I must inform you that our fire refinement sect possesses a unique artifact known as the fire-resistant gloves, specifically designed for individuals whose spiritual perception cannot detach below the 4th level, enabling them to practice alchemy. Is that all?" Lin Dong had to communicate once more. Finally, he received the fireproof gloves from Wang Xiaoshan, and Lin Dong eagerly donned them, eager to commence his experimentation. Still not working. My spiritual consciousness cannot perceive the conditions within the alchemical furnace through my hands. Lin Dong pressed his hand against the furnace, where the array on the gloves transmitted his spiritual awareness inside, yielding results that were not significantly different from when he was unencumbered. His consciousness simply did not transfer from his hands into the gloves, let alone into the furnace itself to sense its contents. What if I pressed the gloves against my forehead? With the gloves affixed to his forehead and touching the furnace, the pose appeared rather peculiar. Still no success. Although my consciousness can enter the gloves, it remains incapable of sensing the furnace's interior, it because it cannot traverse through a second object. Lin Dong was unaware of such a stipulation and was oblivious to the underlying principles. This is quite troublesome. For now, there isn't a viable solution. I can only check the jade slips in the library tomorrow. Perhaps there lies a way. Unable to make progress with alchemy, Lin Dong retrieved the wooden table he had brought from the small cabin and began by drawing a fireball talisman. The purity of his mana rendered the fluctuations of the fireball talisman all the more pronounced. This fireball talisman no longer resembled a mere beginner's talisman. Could it be that I have reached the intermediate level? What a delightful surprise! Lin Dong tested its potency against the artifacts he had previously crafted, astonished to discover that it was nearly on par with intermediate talismans. It appears I can no longer sell this fireball talisman. The seal remained atop the wooden table, as long as Lin Dong inscribed the talisman's pattern onto the talisman paper once more. He could activate it with a touch, channeling his mana, thereby completing a fireball talisman. Lin Dong attempted to communicate with the seal, and today he finally received some good news. The following day, after completing his daily watering and tidying of the spiritual herbs, Lin Dong inquired of Wang Xiaoshan, "Do you know the rules regarding borrowing jade slips in the library?" Wang Xiaoshan pondered momentarily. "We alchemical apprentices can only borrow basic jade slips. For others, we need to utilize Senior Brother Gu's token. Are there any requirements to borrow Senior Brother Gu's token?" "I'm not entirely certain. You might want to ask Senior Brother Gu." Lin Dong nodded. Senior Brother Gu was currently absent from the cave, and it was unknown when he would return. "I suppose I'll head to the library first." In the library, Lin Dong meticulously searched for jade slips concerning spiritual consciousness, ultimately selecting one and pressing it against his forehead, studying it for a considerable while. This jade slip contains methods for borrowing artifacts with spiritual consciousness during the Qi refinement stage, but it requires spirit stones and contribution points. I have spirit stones, yet 20 contribution points. Those can only be obtained by borrowing Senior Brother Gu's with spirit stones, but these contribution points cost 2,000 spirit stones to acquire, that I simply do not have enough spirit stones. Lin Dong reflected on his meager possession of fewer than 200 spirit stones. While the jade slip demanded 2,200 spirit stones to purchase, that he could not rely solely on the sale of talismans within the sect and needed to be cautious of the quantity he sold. As he considered the outer city, the thought of the forest separating it from the sect crossed his mind. Only those capable of flight can traverse that nearly 100-mile forest, although it only harbors low-level and intermediate-level monsters. It is still not a place I can venture into. Yet, I must go. For now, I must devise a way to acquire spirit stones. Lin Dong merely exchanged some jade slips related to the tokens for the monsters in that forest before returning to his residence in disappointment. To obtain 2,000 spirit stones, I must tirelessly draw talismans and sell them to the sect without concern for anything else, which will take approximately 30 days. That is far too long. Do I have the luxury of time? It is impossible to sell such a large quantity of talismans without drawing attention. The only option left is to hunt monsters. Lin Dong gritted his teeth. For the sake of alchemy and cultivation, he once again set his sights on the monsters. Monsters are not easily hunted, and this time Lin Dong utilized the talismans he possessed, adding to his storage bag that he allocated 2 days for preparation. On this day, he informed Senior Brother Gu of his intention to venture out for about 10 days. Senior Brother Gu consented, as the time of alchemical apprentices is typically at their discretion, provided Wang Xiaoshan had no objections. Lin Dong offered Wang Xiaoshan 30 spirit stones as remuneration for these 10 days. Stepping out of the formation, he borrowed a spirit bird and soared into the sky beyond the inner gate. The spirit bird can only fly to the edge of the sect's forest before refusing to go further. It is evidently aware of this limitation. But what about his attire? Lin Dong dares to hunt monsters. Senior Brother Gu was astonished. It was unheard of for cultivators below the 4th layer to hunt monsters within the sect. It was akin to delivering food to the monsters. Even those who did engage in hunting were typically accompanied by higher-level cultivators for protection, and even then, there were still rumors of cultivators meeting their demise. Well, the path is one I have chosen. However, if Lin Dong can survive, perhaps he is worth cultivating. At the forest's edge, the spirit bird settled down, and Lin Dong clapped his hands, casting a glance back at the outer gate where numerous cultivators were bustling about. I shall no longer remain an ant. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and ventured into the forest. Chapter 31. Lin Dong's adventure. Lin Dong found it perplexing why the sect did not allow spirit birds to fly directly to the outer city, as there were no flying monsters in this forest. Could it be to protect low-level cultivators? His conjecture was not entirely off. Cultivators below the fourth layer, when moving outside, were akin to human-shaped spirit stones attracting monsters. Most cultivators were unable to resist such temptation. The sect's intention was clear. If you could traverse this forest, you would possess the means for self-preservation. Only upon reaching the fourth layer could one fly, and it was then that one could be said to step beyond the sect's protective embrace. Those like Lin Dong had long since become mere dust. Progressing through the forest at a deliberate pace, Lin Dong maintained movements that aligned with the mysterious rhythm. For now, he could not allow his actions to spontaneously embody the rhythm. He could only consciously adjust his speed to match it. With a sensing range of 400 meters, Lin Dong ensured he would not be the first to attract the attention of the monsters, thereby allowing him to selectively hunt them. Lin Dong wielded his knife to strike a monster. If I can use the knife, then I shall. At least the mana fluctuations are minimal, and it does not draw too much attention. Lin Dong reflected on the gains and losses from his recent hunt. Suddenly, his movements ceased, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? My entire body is shaking involuntarily. It feels as though I am afraid of something, as if something is ahead, and my soul. Within Lin Dong's sea of consciousness, his soul stirred faintly. Is there something delectable ahead that I wish to consume? The lightning within my soul is coursing faster. The trembling of his limbs was beyond Lin Dong's control. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. My body is in fear. Lin Dong twisted his body incessantly, trying to regain control. However, this trembling was a primal instinct of his body, entirely uncontrollable. Lin Dong's hands began to search for a concealed location, setting up an array. With no other options, he could only take the risk and see if the demon fist would be of any use. Under the influence of a delicate rhythm, Lin Dong's body gradually stabilized, while he remained vigilant, releasing his spiritual awareness as he pondered the source of the disturbance. Where does this trembling originate? Cultivators often have moments of inspiration. Could I be experiencing a mutated version of that? Does this imply there is a danger of demise ahead? But what about the soul? Why does it react as though it desires to eat something? Lin Dong's expression shifted, his mind filled with uncertainty. Should I advance or retreat? Should I trust my body or my soul? The body does not belong to me, but the soul is mine. Trusting the soul is akin to trusting myself. Danger is not a new occurrence. What does it matter? The most crucial aspect is to resolve the issue concerning the soul. Taking risks is essential. Safe havens are not within Lin Dong's reach. Having made his decision, Lin Dong no longer hesitated. The rhythm must be maintained. Moving slowly is acceptable, and the protective talisman should be ready for activation at all times. All talismans must be prepared on my arms, ready to buy time for any eventuality, with the knife in hand and illusions at my side. This is my strongest state. Freeing himself from the last thread of fear concerning his demise, Lin Dong plotted his course. Prepared, he still did not advance immediately, raising his knife to eye level, the tip trembling slightly. I still feel fear. Just a moment longer. Only when the knife tip stilled completely did Lin Dong pat his chest. Forward, slowly, ensuring his back remained against a tree, Lin Dong advanced another 5 miles. Strange, there's nothing here. No fluctuations. And my spiritual awareness detects nothing. Lin Dong's vigilance yielded no results. I shall press on for another 3 miles. If nothing changes, I will retreat and continue hunting monsters. Lin Dong proceeded until he sensed he might have brushed against something. Yet that sensation vanished in an instant, and the surroundings remained unchanged. What was that feeling? No, I must have encountered something. Withdraw immediately. Prepare everything. The moment Lin Dong stepped back, a violent wave emanated from behind him. His body stiffened momentarily as a spherical barrier enclosed him. An array surpassing my level of spiritual awareness. Is this equivalent to the power of a golden core or nascent soul stage array? Lin Dong's eyes widened as he gazed ahead. The scene before him began to shift. The once normal trees now swayed and shattered like air, revealing a lone cultivator seated on the ground, a ghostly figure swirling above his head. Young friend, do not be afraid. I currently exist only as a primordial spirit and can no longer harm you. The voice resonated within Lin Dong's mind, imbued with kindness and gentleness. Primordial spirit, the practitioner of the Golden Core stage, having met with the demise of his physical form, found only his primordial spirit detached from the body. Lin Dong's body shuddered once more. What manner of existence is this? What abilities does it possess? I cannot fathom. It is unfathomably powerful. Even its primordial spirit renders me immobile that I ask there truly no recourse. Lin Dong attempted to exert control over his body, yet to no avail. He could not move, only tremble in place. Am I destined to perish here? I have yet to find a wife, to truly experience the taste of love. I am still but a novice in matters of the heart. How could I encounter such a being? Perhaps there is but one way. A heightened sense of dread washed over Lin Dong's visage. Do not panic, young friend. I merely wish to request that you enter my physical remains and convey the news of my demise to the slaying demon sect. In return, I shall bestow upon you my storage pouch, but I ask that you swear an oath, for my time is fleeting. The voice resonated once more within Lin Dong's mind, this time imbued with utmost sincerity. Lin Dong's countenance brightened considerably. Esteemed senior, you truly require only my assistance in delivering a message and interring your body. You will indeed grant me the storage pouch as recompense. Lin Dong inquired, observing the tiny particles drifting away from the primordial spirit, diminishing its strength. Young friend, please place your trust in me, or I can swear an oath and remove the restrictions on the storage pouch. The primordial spirit uttered a solemn vow, and Lin Dong's expression returned to normal, his gaze fixated upon the storage pouch adorning the practitioner. My time has come. I implore you to remember your oath. With those words, the primordial spirit gradually became ethereal, ultimately dissipating into the cosmos with a sigh. Lin Dong's body regained its freedom, and as he moved, he felt no discomfort, his face betraying a natural glimmer of greed. The storage pouch of a golden core practitioner. Such treasures are not to be trifled with. Lin Dong scrutinized the corpse with his consciousness. The visage was kind and benevolent, the figure aged, devoid of visible wounds, clad in a robe of indeterminate material, yet utterly devoid of any aura. Approaching the elder, Lin Dong bowed respectfully. I am grateful for your gift, esteemed senior. I, Lin Dong, shall fulfill your final wish. Lin Dong reached for the storage pouch at the elder's waist, affirming it was indeed an unclaimed object. His spiritual sense detecting a wealth of items within, the elder's hand rested upon the pouch. Is this your last grasp at life? Lin Dong pondered. The elder's hand felt icy, and just as Lin Dong intended to seize the pouch, the elder's grip suddenly tightened, capturing Lin Dong's hand, an alien essence surging through Lin Dong's meridians into his sea of consciousness. Lin Dong's face bore a look of surprise, yet he also appeared somewhat expectant. Do you wish to scatter your soul and evade the cycle of reincarnation? Chapter 32. A chance to shine. Lin Dong recognized the nature of the entity that had entered his consciousness. It was a nascent soul. Even a nascent soul in a state of feebleness was still a nascent soul. Curse this golden core practitioner. Lin Dong cursed vehemently to that moment. Within Lin Dong's sea of consciousness, the nascent soul gazed upon his spirit. A resonant voice echoing throughout, threatening to rupture the very fabric of his consciousness. To possess a tangible soul at the chi refining stage, and to have developed spiritual awareness, such extraordinary talent, heaven truly does not forsake me. Ha! Lin Dong discerned the elder's jubilant spirit, the elation of rebirth after calamity, tinged with a hint of bravado. The ethereal form enveloped Lin Dong's spirit, manifesting an image of Lin Dong, no longer transparent, but clothed in a crimson hue. The nascent soul wasted no time. With a mere parting of its lips, it drew Lin Dong's spirit into its own being, a look of satisfaction gracing its features. With such talent, you shall surely traverse even further in the future. This was the elder's final thought. Within the sea of consciousness, silence reigned, and Lin Dong's body lay still till he awaited the outcome, contemplating whether his body would explode into oblivion, whether he would be usurped, or if he would emerge victorious. Approximately 3 breaths later, darkness enveloped Lin Dong's vision. His body swayed, then returned to normal. The result was revealed. I am Zhao Etian, a true monarch of the slaying demon sect. Laughing thrice, he unleashed a fireball, securing the storage pouch of the nascent soul before sending several more fireballs to obliterate all traces. Swiftly, he turned and departed towards the alchemy sect. Lin Dong navigated through the trees until his heartbeat calmed. I was far too greedy. Had I simply taken the spirit stones, the situation would have been much easier to manage. Awakened from the euphoria of his gains, Lin Dong fell into a state of panic. If I mishandle the storage pouch in my possession, my demise is all but certain, perhaps even imminent. He suppressed his growing anxiety, digging a deep hole in the earth. Leaping inside and covering it with branches, he activated a formation and draped himself in colorful cloth. Finally feeling a modicum of security. Having reached this juncture, there is no turning back. I must take a gamble. Lin Dong understood that the primary concern was to prevent any practitioner from sensing the presence of the nascent soul within him. Abandon everything that has been claimed by others. Leave behind anything that could be sensed. Reject anything that feels out of place or causes unease. Lin Dong meticulously sifted through the treasures within the storage pouch using his spiritual sense, refraining from extracting them, fearful that some ability might reveal his presence. All spirit stones, be they low-grade, mid-grade, or high-grade, must be claimed. Within the pouch were several fist-sized spirit stones, their spiritual energy flowing like liquid, exuding a faint pressure. Surely the superior spirit stones must be of the highest grade. No matter, I shall collect them first. Unable to fit everything into the 2 storage pouches, Lin Dong retrieved another. Finally gathering the spirit stones, the exact quantity temporarily irrelevant, only that there were many. Could anything contained within a true monarch storage pouch be anything less than extraordinary, especially for a lowly practitioner like Lin Dong? Each item was a treasure that could drive him to madness. Yet for the sake of his own life, he had to make sacrifices and act swiftly. His spiritual sense swept over the treasures. I cannot afford to delay any longer. The longer I tarry, the greater the peril. Why life must take precedence above all else. Lin Dong wrestled with his greed and ultimately extricated himself from the allure of the treasures. The subsequent decisions were straightforward. Keep the elixirs. Retain the materials, preserve the spiritual herbs, but the jade slips, those shall not be taken. Who knows what hidden marks may lie within? It is wise to avoid any semblance of fortune with the nascent soul's machinations. Everything else must be forsaken. Lin Dong's heart ached as he surveyed the treasures he could not claim. Each pulse resonated with his heartbeat, a painful reluctance point one last lingering glance at the storage pouch. He braced himself to commence the final act, discarding it. In my eagerness for the finer treasures, I overlooked something peculiar. Lin Dong's spiritual sense re-entered the storage pouch, and a branch captured his attention. It was roughly the length of Lin Dong's arm, its thickness comparable to his own, both ends having been cut smoothly. Lin Dong noted, were it not for the black hue and the tree-like patterns adorning it, I would surely mistake it for the severed arm of that unfortunate practitioner. Curiously, Lin Dong scrutinized the branch. It exhibits no fluctuations, no trace of spiritual energy. Perhaps I shall take it. It seemed remarkably out of place within the storage pouch. Yet Lin Dong trusted his instinct. Having completed his sorting, he performed one last sweep before reluctantly setting the storage pouch aside. How to dispose of it? Lin Dong contemplated the pouch he intended to discard, his mind racing. This should provide the utmost concealment from exposure. With a decisive thought, Lin Dong swiftly discarded the storage pouch, making his way back to the forest's edge at his utmost speed, ensuring to leave no trace behind that he even dared to circle around a beast's den, for the creature's aura was most potent and could effectively mask his own. Just a mile ahead lies the alchemy sect. I should be safe now, Lin Dong mused. I can only hope the practitioner who claims the storage pouch is not overly greedy. Otherwise, They shall not fault me for their demise. Lin Dong's strategy was straightforward. He tossed the storage pouch in an inconspicuous location, placing a spirit artifact beside it. This artifact would be undetectable to Lin Dong's spiritual sense, but would stand out brightly to a Foundation establishment practitioner. Redirecting calamity. May this method prove effective. Having set up his defenses, he once more dug a hole and leaned against the firm walls, feeling somewhat reassured. Now I await the outcome. Earning spirit stones is no easy feat. Lin Dong sighed. Closing his eyes to rest at A.S. Lin Dong took a moment to rejuvenate. A Foundation establishment practitioner soared overhead, suddenly reversing course and descending into the forest. They pursued Lin Dong's retreat route to a beast's den before hastily departing towards the outer city of the alchemy sect. 3 days later, an earth-shattering battle erupted 50 miles outside the grand city of Shuijin within the Slaying Demon domain, where 3 true monarchs of the Slaying Demon sect clashed with a nascent soul rogue. The rogue ultimately perished, leaving 1 true monarch severely injured, while the remaining 2 bore wounds as well. The Slaying Demon sect emerged with a Pyrrhic victory. The gravely wounded monarch succumbed to their injuries a decade later, rumored to have been a consequence of the grave wounds sustained in that battle. Such news circulated among practitioners of the Golden Core stage and above, entirely irrelevant to lowly early-stage practitioners like Lin Dong. After 7 restless days, Lin Dong found himself utterly exhausted. Lin Dong gazed up at the resplendent starry sky above, unable to resist the encroaching fatigue any longer, and succumbed to slumber that he slept for 2 days. Initially waking abruptly at intervals, his eyes darting about in confusion, gradually, he settled into a more peaceful rest. Upon returning to his apprentice courtyard, Lin Dong leaned against the wooden table, staring at the piles of spirit stones within his storage bag. Feeling as though he had been transported to another realm, he spent an entire night adjusting his emotions, and on the following day, he appeared before Senior Brother Gu with a calm demeanor, observing that everything around him was normal before he returned to his dwelling. That Zhao fellow was evidently being pursued, resulting in his physical destruction, ultimately falling into my hands. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be a single spiritual artifact in his storage bag. Devoid of any talismans, I suspect his life-bound treasure is undoubtedly damaged as well. When being hunted, one would desperately conceal their whereabouts. Therefore, should that storage bag fall into the hands of another cultivator, I would exist as an invisible presence in this matter. Perhaps there's nothing to worry about. A look of relief spread across Lin Dong's face. Having come to this realization, he finally exhaled in relief, joyfully contemplating the rewards he had garnered after enduring such psychological torment. Countless spirit stones ensured he would not need to fret about them for the time being. Instead, he pondered how to safely disseminate them to convert them into cultivation. As for elixirs, they were out of the question. Lin Dong estimated that merely inhaling the scent of the elixirs suitable for those in the nascent soul stage could potentially lead to the explosion of his own dantian. As for the other materials, he recognized none, only knowing they must be exceedingly precious, at present. They were certainly of no practical use. What purpose does this branch serve? Is it possible that the pursuit was due to this? Lin Dong had no inkling about this branch, but he had a vague feeling that his suspicions were not unfounded. It must be some rare, extraordinary treasure. Overall, this harvest is immense. The risks taken were worth it. However, Lin Dong was reminded of the contents of a jade slip he had seen in the storage bag, and his expression soured as he cursed. Damn it! While other jade slips are sealed and cannot be opened, this one contains such crucial information. Do you understand that this sort of matter must not be leaked? How am I supposed to face Senior Brother Gu? Chapter 33. Secrets and Matters. The next day, Lin Dong sought out Senior Brother Gu once more, cupping his hands in greeting and saying, Senior Brother Gu, I wish to borrow a jade slip from the Scripture Pavilion and hope you can assist me that I have gathered some spirit stones to compensate you with contribution points. With that, he produced 2,000 spirit stones and gazed earnestly at Gu Changqing. Senior Brother Gu waved his hand to accept the spirit stones, saying, I am pleased to see your willingness to exert effort. The sect forbids apprentices from exchanging contribution points to strengthen the bond between leaders and apprentices. It seems they aim to control apprentices. Lin Dong thought disdainfully. Very well. For now, You may use my token to I am acquainted with Steward Wong of the Scripture Pavilion. Next time, you can borrow the jade slips from the first floor using spirit stones without needing my token or contribution points. Senior Brother Gu added. Lin Dong's eyes flickered, his expression hesitating for a moment before he earnestly replied, I am deeply grateful for your unique consideration. Senior Brother Jiyu, that it seems I shall not trouble you further. After a brief pause, he continued, if not for my urgent need for that jade slip, I would not have exchanged all the spirit stones accumulated from my ancestral legacy for contribution points that I in the future, if I wish to borrow again. I will seek your assistance. Declining Senior Brother Gu's kindness, Lin Dong continued to fixate on the collar of Senior Brother Gu's robe, remaining motionless. If that is the case, then I shall respect your wishes. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. We are now akin to family. Senior Brother Gu's words were both reasonable and heartfelt, prompting Lin Dong to bow once more. Taking the token, Lin Dong promptly proceeded to the Scripture Pavilion to copy the jade slip, returning to his courtyard in deep contemplation. Sitting in the courtyard, he basked in the sunlight while examining the contents of the jade slip. Placing the slip on the wooden table, he gently traced his fingers across the surface, letting out a sigh. Senior Brother Gu, you have indeed rendered me a great service. I now owe the Elder a favor. What am I to do in the future? All I desire is to cultivate. I have no wish to become embroiled in such trivial matters. Lin Dong recalled the 17 names inscribed on the jade slip. Upon seeing the contents, he realized he had no opportunity to forget. Without hesitation, he had shattered the jade slip. Such knowledge ought not to exist. Senior Brother Gu, the secret agent, ranks second to last. And the one above is named Wang Ziki. The one at the top is called Wei Feng. Wang Xiaoshan once mentioned that the second elder of the sect is surnamed Wei. The second elder, indeed. To think Senior Brother Gu is a secret agent for the Zhan Yao sect among the Dan sect. It appears he is quite an important figure. Indeed, those whose names are recorded on a jade slip are unlikely to be insignificant. What can I do? Lin Dong scratched his head. Having not engaged in normal conversation with others for nearly 20 years, the complexities of relationships among cultivators were already enough to give him a headache, let alone the matter of secret agents involving two sections. Secret agents? Oh, secret agents, operating as spies in the realm of cultivation, is akin to existing in the realm of the dead. I am merely a pill-refining apprentice under Senior Brother Gu's command. I fear I have already been marked by him. I hope you won't force my hand like that burly man on the 5th floor. Otherwise, the outcome will be dire. Meanwhile, Senior Brother Gu was in his alchemy chamber, meeting with Steward Wang. What is your impression of those two apprentices lately? Wang inquired of the standing Gu Changqing, who had his hands clasped behind his back. In response to Steward Wang's query, Wang Xiaoshan has a pure disposition and is rather unsuitable for becoming our sect's secret agent. As for Lin Dong, he possesses considerable potential, but this young man is excessively cautious and difficult to draw out. Gu Changqing replied respectfully. There is no rush. We shall consider it once they become alchemists. For now, we can attempt to win them over. If they prove disobedient, they may be replaced. Do you understand? Upon hearing the word replace, Gu Changqing's face briefly paled. He had personally replaced 2 disobedient apprentices and had no qualms about replacing another. This is your spirit stone for the year. The sect recognizes your entry into the inner sect and has rewarded you with a high-grade magical artifact. Oh! Gu Changqing accepted the storage bag placed on the table by Steward Wang, and upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, his eyes lit up with delight. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the sect's grand endeavors. After speaking, Gu Changqing bowed and clasped his hands to Steward Wang. Steward Wang was quite pleased with Gu Changqing's demeanor. After escorting Steward Wang out of the cave, Gu Changqing activated the formation, and the two appeared to be good friends in the realm of alchemy. They exchanged a few light-hearted remarks before parting ways. Upon returning to his alchemy chamber, Gu Changqing swiftly retrieved a jade box from the storage bag on the table. Gently opening it, he pinched a small handful of spirit tea and placed it into a pre-prepared teacup. As the spirit tea fell into the cup, it mingled with the spirit water already present, swirling around like tiny black insects. Strangely, the tea began to darken, resembling thick ink. The Gu Changqing rubbed his hands in anticipation, waiting for the tiny insects to cease their movement in the tea. With a flick of his hand, a fine flame enveloped the tea, that a rich aroma wafted through the AI. Ardedes Gu Chongqing heated the tea. He inhaled the delightful scent deeply. The sound lingered, and a look of enjoyment graced Gu Chongqing's face, his eyes becoming dreamy as he slipped into a reverie. The flames flickered unpredictably after about 10 breaths. The enticing aroma dissipated, and the teacup bore no trace of liquid. Jiu Chongqing had slumped to the ground, his body convulsing. After a long while, he slowly rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with vitality. And his magical power had experienced a slight increase that a look of reluctance crossed his face as he gritted his teeth. Stowing the jade box into his personal storage bag, the Jiu Chongqing was in exceptional condition that day. Successfully refining a 3-star transformation golden pill in one go, a feat he had not achieved in a long time. Lin Dong set aside the matter of the secret agent, taking out the jade slip he had obtained to see if the artifact that could communicate with spiritual senses would be of any use to him. He hurriedly perused some unusual tales of cultivation at the scripture pavilion before returning to his courtyard. He activated all the formations and added his own, taking out the storage bag he had hidden in the beam of the room, which contained all his previous gains. Lin Dong had no safer place to store them, that he could only place them in a concealed spot on the beam. Fortunately, the storage bag exhibited no fluctuations. Otherwise, Lin Dong would have had to worry about how to conceal his belongings. Lin Dong meticulously compared the various characteristics of the materials in his hand. Excellent. Excellent. This is the primary material required for the artifact, heavenly meteor silver. Silver white in color, with naturally occurring honeycomb-like holes on the surface. All other features align perfectly. Haha. Once refined, I can enter with my spiritual sense, and this artifact will become a weapon of recognition. In the alchemy chamber, Lin Dong observed the slender 2-meter-long thread in his hand. Melting the heavenly meteor silver took Lin Dong some time, but it was merely a matter of melting it and shaping it with spiritual sense. Finally, Lin Dong completed the crafting of the weapon of recognition, but he secured one end of the weapon to his forehead and placed the other end at the mouth of the furnace, activating his spiritual sense. The clarity is astonishingly more than 100-fold. Wait, according to my deductions, it should only be 10-fold at most. Lin Dong opened his mouth in astonishment. Forget it. Perhaps it's due to the soul. Lin Dong proceeded to experiment with various techniques of alchemy. He was immensely satisfied, thinking, now, observing alchemy is no longer a tangled mess. Overcome with joy, he suddenly displayed a look of discontent. How could it possibly be so complex that it requires around 30 days to apply? How do the cultivators here refine pills? How pitiful they must be. Chapter 34. How to avoid major troubles. Lin Dong questioned himself. Why am I so formidable? He shamelessly praised himself. Impressive. Truly impressive. He found it difficult to articulate just how remarkable the path of alchemy he had forged was. So he settled for the simple expression of impressive. Seizing today's good fortune, I shall look into matters of cultivation techniques. Pretending to search around, Lin Dong burst into laughter. This is the demeanor a 13-year-old boy ought to have. The cultivation technique, within the realms of wood and fire, can presently be advanced to the 6th layer. The predicament arises primarily because the yang wood technique is limited to 6 layers, while the yin wood technique has remarkably progressed to the golden core stage. Henceforth, attention must be directed towards gathering the subsequent developments of these 2 methods. As for the earth demon technique, there is no cause for concern. However, I remain uncertain about the compatibility of both techniques at which tier. I need to carefully assess my physical cultivation. Lin Dong first practiced the wood and fire technique once, followed by a second attempt using the qi-nourishing pills. Exhaling, he mused that relying on pills was less efficacious than not using them at all. His real concern lay not in the scarcity of spiritual energy entering his body, but rather in his inability to refine it adequately. The impurities in the pills hindered the speed of his cultivation. What do I possess in abundance? Spirit stones, Lin Dong exclaimed with a snap of his fingers. There is no alternative. I am simply exceptional. He experimented with various grades of spirit stones, from the low tier to the high tier. The distinction in cultivation efficacy between low and high-grade spirit stones is a qualitative difference. Achieving the third layer in a short span is no longer a mere dream. However, these top-tier spirit stones? Lin Dong noted that he possessed only a scant few of these exceptional stones, hardly reaching double digits. I have even named these top-tier spirit stones myself, as they are entirely unmentioned in the various jade slips. And even that Zhao Yuanying possesses but a handful, likely reluctant to utilize them for cultivation. Lin Dong, too, was hesitant, scratching his head, yet he resolved to test their efficacy first. When he failed to extract spiritual energy from the top-tier spirit stones with his spiritual consciousness, he chuckled and scolded himself. The quality is indeed formidable. This time, switching to his divine sense, he acutely sensed the liquid-like spiritual energy within the stones, managing to extract a minuscule amount, no larger than the tip of a needle. This tiny amount surprisingly fills my meridians with a sensation of fullness. Without a moment's hesitation, to ponder the miraculous nature of this spiritual energy, he guided it into his dantian. After completing a full cycle of cultivation, Lin Dong paused, wryly smiling. This compels me to utilize the top-tier spirit stones. How can the results be so remarkable? I can refine both wings simultaneously without hindering the secondary purification of my mana. In pursuit of hastening my foundation stage and eliminating this calamity, I shall employ them. The essence of the soul is foundational. Driving him to relentlessly strive, it is indeed an extravagant act to employ high-grade spirit stones for cultivation at the Golden Core stage, and Lin Dong's actions transcended mere extravagance. They were extraordinarily lavish. As long as it accelerates my cultivation, I am willing to do anything, especially for spirit stones. At worst, I can always find another to possess. This notion had long been entertained by Lin Dong, yet he was at a loss as to where to procure such entities. Reflecting on possession, he recalled the tremors of his body and the exhilaration of his soul, a fleeting desire to seek another's body, a thought he wished to dismiss. Could it be that during my moment of fear, that Yuanying employed some secret technique upon me? Otherwise, how could I have been ensnared by that 3-meter radius protective formation? It was as if I was directly drawn into the formation. Was it also that the struggle between my desire to retreat and the compulsion to advance was a result of that Yuanying secret technique? This is truly terrifying. The more Lin Dong pondered, the more cold sweat dripped from his brow, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of confronting that Yuanying. Another question arises. What transpired during the conflict in my sea of consciousness? Lin Dong glanced at the sea of consciousness, noting that while the silvery hue of his soul had deepened, he had gleaned the name and origins of the Yuanying cultivator. Have I truly gained nothing from this? He found himself unable to intervene in matters of the soul, the level being far too elevated. His divine sense remained unchanged, and the sea of consciousness showed no signs of expansion or increased stability. Perhaps I have grown a tad greedy. Lin Dong adjusted his mindset and commenced cultivating with the top-tier spirit stones. Over the course of approximately 2 months, Lin Dong successfully reached the third layer of cultivation. After another 7 months of arduous effort, he broke through to the fourth layer, achieving what was deemed self-sufficiency in the realm of slaying demons. During this period, various events transpired, notably the profound disappointment felt by Brother Gu towards Lin Dong, leading him to abandon any thoughts of further cultivation. The very next day, Lin Dong began to familiarize himself with the names of each cultivator on the list, only to find himself perplexed by the fact that the jade slips only listed names without designating titles such as elder or disciple. Wang Xiaoshan consistently refers to Brother Gu rather than Gu Chongqing. And being capped at the foundation establishment stage, how can I glean insights about these individuals? After several days of effort, Lin Dong merely confirmed that Wang Zhisher was the third from the bottom on the list. With no progress made on the other secret disciples. One day, while practicing, Lin Dong decided to visit the inner sex library, pondering, should I explore other areas? With no developments in the current situation, it is prudent to observe and listen more. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with thoughts concerning the secret disciples, yet to little avail. Upon reaching the miscellaneous affairs pavilion, Lin Dong spotted the enormous jade wall displaying bounty tasks. Scratching his head, he realized, what a fool I am. I have seen this before. The black inscriptions on the wall represented tasks issued by disciples at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, while the red inscriptions were for tasks released by cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. Each task was duly marked with the name of the issuer and their position within the sect. Lin Dong stood before the jade wall, contemplating. If I were to issue a task, I would state, Lin Dong, disciple of the sect, hereby issues this task. Many tasks seemed distant for disciples. Yet for Lin Dong, they presented no challenge that in reality. Given Lin Dong's capabilities, he could undertake some tasks, but he was not foolish enough to accept them. Remarking, the rewards are too meager. They are not worth it. While he could not accept the tasks, he could certainly observe them. With a look of yearning, Lin Dong gazed at the tasks as though acceptance of one was his greatest aspiration. Evoking memories in many cultivators who came to check the tasks, reminiscent of their own past experiences. Lin Dong spent 7 days in this manner, visiting at nearly the same time each day and lingering before the jade wall. As anticipated, no cultivator seemed to find anything amiss. Lin Dong, with a somber expression, remained motionless in his small chamber, allowing himself to succumb to the enveloping darkness. From top to bottom within the sect, aside from the Yuaning stage, there are several cultivators at every other level. Is this web not woven rather tightly? In Lin Dong's understanding, it sufficed for a sect to have 4 or 5 cultivators placed, with perhaps an equal number in reserve. But if there were too many, wouldn't secrecy be compromised? 1 leader and 1 assistant per level is ample, yet there are currently 17 leaders alone, and the numbers have more than doubled. Such an arrangement suggests significant ulterior motives within the Dan sect, possibly harboring actions detrimental to the sect. Moreover, the anticipated timeline for initiation is not too distant. This brought to mind what the elder had said, that in 6 years, he would understand why the city gates were set so high. Perhaps that is the case. I wonder if the elder cast a glance at Brother Gu. Alas, I should prioritize my own matters. Lin Dong sighed, recalling the elder's completely expressionless face, which nevertheless conveyed the utmost sentiment. What means can I employ to extricate myself from this whirlpool? Lin Dong scratched his head. 3 days later, he finally solidified the plan he intended to implement. A scheme to evade Brother Gu's scrutiny. Self-disgrace. This was a tactic he had learned from Wang Xiaoshan. With his innocent disposition and loquacious nature, only a fool would choose him as a secret disciple. Secrecy was never a consideration for Wang Xiaoshan. After a few exchanges, Lin Dong managed to extract a wealth of information regarding Brother Gu from him. Thus, Lin Dong was unconcerned about anyone approaching Wang Xiaoshan. Then I can too. As long as I present myself in a manner that convinces Brother Gu that seeking me would be an act of folly, I shall succeed. Lin Dong contemplated. Yet what mannerisms or behaviors would be most unsuitable for a secret disciple? To successfully evade Brother Gu's gaze, Lin Dong found himself racking his brain over schemes and deceptions, areas in which he was least adept. Chapter 35. The sole choice. Lin Dong dedicated several days to gathering various pieces of information, primarily concerning rumors related to secret disciples, events surrounding Brother Gu, and his past experiences. Lin Dong had no aptitude for matters leaning towards cunning. Over those days, his demeanor fell under Wang Xiaoshan's scrutiny, who inquired multiple times, "Brother, you seem preoccupied these days. Your spirit appears adrift, and your hair is a disheveled mess. Are you enamored with some senior sister or junior sister? Do share, and I shall help you inquire." His face was a blend of curiosity and longing. Lin Dong was left speechless. Go away, go away. Such adult matters are beyond your comprehension." Wang Xiaoshan continued unabated, unperturbed by Lin Dong's dismissal. However, Lin Dong donned an expression of infatuation and fantasy, albeit with a hint of shyness. Thus, a rumor spread among the apprentices that the legendary Lin Dong had fallen for a junior sister or senior sister and had become infatuated. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong could not help but sigh. Wang Xiaoshan truly has a loose tongue. This, however, served as a reminder to Lin Dong that if he could convincingly integrate a particular trait into the impression he left on others, one that would render him unsuitable as a secret disciple, it would suffice. One trait was ample. Wang Xiaoshan is talkative. What about me? His mind raced. Sitting in his small courtyard, basking in the sun, Lin Dong gazed at his delicate reflection in the water. A hint of reluctance crossing his face. Gritting his teeth, he looked at his fair visage. It seems I have no choice. I must sacrifice this pretty face. Tenderly caressing his cheek, he lamented, in order to live better, I must make this sacrifice. After meticulously re-evaluating his plan, Lin Dong resolutely exited the courtyard. He accepted a task, one involving the search for a beast known as the illusionary fragrance rabbit. This creature possessed no extraordinary abilities. Save for its adorable appearance and a naturally fragrant scent, that it was relatively rare and difficult to capture. The task had been issued by a senior sister from the outer sect, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the outer sect of the Dan sect. Lin Dong accepted it, disregarding Wang Xiaoshan's warnings that this beast only roamed within a 50-mile radius and ignoring his fervent protests. With Brother Gu's peculiar gaze upon him, Lin Dong declared resolutely, to bring joy to the senior sister is worth it. Riding on a spiritual bird, Lin Dong soared towards the forest's edge, bidding farewell to Wang Xiaoshan, who was now tearfully pleading, Brother Lin, do return. Watching Lin Dong venture into the woods, Wang Xiaoshan sat on the ground, having informed Brother Gu that he would wait for Lin Dong for 3 days. Brother Gu has indeed agreed that Yan Jin and Wang Xiaoshan must not step into the forest. He suspects that if he remains silent, Wang Xiaoshan might just follow him in. Wang Xiaoshan waited at the forest's edge for 3 days, during which he contemplated entering the forest multiple times, but ultimately recoiled. That Gu's words and the fear of the forest compelled Wang Xiaoshan to strike his own head several times in frustration. Lin Dong encountered his first demon beast within a 10-mile radius of the forest, a creature he had deliberately chosen. That it was not particularly strong, comparable to a second-tier cultivator, but its sharp claws could easily rend his robe. As long as Lin Dong dodged appropriately, he could ensure that his injuries remained manageable. Though the sight was gruesome, it was merely flesh wounds. Lin Dong discarded the tattered robe, donning a rudimentary green garment instead. After hastily bandaging his wounds, he sat on the ground, his face etched with terror. Lin Dong hesitated, stepping back 2 paces and then forward 3, before finally breaking into a frantic run within the forest. Remarkably, he encountered no demon beasts during his 3-mile dash, leaving Lin Dong in awe of his fortune. After running less than a mile further, he halted, donned the green cloth once more, and activated the formation plate. This time, Lin Dong chose a vantage point near the top of a large tree. From here, he could see the sky above, while the view from outside was obscured by dense foliage that he meticulously concealed his presence. Cautiously peering through the gaps in the leaves towards the direction of the Dan sect, that an hour later, a fully aware cultivator sped past him at a distance of approximately 300 meters, seemingly searching for something. Half an hour later, Lin Dong sensed 2 more figures traversing within a 400-meter radius. With his eyes wide open, he kept his spiritual sense tightly restrained within his body. His breathing barely audible. It wasn't until Lin Dong spotted a figure soaring from the woods 3 miles away towards the Dan sect that he finally exhaled a long breath of relief. After silently waiting for another day, observing yet another figure take flight in the distance, Lin Dong's eyes blazed with uncontainable anger. That Gu Changqing left a spiritual mark on my robe, taking advantage of my low cultivation to remain undetected. My robe was torn away by the power of a demon beast, and after searching for me for half a day, don't tell me you care for my life and death, pretending to fly away only to sneak back again. Are we related? With such malice, I will sever any ties of obligation with the elder. If you come again, there will be no negotiations. As night falls, there is no need for spiritual sense to detect my presence, especially since Gu Changqing has already returned once. No other cultivator should be paying attention to me now. Lin Dong steeled himself and waited for another hour. As the sounds of demon beasts in the forest grew increasingly frequent, before gradually succumbing to sleep, that a day later, Lin Dong staggered out of the forest, collapsing before Wang Xiaoshan, drenched in blood. Brother Gu's diagnosis revealed that his spiritual power was exhausted, severely injuring his foundation. With multiple fractures and internal bleeding, that it was a miracle he had survived, and his hopes of reaching the foundation establishment stage were dashed. The conclusion was that he acted recklessly out of emotion, rendering him unsuitable as a candidate for cultivation. Ultimately, Brother Gu decided to ensure his survival, retaining his apprentice status, but would no longer pay him any attention. When he reached the fourth tier, he would arrange for an outer sect identity, allowing him to fend for himself. This was a way of repaying the elder's vague debt of gratitude. 3 days later, Lin Dong awoke, able to walk slowly after 10 days, and only began to show signs of recovery after a month. When he was able to move, he had Wang Xiaoshan assist him in expressing his gratitude to Brother Gu. Brother Gu had given him several pills to preserve his life, and even used an exceedingly precious pill to ensure Lin Dong could continue his cultivation. Wang Xiaoshan relayed this information, and Lin Dong understood the implication. Such a great price was evidently not due to sympathy for his inability to reach the foundation establishment stage. Brother Gu sent Wang Xiaoshan away, closing the stone door of his cave dwelling, his expression complex as he gazed at Lin Dong. What a pity for such a promising seedling. How could you act so recklessly over matters of the heart? Gu Changqing lamented, observing the youth's pale face and grievously injured body, which only confirmed that this boy was doomed. Lin Dong, your admission into my ranks was also due to the elder's favor. Before he passed, he mentioned owing you a favor. Now, I have spared no expense to save your life. All debts of gratitude have been repaid. Brother Gu paused, seeing Lin Dong nearly collapse, and gestured to a stone bench. Please, sit for a moment. Lin Dong realized something, silently moving to sit on the stone bench, no longer looking in Brother Gu's direction, his complexion growing even paler. Lin Dong, I will retain your apprentice status if you manage to reach the fourth tier or become an alchemist. You will become an outer sect disciple on your own merit. I will not recommend you further. You may leave now. Take care of yourself. There is no longer any relationship between us. He called Wang Xiaoshan in to assist the now completely weakened Lin Dong, and the stone door slid shut without a sound. Lin Dong lay on his bed, quietly contemplating. This step, taken at such a great cost, seems to have been the right one. Elder, now that Brother Gu has saved me, I owe you a favor in return. I will save him once, and then we shall be even. Lin Dong recognized the value of that precious pill. He accepted the debt of gratitude from Brother Gu. From now on, I will diligently cultivate and strive to reach the fourth tier. Thus, Lin Dong underwent a profound transformation in character, becoming taciturn and aloof, gradually distancing himself from Wang Xiaoshan, that he slipped away from the scrutiny of the sect entirely. Among the apprentices, discussions of Lin Dong slowly faded, and when he was occasionally mentioned, it was merely with the lamentation, though he ascended to the fourth tier and became an outer sect disciple. He will ultimately turn to dust a century later. Chapter 36. A new beginning in the outer city. Lin Dong emerged from the affairs hall, now officially an outer sect disciple of the fire refining alchemy sect. No one came to celebrate, nor did he intend to notify anyone. Thus he returned alone to his small courtyard. After pacing around the courtyard, he mapped out his future path and left a message for Wang Xiaoshan. Discarding the low-grade flying sword gifted by the sect, he took flight from the Dan sect towards the outer city. From this moment on, Lin Dong could truly be considered an acknowledged cultivator. Without a protective barrier and unable to fly, those below the fourth tier ideally should not venture out. Standing on his flying sword with hands clasped behind his back, his hair freed from its confines, fluttering in the wind, Lin Dong exclaimed, "I can fly! I can fly!" Cultivators passing by recognized that it was Lin Dong's first experience using a magical artifact to fly, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Dong's most immediate realization was, at last, I'm not just a human-shaped spirit stone. Throughout his journey, no cultivators engaged him in conversation or attempted to approach. Lin Dong reveled in the freedom of flight. However, he noticed that different cultivation levels corresponded to varying altitudes of flight. Is this also a symbol of hierarchy? Lin Dong mused. Upon reaching the back entrance of the outer city, Lin Dong descended from his flying sword. The guards at the city gate, upon seeing the outer sect disciple insignia on Lin Dong, greeted him with a bow and allowed him entry. Unsure of how to respond, Lin Dong could only return a bow, leaving the guard momentarily taken aback with excitement, which puzzled Lin Dong as he nodded and proceeded into the city. Once inside the outer city, Lin Dong first reported to the Dan sect's outpost to register, primarily to secure a small courtyard and a modest shop that would only cost half the spirit stones. The courtyard was essential, While the shop would serve as an important source of spirit stones for Lin Dong in the future, of course, he did not possess it yet. Additionally, he could seek refuge at the outpost for any future matters. The outer city was the territory of the Dan sect, and the outpost was under the protection of Golden Core cultivators. Lin Dong officially settled into his small courtyard, cleaning it thoroughly inside and out before entering the house to activate the formation. Sitting on the bed, he began to plan his life in the outer city. First, I need the subsequent techniques for the Yangwood fire cultivation. Then I must attend to matters related to body refinement that I also require a suitable magical artifact and the intermediate level spells I can learn. Lastly, I need to open a shop. That should about cover it. With his plans firmly in place, Lin Dong wasted no time, stepping out to visit various shops. The Yangwood technique was considered inferior at the South Mountain Gate, and it was similarly regarded in the demon-slaying domain. Every shop had it for sale. Lin Dong purchased 2 jade slips for comparison. Finding a magical artifact proved to be more challenging. Leading Lin Dong to the largest and most reputable shop in the outer city, Treasure Pavilion. Is there a treasure pavilion in every city? Lin Dong wondered as he walked inside. What does junior brother wish to purchase? A servant from the 7th floor approached Lin Dong. I'm still at the bottom of the hierarchy, Lin Dong thought to himself, replying, I wish to buy a fire-type knife magical artifact and some elixirs. Please follow me. This time, Lin Dong received dedicated attention, and another servant welcomed him into a small black room. I am looking for a fire-type knife magical artifact of mid-grade quality. A top-grade one would be even better. It must be durable and conducive to spiritual sense. The servant pondered for a moment, jotting something down on a jade slip and placing it into the nearby formation. Shortly after, a storage bag appeared within the formation. Is this a small-scale teleportation array? Lin Dong thought, surprised. The treasure pavilion truly has some audacity. The servant retrieved a top-grade magical artifact from the storage bag. This is the flame knife, a top-grade magical artifact crafted by the renowned artifact master, Master Lu, in the outer city. Initially, Master Lu aimed to forge a spirit tool, but it was a failure, resulting in this magical artifact. Lin Dong grasped the flame knife, which was about the length of an arm. Feeling a gentle warmth upon touch that it was crafted from a black, non-reflective material, and his spiritual sense flowed through it with remarkable ease. Does it possess flames? This flame knife is incredibly sturdy, able to withstand a blow from a low-grade spirit tool without breaking. It is also highly compatible with spiritual sense, perfectly meeting your requirements, the servant continued. Lin Dong activated the flame knife, and its blade extended to a length of 2 arms while maintaining its black, non-reflective appearance that a faint, almost ethereal protective barrier, akin to a delicate film, enveloped the surface of the magical artifact. The flame blade circled around Lin Dong's body, who nodded in satisfaction. This blade costs 1,200 spirit stones. What do you think, junior brother? Upon seeing Lin Dong's nod, the attendant promptly stated the price. I would also like to acquire some additional items. Lin Dong placed the blade on the table and articulated his desires. Since the prices here are fair and the selection comprehensive, I shall procure everything from this place. Lin Dong mused to himself, wary of the hassle of searching elsewhere. With an ample supply of spirit stones at his disposal and currently in the outer city, he felt no trepidation about spending a little more. After all, none would dare to covet his wealth. Observing that the total value of his purchases had reached a significant sum, the attendant, in a half-offering manner, presented Lin Dong with a 30-meter square storage bag and a jade token. This is our initial VIP token from the Treasure Pavilion. It recognizes the token rather than the individual, so you may use it with confidence. The attendant's reassurance stirred something within Lin Dong, prompting him to buy yet another magical artifact before he exited in contentment. Upon returning from the Treasure Pavilion, Lin Dong spent an entire day seated in his courtyard, his fingers gently tapping against the table as he furrowed his brow. One can only truly master intermediate spells at the 4th level. The success rate for casting them at the 3rd level is less than 10%. And even the shadow refuses to breach this rule that it is time to test my abilities. Rising to his feet, Lin Dong formed a hand seal, and within a breath, a large fireball materialized before him. With a surge of magical energy, the fireball struck the testing artifact. After a swift motion to his abdomen, he completed the hand seal and directed the fireball towards the testing device. As expected, Lin Dong reflected on these two attempts, realizing he had gained insight. Previously, while practicing this fireball technique in secret at the 3rd level, a success rate of 1 in 10 was considered commendable. Now, with my magical energy flowing smoothly, I doubt I would fail even once in 10 attempts. However, this shadow can only support the casting of one spell. With the protective barrier at the 4th level and the need to manipulate artifacts, I must be prepared and strategize for when the shadow can assist. Lin Dong found himself at a loss regarding the shadow's limitations. He had previously inquired about ways to enhance their abilities. The shadow and the seal twisted in tandem, forming phrases he could understand, such as upgrade. How does one upgrade you? The shadow remained still, while the seal twisted dramatically. As if to say, do you require a 1,000,000-word manual? Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement. Your abilities are extraordinary, yet now that I have reached the 4th level, it is time for an upgrade. But I cannot find a way that I fear not the difficulty of meeting your demands, but rather the absence of a method. After much contemplation of the seal's earlier twist, Lin Dong, now exasperated, implored once more, please tell me again how I can facilitate your upgrade. Just a few more words. After savoring the seal's response, Lin Dong collapsed onto the ground in frustration. I concede to you, such a method should not be elusive. The seal had initially advised him to guess, and on the second occasion added, you guess. Following this, the shadow and seal seemed to grow increasingly preoccupied, vanishing without a trace, ignoring Lin Dong's incessant inquiries about whether his assumptions were correct. Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders. I shall guess on my own. Chapter 37. Sparring and Acquisitions for the Time Being. Lin Dong set aside his guessing game, as he had formed some conjectures. His primary concern was to ascertain his strength and how it measured against other intermediate practitioners. This led him to contemplate an excellent venue, the Outer City Trial Grounds, a place where one can spar with practitioners, test spells, and assess the power of artifacts, all under the promise of confidentiality. It seems I will be frequenting this location soon. Lin Dong mulled over various thoughts, ultimately concluding with a mix of relief and frustration. My cultivation methods and combat style differ significantly from those of other practitioners. While I possess remarkable prowess, the journey to carve out my own path is painstakingly slow. As Lin Dong wandered to the trial grounds, he hesitated at the entrance. There is a foundation establishment deacon among the practitioners listed. Should I enter? That list had become a thorn in Lin Dong's side, as he had cursed the inept Yuan Ing, Zhao Etian, countless times, aptly named for having only a day's worth of life. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Dong scrutinized the dazzling flame insignia on the door, weighing his options. It is wise to enter. Firstly, this is the alchemy sect's domain, making it relatively safer than other trial grounds. Additionally, I must gauge the current disposition of those practitioners towards me that I will proceed inside and assess the situation. Upon entering the trial grounds, Lin Dong noticed numerous practitioners entering and exiting through a small door, constantly overhearing discussions about the strengths and weaknesses of various individuals. The small door bore the prominent character ring, which was as large as the door itself. Is it to ensure practitioners can see it? Lin Dong pondered, scratching his head in confusion the attendance counter. He exchanged 10 spirit stones for a jade slip. The intermediate testing room charges 10 spirit stones a day. Quite exorbitant. While Lin Dong was not short on spirit stones, he despised overpriced commodities that he strolled into the testing room. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings, embodying the persona of a novice practitioner freshly emerged from the sect. Once inside the testing room and activating the formation, Lin Dong took a moment to sense his surroundings, finally exhaling in relief that he began rigorously testing his abilities. Assessing the power of his artifacts, spellcasting, and physical prowess, that he conducted a thorough examination, from maximum effort to moderate exertion. And at the fastest pace possible, striving for comprehensive self-awareness, that as the day drew to a close, Lin Dong gained a clear understanding of his capabilities. Having gained insight into my own strength, it is time to investigate the sparring ring and learn about the strengths of other practitioners. To think my prowess is quite formidable, he remarked with a chuckle. Exiting the testing room, He entered the sparring ring, where a wide corridor accommodating 10 individuals stood before him. The passage was short, flanked by several wooden doors, each marked with corresponding cultivation levels. Third stage Qi refinement. Early stage foundation establishment, and none for mid to late stages. Lin Dong chose the door labeled for mid-stage Qi refinement, furrowing his brow at the sight. Why are there so many practitioners? Several hundred individuals crowding around 10 sparring platforms. There seems to be an excess of practitioners. Lin Dong frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in such a crowded environment. Uncomfortable or not, I must acclimate. This scene will not be rare in the future. Fortunately, the practitioners who are not familiar with one another maintain a respectful distance, and no one is using their spiritual sense indiscriminately during the match. Lin Dong glanced at the 10 sparring platforms, observing each one briefly. He raised his hand to signal, and the designated sparring master organized the practitioners based on their order of arrival. Each sparring session cost 10 spirit stones, with the loser or the one who ended the match paying the fee. Lin Dong surveyed the area, noting that no one seemed to notice his arrival. Selecting a platform with a larger number of practitioners, he watched several exchanges, noting that the focus was primarily on practical application. Various artifacts and spells were employed without concern for their compatibility, as each aimed to achieve their objectives before signaling the end, without needing to announce their names beforehand. The practitioners prioritized utilitarianism, which relieved Lin Dong. Simplicity and directness were his usual approach. The collisions of spells and artifacts opened Lin Dong's eyes wide. Shall I give it a try? Unable to contain himself, he raised his hand to signal. 2 individuals ascended the platform, activating their protective barriers. It was Lin Dong's first experience with sparring. He felt somewhat out of his depth. I can't go all out. What should I do first? He pondered, momentarily dazed. Noticing his opponent gazing at him curiously, the practitioner brandished a hammer-shaped artifact in an aggressive stance, making a few preliminary strikes before assuming a ready position. Lin Dong remained perplexed, staring blankly at the practitioner across from him. What is the meaning of this? The opponent, a man in his 30s with a square face adorned with a bushy beard and an air of bravado, chuckled heartily upon seeing Lin Dong's expression. Placing his artifact at his feet, he spoke. You must be new here, junior brother. Typically, unfamiliar practitioners begin with artifact exchanges before transitioning to spell casting and defensive maneuvers. Only after growing accustomed to one another do we engage, as you have observed. Haha, my surname is Zhu. You may call me Brother Zhu. Brother Zhu's booming voice resonated throughout the mid-level sparring arena, prompting some practitioners to joke. Brother Zhu has struck gold today, encountering a fresh-faced novice. Shall we see if he can find his way home after this match? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Dong scratched his head and bowed to Brother Zhu. Indeed, Brother Zhu speaks wisely. Lin Dong, am here for the first time and would appreciate your guidance. Ignoring the scattered jeers from other practitioners, he continued, Shall we commence with the artifacts? Brother Zhu laughed heartily. Do not mind them. They merely fear the lack of action. Let us begin. The two nodded at the disciple overseeing the sparring platform below, and a formation enveloped the arena, marking the start of their bout. They clashed their artifacts against one another, seeking to discern each other's strengths and weaknesses, as well as their respective methods of control. After some time, they transitioned into a phase where one party attacked the protective barrier while the other defended. Lin Dong attempted to maneuver around Brother Zhu's artifact to strike at his barrier. Reflecting, I have been misled by Brother Gu. These exchanges are likely common among fellow practitioners, perhaps even with elders offering guidance. Nonetheless, Brother Zhu is commendable, consistently leading me to familiarize myself with the combat style of magical practitioners. As Lin Dong adapted to this approach, his methods of attack and defense gradually evolved to resemble those of a seasoned combatant. Is it correct to guide my attacks and defenses with rhythm? After a prolonged stalemate, Lin Dong's competitive spirit ignited, recalling the universal principle of rhythm, immediately inspiring him to experiment with it. Brother Zhu, observing this, quietly marveled. This youth is clearly a novice, lacking combat experience, yet his capacity for comprehension is astonishing. As long as he has encountered a particular method of attack, he is invariably able to devise a means of defense against it. His assaults are no exception. He has thoroughly exploited the weakness of my slow artifact. Had my magical prowess been on par with his, I fear I would have been vanquished long ago. Just as senior brother Zhu's lamentations were drawing to a close, he noticed something even more peculiar unfolding before him. His expression grew grave, and he hastened the pace of his incantations to guide the artifact, no longer exhibiting the nonchalance of before. Lin Dong, immersed in the rhythm of battle, initially sought merely to achieve victory, yet unexpectedly found himself armed with a formidable trump card. As Lin Dong's movements became increasingly fluid, senior brother Zhu's demeanor grew ever more solemn. Chapter 38. The mysterious rhythm. Lin Dong gradually allowed himself to meld with the rhythm, albeit in a rudimentary manner, as he did not exert himself to the fullest. With merely a fraction of the rhythm, it astonishingly yields tenfold results. What a delightful surprise! Lin Dong exclaimed gleefully, attacking while secretly reveling in his newfound prowess. His hands conjuring dizzying phantoms. Senior brother Zhu's hand gestures became somewhat erratic as the speed and force of his artifact fluctuated, resulting in an inability to withstand the onslaught of the fiery blade. What sort of miraculous elixir has this lad consumed? Or has he received guidance from an extraordinary master? How could he nearly breach my artifact's defenses? This is perplexing. His artifact is slower than mine, and his strength is significantly inferior. Why do I feel utterly incapable of countering him despite employing 8/10 of my power? Senior brother Zhu squinted, scrutinizing Lin Dong's condition intently, his spiritual awareness fully engaged, leaving no secrets hidden from his gaze. This is strange. The speed remains the same, and his strength is still no match for mine. Yet I am utilizing 8/10 of my abilities, and it seems he has the advantage. Senior brother Zhu felt a twinge of frustration. Gritting his teeth, he observed the black, knife-shaped artifact assaulting him with an unpredictable cadence, varying in strength and angle, eluding any discernible pattern. Yet it conveyed an uncanny sense of order. Who is he? This won't do. If I continue to rely on passive defense, I will inevitably lose, even if it's merely my protective shield that has sustained an attack. Here, that would still constitute defeat that I cannot allow my reputation to be tarnished. The hammer-shaped artifact trembled, emitting a dazzling golden light that sent the fiery blade reeling. Senior brother Zhu burst into hearty laughter before addressing Lin Dong. Junior brother Lin, your prowess in offensive artifacts is commendable. Let us switch roles, and you shall defend against my 1,000-gene hammer. Without waiting for Lin Dong to react, the 1,000-gene hammer surged forward once more. The fiery blade emitted a muffled groan, its surface shield rippling like water. It crashed down as though a fallen tree striking the ground. The 1,000-gene hammer sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lin Dong like a meteor. Caught off guard in his offensive stance, Lin Dong nearly forgot about the impending attack. The fiery blade, having exerted tremendous effort, managed to raise itself, its tip flashing like a seal as it sliced upward, cleaving through the shaft of the 1,000-gene hammer. With a mere touch, the hammer's head flicked, and the blade's glow flickered as the edge once again swept from top to bottom along the hammer's body. The protective shield of the hammer emitted a prolonged whoosh, and after 2 successive slashes from the fiery blade, the depletion of magical energy proved insufficient for replenishment. The 1,000-gene hammer had no choice but to retreat, restoring its magical energy. The distance between the hammer and the shield was a mere meter, sending a jolt of anxiety through Lin Dong. Something about this sparring session felt amiss. An ambush. Senior brother Zhu is unleashing his full strength. He has 6 parts, while I have only 4. I am just a fledgling outside the sect, while he has honed his skills in the outer city for quite some time. Lin Dong was utterly astonished. Senior brother Zhu, grinning widely, made another strike with the 1,000-gene hammer. The fiery blade, already nearing the limits of its material endurance, was met with Lin Dong's urgent voice. Senior brother Zhu, please halt, I concede. The 1,000-gene hammer made a wide arc around Lin Dong, and senior brother Zhu beamed with delight. Junior brother Lin, you are remarkable, truly. You are a worthy disciple of the sect. In a few years, your strength will surpass mine, and I, Zhu Quan now, will bear this in mind. And we shall look out for one another henceforth. Very well. Let us commence a duel of spells. Lin Dong nodded in agreement. Lin Dong wielded only fire-based spells, while senior brother Zhu commanded both water and wood elements. Moreover, Lin Dong's shadowy illusions, fireballs, fire serpents, and double fireballs were all easily countered by senior brother Zhu's water spells that a wooden pillar, as thick as a fist and 1.5 meters long, descended from above, and Lin Dong's 2 fireballs could merely momentarily halt the pillar before it pressed down, causing Lin Dong's protective shield to tremble violently. The shield was struck first, leading to Lin Dong's loss. Following that, the issue of the shield's defense arose. The explosive heat of Lin Dong's fireballs and the fragmented wooden pillar collided violently against the arena's protective barrier. Observing from below, the scattered cultivators remarked, "The disparity in cultivation is truly insurmountable." Witnessing the fireball's detonation merely caused the shield to sway. Lin Dong sighed. "Despite the purity and potency of my fire-based magic cultivated from the wood fire technique, it still falls short in quantity." By now, Lin Dong's magical energy was nearly depleted that he raised his hand, signaling the end of the sparring session, while feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Senior brother Zhu retracted his artifact, walking side by side with Lin Dong down from the arena. The scattered cultivators below discerned that aside from his trump card, Senior brother Zhu had revealed nearly all his capabilities, regarding Lin Dong with newfound respect, albeit expressed in an inappropriate manner, that a scattered cultivator, appearing to be in his 20s with a long face and small eyes, approached and grinned at senior brother Zhu, saying, "Brother Zhu, this young lad possesses considerable strength." Senior brother Zhu laughed heartily. "Indeed, brother Jean speaks the truth. Junior brother Lin hails from the sect and is undoubtedly more skilled than us scattered cultivators." Lin Dong sidestepped the hand that nearly patted his shoulder, cupping his hands and responding, "You flatter me. Then congratulations are in order for brother Zhu." Brother Jean wore a peculiar smile. "Your sister is also cultivating within the sect. Are you not concerned she might be bullied? I see that junior brother Lin possesses great potential. His future is limitless." After a pause, he added, "What does my strength have to do with his sister?" Lin Dong asked, perplexed, with a twist of his small face. Brother Jean exclaimed, "Could it be that some matchmaking is afoot?" He became quite animated. "Why not let junior brother Lin become your brother-in-law? What say you?" Senior brother Zhu remained silent, but Lin Dong sensed something amiss. Could it be that senior brother Zhu is contemplating when to marry? Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, senior brother Zhu burst into laughter, saying, "My sister is fiercely independent. She will not heed her elder brother's arrangements." Lin Dong was left uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment as he pondered over this. Senior brother Zhu continued, "If you wish to marry my sister, I cannot assist you." His tone was filled with a sense of pity for Lin Dong. Lin Dong could only stand there, mouth agape. Moreover, he added, "My sister's name is Zhu Qingshu. She is the outer sect senior sister of the alchemy sect. You must have heard of her." He winked at Lin Dong. "I heard you sustained injuries for my sister, and she was furious with me, her brother. Junior brother Lin, exercise caution if you encounter my sister." Lin Dong scratched his head, then awkwardly smiled, bowing to senior brother Zhu. "Come, brother Zhu, let us go for a drink." He tugged at Lin Dong's robe, pulling along brother Jean and several other scattered cultivators, all laughing heartily as they went to drink. Lin Dong turned back to survey the crowd, noting that they were all dressed as scattered cultivators. As he was led out of the training grounds, he contemplated the subtle spiritual presence he had sensed earlier, one that was elusive and nearly imperceptible, successfully evading his awareness. "Unfortunately, the reactions of my body and soul are inescapable, the terror within my body and the insatiable hunger of my soul." Lin Dong discovered a measure of solace from his soul. "Should anyone attempt to ambush me, it seems my approach has yielded satisfactory results. That mysterious figure merely observed me upon my entry into the training grounds and felt nothing upon my exit, indicating a genuine abandonment of their intentions." Lin Dong felt a sense of relief regarding the mysterious figure, but he believed that as his strength continued to grow, he would eventually impart a lesson to them. By the time Lin Dong returned to his small courtyard, 2 hours had already passed. Utilizing his magical energy, he refined the spirit liquor and rinsed his body with water. The well water is truly refreshing. Water produced by spells always leaves a feeling of incompleteness. Lin Dong's habits still bore traces of his previous life, as an uncle. Drinking with Brother Zhu was indeed a self-imposed trial. Not being able to refine the spirit liquor with magic left me feeling as though I still have a headache. Though it has subsided, I still rub my temples. Lin Dong grumbled to himself. Let this be an apology to the senior sister. Alas, Wang Xiaoshan, you have spread rumors far and wide. My reputation as a romantic has truly taken root. Lin Dong sat for a moment, recovering from the discomfort of his first drinking experience, before entering the alchemy chamber. Let me restore my magical energy and resume alchemy. This liquor can cause many troubles, yet I cannot resist the enthusiasm of Brother Zhu and the others. He recalled the fervent expressions of those who had urged him to drink. Is it that as long as I remain upright, they believe I have not fulfilled my duties as the elder brother? Shaking his head, he cast aside his grievances related to alcohol. Chapter 39. A collision with a mysterious presence. Lin Dong practiced alchemy for a while, concocting basic elixirs such as qi nourishing pills and qi recovery pills, all suitable for novice cultivators. The high success rate was evident from the smile on Lin Dong's face. Preparing a shop is no easy task. Despite having rhythms, seals, and the alchemical skills I painstakingly refined, I still fall short of many elixirs. Lin Dong mused cheerfully. After exiting, Lin Dong donned a gray robe that enveloped him entirely, trailing along the ground. The face of the robe formed a dark, opaque veil. This was the artifact he had purchased last from the treasure pavilion, primarily designed to obscure one's visage and aura, though it could not conceal the fluctuations of magical energy, meaning one's cultivation level remained exposed. This was the finest concealment artifact available in the outer city. Lin Dong pinched the corner of his sleeve, contemplating the precariousness of revealing only 4 layers of cultivation. Today's endeavor was anything but trivial. Fortunately, he had previously discerned methods to alter his magical fluctuations through rhythm, or else he would not dare to act so audaciously. Lin Dong felt a surge of gratitude for possessing this unique ability, one that might belong solely to him. That he glanced around, noting that his cultivation had indeed reached the 5th layer, albeit he could not engage in combat with his magical powers. His purpose was not to fight, but rather to procure supplies for the upcoming hunt. In 3 days, I shall join Brother Zhu and the others in slaying the demon beasts. I must prepare adequately. The more he prepared, the more he found himself accumulating an abundance of items upon encountering exceptional goods. After several trips to the treasure pavilion, he spent spirit stones to the point of feeling pained, yet he wore a satisfied expression as he carefully made his way back to his small courtyard. Lin Dong touched the storage ring tied with a red cord around his heart, sensing the serpentine patterns of the array engraved upon it. Though I have spent many spirit stones, they are all vital for survival. Good items are costly, and my life is even more precious if I hoard these spirit stones without utilizing them. I might find myself the subject of ridicule from that Yuaning who laughs at the heavens. Spirit stones serve their purpose only when employed. The spirit stone in his hand was almost crushed to pulp. Is there anything left to purchase? For the sake of his life, he must continue to spend spirit stones. Lin Dong's plans were grand, necessitating numerous items, and a single day of shopping was merely the beginning. Over the next 2 days, he employed the same tactics to scour other shops for goods, even daring to undertake a significant transaction at the treasure pavilion. The fluctuations of the foundation establishment stage can only be sustained for less than half an hour. Fortunately, I succeeded. Lin Dong needed to procure certain items unattainable at the qi refinement stage. My ambitions extend beyond merely the qi refinement stage. Those secret techniques are not confined to it. The bare minimum is indeed the foundation establishment stage. He recalled the secret technique practitioner from the training grounds. Upon entering, I was scrutinized by divine awareness. They certainly have not given up on me. This is the reason for my rapid advancement in cultivation, yet it has also drawn unnecessary trouble in my haste to leave the sect. Suspicion loomed. Seated in his small courtyard, Lin Dong pondered the frequent appearances of secret practitioners around him, holding a phantom and a seal in each hand. These 2 entities would never coexist in the same hand. That much was certain, that he regarded them with the same avaricious gaze one might cast upon 2 jellies with a tangy taste, unabashedly revealing his yearning for their delicacy and smoothness. Yet, if the demon beasts besiege the city in 5 years, compounded by the caprices of secret practitioners, will I have a refuge? Will I be cast out like a dog once more, bringing shame upon modern humanity? A life devoid of dignity is akin to that of a dog. Lin Dong examined the phantom and seal in his hands. Can I afford to lose your face again? If given the choice, I do not wish to perish here. The gate is fashioned so grandly. It appears to be a city-defending artifact meant to exit the city. What sort of artifact could possibly be so large, permitting only entrance and exit through the city gate? What level of power is required to withstand the boundless demon beasts? What a sight that must be! The very essence of his daring was for this. Knowledge reserved solely for those at the Foundation establishment stage. The treasure pavilion even employed artifacts to scrutinize his magical fluctuations. Ultimately, Lin Dong obtained a jade slip, accompanied by a heart demon oath. This must not be divulged to those at the Qi refinement stage, lest one perish. How did I dare to make such an oath at that time? Is this oath of no consequence to me? I too am at the Qi refinement stage. The attendant explicitly stated that both the speaker and the listener would instantaneously perish, leaving behind no trace of information. Indeed, at that moment, it felt as though my soul had consumed something too swiftly I could not discern it. Lin Dong welcomed the notion of the soul consuming sustenance for the first time. Could this be a means to ensnare others? This idea proliferated in Lin Dong's mind like rampant weeds. As long as it could be utilized, it presented an irresistible temptation for invincibility at the Qi refinement stage, a surefire method to ensnare others at that stage, saving time, effort, and spirit stones a lethal weapon. Lin Dong's veins bulged, muscles tensed, lips pressed tightly together. The seal morphed eerily from all directions into a circular form, contracting and expanding, as if propelled by springs, darting towards Lin Dong's forehead. That it struck him sharply, causing him to cry out in pain. The seal began to writhe across Lin Dong's face, as if it possessed consciousness, spreading from his philtrum along the contours of his head, gradually enveloping it in a translucent, rosy jelly-like substance. His mouth moved, forming words beneath the transparent surface. The phantom twisted momentarily, sealing Lin Dong's mouth shut, as he hastily covered it with his hand. The phantom contorted its waist dramatically, mimicking Lin Dong's seated posture, but then abruptly folded at the waist, as if severed. Lin Dong felt the seal glide across his cheek, pressing firmly at his philtrum, then shooting into the void. That it reassembled in his palm, regaining its charming jelly-like form, though now it bore a slender thread, indicative of the seal's injury. I apologize. My thoughts nearly provoked some mysterious entity, almost leading to our destruction, and now even you require 10 days to recover. Lin Dong gazed sorrowfully at the line on the seal, which had become his lifeline. It is best to remain grounded in cultivation. With you by my side, I shall excel beyond all others and shall not disgrace you again. I hope that attendant is unharmed. Given that the seal remained inert, I trust there are no issues. Lin Dong made another visit to the treasure pavilion, spotting the attendant from a distance, beaming while introducing something to another practitioner. Lin Dong nodded lightly as he exited the pavilion. He intended to return to his courtyard when a wave from Zhu Quan's transmission talisman disrupted his thoughts. Brother Lin, we agreed to hunt demon beasts today. Will you be joining us? If so, please come to the front city gate now. Additionally, there is a newcomer I would like you to meet. Zhu Quan's voice boomed through the transmission talisman. I shall come at once. Please wait a moment. Brother Zhu. Lin Dong had all his belongings on him, and having agreed to Zhu Quan, made his way toward the city gate. Upon exiting, he spotted Zhu Quan in red attire, gazing in his direction, accompanied by two wandering cultivators engaged in hushed conversation. Another young wandering cultivator, evidently of comparable cultivation to Lin Dong, circled around a female practitioner, seemingly introducing some treasure. The female practitioner, seen only from behind, wore a gown even redder than Zhu Quan's, her hands twisting her azure tresses behind her back that if her hands were not artifacts, Lin Dong was certain they would have long since been shredded by the female practitioner's grip. The soul craved to consume sustenance. Chapter 40. A simple strike. Ah, how familiar this feeling is. Lin Dong's flying sword leapt within his storage bag, A secret practitioner, the last of the secret practitioners. I never anticipated it would be you. Are you here alone, or has your sex sent you? As he approached Zhu Quan, he kept his gaze fixed on the female practitioner. This was the same cultivator who had followed him for half a day in the forest outside the Dan Sect's mountain gates, persistently seeking him out throughout the day. So it's you. You went to great lengths to disguise yourself like Brother Gu, yet you remain unaware that my rhythm allows me to sense the true fluctuations of cultivators, regardless of what secret methods you employ to alter your magical energy. Lin Dong internally sighed. What kind of ghost will emerge this time? He was certain that this overly red-clad figure before him, whom he found utterly distasteful yet concealed his feelings, was a senior sister joining this team for the first time, most likely for his sake. That a coincidence might be merely that, but such uncanny happenstance surely bore implications. Seeing Lin Dong's gaze fixed on the female practitioner, Zhu Quan laughed heartily, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Brother Lin has arrived. Only the young man turned his head slightly to glance at Lin Dong before continuing to pester the female practitioner. Brother Lin is an external disciple of the Dan sect, a fellow disciple of my sister. Brother Lin, this is Wang Chong, an external disciple of the Demon Slayer sect. His father is at the Foundation establishment stage and serves as an official in the Demon Slayer sect. Lin Dong offered a polite nod toward Wang Chong, who did not even spare him a glance, while the female practitioner approached Lin Dong. Zhu Quan paused momentarily. This individual had come along with the female practitioner, merely stating his lineage and that of the official without further engaging with the group. Focusing solely on the female practitioner, Zhu Quan, unable to say much, continued to introduce the female practitioner. This is Meng Meyer, a friend of my sister. She has temporarily joined our team due to a sect mission, and we are tasked with escorting her. She is a formation master. I have long heard of my junior brother's name, and today it is indeed well-deserved that I hope my junior brother will take care of me in the future. Meng Meyer spoke softly, her voice reminiscent of a delicate maiden, tinged with a plea for assistance. After speaking, she hurried a few steps toward Lin Dong, signaling her desire for his support, without regard for Lin Dong's feelings. Meng Meyer thought to herself, this Lin Dong usually keeps a low profile. Today, I will gift you a scion. Let us see how you manage to conceal yourself. That Wang Chong's father is so protective. If you mishandle this, you might face annihilation. She reveled in her thoughts, her eyes twinkling. Meng Meyer possessed a stunningly delicate face, and with her alluring peach blossom eyes, she truly embodied her name. When she looked at Lin Dong, she even raised an eyebrow. Lin Dong was aware of his reputation, yet Meng Meyer only mentioned having heard of it without specifying what it entailed, skillfully placing herself between him and Wang Chong. What a calamity! Lin Dong mentally critiqued. Step aside. Can't you see I'm conversing with senior sister Meng? Wang Chong spoke dismissively to Lin Dong, his disdain unmistakable. Afterward, he waved his hand at Lin Dong as if dismissing a fly. Lin Dong was taken aback. It was his first encounter with a practitioner who spoke in such a manner. His expression darkened, and he brandished his fire blade from his storage bag, poised to teach this disrespectful Wang Chong a lesson. Overthinking would be less effective than following his instincts just this once. However, the fire blade was abruptly nudged back by Zhu Quan, who sensed the situation was amiss. Wang Chong's alabaster face paled slightly. Startled, she leaped behind Zhu Quan, nearly pressing against him, and with a shrill voice exclaimed, Lin, my father is an elder of the demon-slaying sect's execution hall. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? I shall return and inform my father of your disrespect, and he will certainly come to eliminate you in the blink of an eye. Lin Dong's temper flared instantly. Meng Meyer's arrival may not bode well for me. She intends to toy with me by instigating a conflict between us. Wang Zhong thinks I am easy to bully, dragging out a father in the Foundation establishment stage, assuming my low cultivation means I lack any spirit. Lin Dong clenched his teeth in silence. Must I endure yet another troublesome encounter? Do they think me powerless? The flame sword's tip ignited, intensifying the magical fluctuations along its blade, preparing for another strike. Upon seeing that Lin Dong dared to advance, Wang Zhong recalled that he had yet to activate the protective barrier, and hurriedly activated it, also triggering a protective talisman. You might as well wait for your death, he declared, as the talisman's energy surged around him. Leaping onto his magical artifact, he shot upward toward the outer city. However, Wang Zhong forgot that the outer city was merely a few dozen meters away. And as he approached, he realized he was on a collision course with the city wall, with no time to turn. His face turned ashen, fingers flailing in panic, struggling to control his artifact, that I in a moment of chaos. With a loud bang, Wang Zhong and his artifact collided with the city wall amid his hurried miscalculation that a protective barrier shattered effortlessly. The barrier had shielded him, but also hurled Wang Zhong 3 meters away, landing him unceremoniously on the ground, where yet another barrier broke. "I've remembered you. Await your demise," Wang Zhong shouted furiously as he dashed through the city gate. Lin Dong, with the flame sword swirling above his head, turned his gaze towards Meng Meyer, that if this female cultivator sought to discomfort him, then it was only fitting that he seek trouble with her. Meng Meyer's silken hair twirled before her, and she purred, "What is this? Junior brother, would you like to test your senior sister's abilities?" She spoke enticingly, her voluptuous form subtly twisting, her fair skin strikingly contrasted against her crimson attire. Lin Dong found himself perplexed by Meng Meyer's intentions. "It doesn't seem like a test, nor does it feel like an enticement, so what is it?" At this moment, the 1,000-gold hammer interposed itself between them, and Zhu Quan's tone had turned icy. "Brother Lin, this lady is your senior sister and a close friend of my sister. Might we first put away the magical artifact and discuss this?" Lin Dong had offended Wang Zhong, which in turn meant he had also incurred the wrath of an elder from the demon-slaying sect, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. This elder was notorious for fiercely protecting his own, having previously threatened another cultivator in a similar manner, who subsequently vanished without a trace the following day. At the time, that elder was far away, involved in the pursuit of a traitor from the demon-slaying sect. Lin Dong cast a curious glance at Zhu Quan, who had previously shown friendliness towards him, and was taken aback. Such a swift reaction. I merely revealed the flame sword, and it seems I have become nothing but refuse, or perhaps refuse that must not be touched. Lin Dong felt a tumult of thoughts clouding his mind. Having heard countless tales from Wang Xiaoshan of cultivators who would resort to violence over a mere disagreement or turn against each other over treasures, it was a strange realization to experience the ruthlessness of cultivators firsthand. Lin Dong sheathed his flame sword and clasped his hands in salute towards Zhu Quan. "Brother Zhu, I withdraw from this hunt." With that, he offered a wry smile towards Meng Meyer as he saluted her as well. "Senior sister, I wish you great happiness. Please take care of yourself." Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he turned and strode back into the city. The others were momentarily taken aback. Zhu Quan represented their collective sentiment. Within the realm of cultivation, a lone cultivator, especially one of lower status, had long ceased to believe in the notion of friendship. Moreover, Lin Dong was already ensnared in a predicament that a chill swept through them as they began to understand Meng Meyer's motive for bringing Wang Zhong today. With just a few casual words, Lin Dong had found himself on the brink of ruin. Seeing tears well up in Meng Meyer's eyes, they quickly surrounded her, offering gentle words of comfort. Previously, she trailed a mere second-tier cultivator and lost him. Feeling indignant, so she sought Wang Zhong to vent her frustrations that I never anticipated it would turn out like this. This was Meng Meyer's explanation. Lin Dong's current predicament was merely an unfortunate coincidence. Now, the others felt a sudden urge to leap onto their magical artifacts, as they found Meng Meyer too innocent to bear to S. Meng Meyer's almond-shaped eyes brightened with a smile. They encircled her cautiously, ensuring her protection as they flew towards the forest. Chapter 41. The first act of deceit, the flame sword danced within the small room like a black sprite, deftly weaving between the legs of a wooden table before vaulting upward to pierce the roof. With a swift strike, it descended with ferocity, halting just before Lin Dong's forehead. The rush of air from the strike sending his hair into a wild frenzy that it then spiraled around him once more. Lin Dong reached out and grasped the flame sword in his left hand. Raising it high, he swung it forcefully forward, the blade shimmering with dark light, tearing through the air's resistance. Not bad. Lin Dong noted how his control of the flame sword had become increasingly adept. The sword's power surged, particularly with that final strike. For him, that last blow was intended as a surprise gift for those cultivators. Lin Dong sheathed the flame sword and lightly brushed his fingers over the spiritual imprint on his robe. This mark had been left by Meng Meyer. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage were entirely oblivious to its presence. Lin Dong widened his eyes, seeing no trace of it. However, a black, knife-shaped mark had manifested on his soul. Resembling the flame sword in form, that a faint, bloodthirsty aura emanated from the imprint. Lin Dong could sense a deep-seated aversion within his soul that it had been 3 days since Lin Dong had intimidated Wang Zhong. And he was now contemplating when Meng Meyer might complete her task. 3 days should suffice, he mused. Upon returning, if I manage the trivial matters, I might afford you an extra day. Lin Dong exited the small courtyard, feeling the insatiable hunger of his soul. Ah, how obedient! Without looking back, Lin Dong made his way to the transmission hall, intending to travel to demon-slaying city. Being this close to the alchemy sect, she will likely have her reservations. The beast-infested forest outside demon-slaying city should serve as an excellent location. Lin Dong sought to assert his right to survival like a man. Upon arriving at demon-slaying city, he was pleasantly surprised to find the same burly beast man guiding cultivators in and out of the teleportation array. Lin Dong approached him, bombarding him with queries about other destinations and the required spirit stones. Upon feeling that familiar sensation again, he left the great hall with a contented expression. Lin Dong had effectively circled around demon-slaying city. With nothing else to do, he spent an hour observing sparring sessions at the local training ground. To be honest, he gained considerable insight that in reality, Lin Dong did not perceive even a hint of Meng Meyer's presence with his eyes or spiritual sense. Nonetheless, his soul recognized her arrival. What was her purpose? Leaving a mark and following him here was certainly not a mere courtship. Considering what cultivators most enjoy doing, Lin Dong could roughly guess how that enchanting woman would express her need for his attention. Meanwhile, Meng Meyer, trailing behind Lin Dong, wore a face that looked as if it were about to crumble. Her complexion was ashen, lips pressed tightly together, teeth grinding audibly. With my spiritual demonic mark, you cannot escape my perception within a mile radius. Allow yourself a bit more leisure time. Oomph. Meng Meyer huffed heavily. Although the spiritual demonic mark was imperceptible to those at the Qi refinement stage, it possessed a unique effect that would escape the notice of those not under its influence. It did, however, have a significant limitation. It could not extend beyond a mile from its target, or else it risked losing track of them, unless fortune smiled upon the individual and they re-entered the 1-mile range. Lin Dong rented a small courtyard for his stay, yet that sensation remained. Holding the flame sword in his left hand, he pressed the blade against his nose, despite being a top-tier magical artifact. The sword's edge was still extraordinarily sharp. Lin Dong's skin prickled with pain, and he closed his eyes, quietly savoring the stimulation, while his body seemed to scream, "Danger! Get away!" Forcing his eyes open, Lin Dong fixated on the blade. As if willing his gaze to penetrate it, his body trembled, and his heart grew cold. Facing this icy sensation, Lin Dong lay on the bed, his eyes wide open as he drifted into slumber. At that moment, Gu Changqing of the alchemy sect received a visit from Elder Wang. Maintaining a posture of subservience, he inquired, "Do you know where Meng Meyer has gone?" Elder Wang queried. "In response to your inquiry, Elder, Meng Meyer communicated with me via sound transmission a day ago, stating she was heading to demon-slaying city to retrieve some items." Elder Wang grunted discontentedly. "She is the granddaughter of an elder, although nominally under my jurisdiction. I have no authority over her movements." Gu Changqing explained, his back bowed and voice trembling. Acknowledging the truth of the situation, Elder Wang thought, "It seems I will have to personally visit demon-slaying city in a couple of days." He pondered. This young lady knows the elder has arranged a betrothal for her and is attempting to flee the marriage. Very well. I shall let this slide for now, but in the future, any actions taken by Meng Meyer must be reported promptly. Understood? Understood, esteemed elder. Lin Dong was unaware of when he had fallen asleep. But upon awakening to the world once more, he felt an absence of fear. It is time to settle things. Exiting the small courtyard, Lin Dong smiled. That sensation still lingered. The place he chose to conclude matters was the beast-infested forest. Stepping beyond the city gates, the flame sword ascended skyward, soaring directly toward the forest. Meng Meyer, following closely behind, nearly shouted in frustration. After a day of chasing, he had the audacity to leave the city gates directly. Was he mocking her? She hurriedly pursued, seeking to vent her anger. Losing track of him once was a matter of great embarrassment. After traveling 30 miles, they could already see the movements of avian beasts. Lin Dong descended with the flame sword. Realizing the airspace ahead was unsuitable for flight, as the sky belonged to the beasts, especially for those at the Qi refinement stage. Meng Meyer struggled to keep up. Their speeds were similar, preventing her from closing the gap. Thus, she could not let Lin Dong realize that he was being followed. She could only watch as Lin Dong soared through the sky, while she herself was relegated to skimming along the treetops, occasionally struck by branches that, though harmless, left her dignity in tatters. I merely intended to escape my marriage while seeking retribution against you. Now it seems that your demise is the only means to quell my fury. Meng Meyer concluded Lin Dong's fate. Upon entering the forest, a verdant shield of wood energy enveloped Lin Dong, yet it did not stack with additional layers of protection. The kind of layered shields akin to Wang Zhong's appeared more for psychological comfort than practical effect. Lin Dong had tested it, and found that the strength of a second layer only marginally exceeded that of the first, with the third layer offering similar results. Not only did this prove ineffective, but the resulting fluctuations could easily draw attention, akin to a fireworks display in midair. Such a course of action was utterly inadvisable. Meng Meyer's shield was a soft pink hue, still exuding a touch of allure upon inspection. She had greater faith in the protective capabilities of her shield, viewing it as a mere delaying tactic in times of emergency. The beast forest was home to intermediate-level magical beasts within this vicinity, and while tracking Lin Dong, Meng Meyer also had to remain vigilant against sudden attacks from these creatures. Unlike Lin Dong, she needed to minimize her noise. The more she followed, the deeper her resentment grew. Had Lin Dong not matched her pace within the forest, she would have readily dispatched him without a second thought. Yet, this realization served as a reminder. Could it be that this fellow is advancing through the beast forest faster than I am, despite my 6 levels? Meng Meyer mused. It appears that exacting my vengeance may prove slightly more challenging. However, the faster you run, the more my interest is piqued. She sensed that this impromptu desire to take out her frustrations on Lin Dong might lead to even more intriguing developments as they navigated the forest. Meng Meyer noted something curious. Nearly an hour had passed since their entry, yet Lin Dong had yet to encounter a single magical beast. Does Lin Dong possess some secret method to enhance his spiritual awareness? Lin Dong, unfazed by Meng Meyer discovering some of his secrets, understood that only one of them would emerge from this forest alive, that in conflict. Seizing the initiative was paramount. Lin Dong desired to initiate this struggle at a time and place of his choosing. Chapter 42. The continued struggle. The 30-mile area was entirely unlike any place he had previously visited, filled with dense grass reaching head height, where occasional rustling sounds punctuated the stillness. Lin Dong paused intermittently. A magical beast ahead. He tightened his grip momentarily before relaxing. It was not the type of beast he sought. His pace was measured as he surmised that Meng Meyer's mark was situated between 400 to 500 meters away. He did not wish for Meng Meyer to lose his trail, nor did he want to turn back to redirect her. Meng Meyer's magical artifact, the Dreamcatcher, was a top-tier tool capable of evading spiritual awareness, manifesting endless illusions, and was incredibly durable. Even foundational stage cultivators struggled to destroy it. It could unleash a mental attack equivalent to a full-force strike from a late-stage foundational cultivator. Meng Meyer paid little mind to Lin Dong's potential resistance, believing the Dreamcatcher a formidable weapon for ambush, especially since its mental assault was invincible against Qi refining stage opponents, as evidenced by the effortless demise of several 9th-level Qi refining practitioners. The Dreamcatcher hovered above her, and were it not for the ripples in the air it created and the fact that it was her innate artifact, even Meng Meyer might have overlooked its presence. This Dreamcatcher was originally a treasure belonging to a Golden Core practitioner whom her elder grandfather had slain, painstakingly refined into a top-tier artifact. Although its power had diminished significantly, it was still suitable for Meng Meyer's use. She continuously expunged the original owner's presence from it, ensuring it would become her innate treasure in the future. Your magical energy must be running low. Right. For me to use my innate artifact to claim your life is enough reason for pride, she mused, acknowledging Lin Dong's capabilities while admitting that if it came down to a race, she would indeed fall short. She awaited the moment when Lin Dong would be compelled to restore his magical energy. Lin Dong finally located his desired spot, a clearing resembling a small courtyard where all vegetation had been shredded by some blade-like force. The spiritual energy fluctuations in the air suggested that either a practitioner or magical beast had employed a wind blade-like spell here. The ground bore bloodstains and craters where spiritual herbs had been uprooted, indicating a battle had transpired within a magical beast's lair. With the conflict having ended a day prior, it was clear that the unfortunate beast had been hunted down, and no other magical beasts were likely to venture here in the immediate future. Whether a practitioner might inadvertently intrude remained a matter of chance. To stumble upon such a place is indeed fortunate. Lin Dong affirmed that this location was the best he could find, as further searching would prove fruitless. His magical energy was nearly depleted, and the dangers of the forest rendered his spiritual awareness exceedingly weak. Meng Meyer must be in a similar predicament, Lin Dong thought grimly. He aimed to ensure Meng Meyer found herself in a state of magical exhaustion, a crucial element of his strategy. Lin Dong discarded 2 array plates on the ground, one of which activated instantly, forming a semicircular protective barrier of 2 meters around him. Its functions were limited, merely obstructing spiritual probing and capable of withstanding a few attacks from mid-stage practitioners. His subsequent actions were somewhat perplexing. Lin Dong removed his shoes and socks, allowing his bare feet to acclimate to his own germophobia. He then buried the larger array plate underground, affixing it with 3 high-quality spirit stones without activating it, and covered it with a piece of cloth to mask its fluctuations. Scattering some grass and dirt over the top, Lin Dong calmly surveyed his handiwork. Very good. No spiritual awareness will detect that there is an array plate here. Now, it's time to restore my magical energy at full speed. The next phase of his plan commenced, a race to see whose magical energy would recover more swiftly. Lin Dong sat cross-legged on the ground, swallowing a recovery pill. With a firm pat on his abdomen, he felt the energy surge within him. He grasped 2 top-tier spirit stones in his hands, ignoring the sharp pain coursing through his meridians from the influx of spiritual energy, and began fervently restoring his magical energy that in the distance. Meng Meyer drew closer to Lin Dong, only to swiftly retreat to a distance of nearly 400 meters. Using an array for protection to recover magical energy. How infuriating that my own reserves are so low. Controlling the dream catcher consumes an immense amount of energy. And after a few strikes, I will be drained. This place teems with danger. Meng Meyer gritted her teeth, compelled to restore her magical energy first. Her cultivation method, an ancient one, harmonized perfectly with her spiritual roots. She was confident that her recovery speed far surpassed Lin Dong's, that by the time she fully regained her magical energy, Lin Dong would be fortunate to recover even half. In truth, complete restoration is unnecessary. Anything over half would suffice to annihilate that little ant, Meng Meyer thought smugly. Lin Dong halted his recovery once he reached his predetermined magical energy level, shedding his magical robes and fiercely slashing at them with his flame knife, reducing the garments to tatters. This was the only method he could devise to eradicate that mark. Otherwise, it would remain intact. To lure Meng Meyer closer, he needed her to be unable to sense him. Meng Meyer furrowed her brow. The mark has vanished, she pondered, perplexed. Yet her hands did not hesitate. My magical energy has recovered just over half. That will suffice. Little ant, have you decided how you wish to meet your end? Meng Meyer swiftly lunged toward Lin Dong. Still standing there, no matter what transpires, merely erasing the mark won't be enough. In a few moments, my dream catcher will strike true, she warned. The dream catcher danced eagerly, requiring the blood of practitioners to fuel its growth. Meng Meyer's spiritual awareness detected Lin Dong within the array. The array could not withstand her scrutiny, being an array master. She could discern that this formation would crumble after a few hits. Lin Dong's expression grew grave. Regardless of whether Meng Meyer was truly low on magical energy or she had fallen into his trap as he hoped, this battle would not be easily won. The handkerchief Meng Meyer clutched, twisted in frustration, was a top-tier magical artifact, on par with Lin Dong's flame knife. The casual manner in which she brandished such a high-grade artifact suggested she possessed many more powerful treasures at her disposal. Our strengths and weaknesses will be determined by our respective techniques. Do not underestimate me, she cautioned, her hands' spiritual symbols pulsating violently as she could hear Lin Dong's loud declaration. Brother, I am a disciple of the fire-refining pill sect. Lin Dong gazed at Meng Meyer as she charged toward him, her azure robe billowing around her, revealing a young face marred by pockmarks. Lin Dong deftly turned his hand, gently pinching a handful of spiritual symbols without activating them. Meng Meyer was still too far away. He needed her to draw closer. Meng Meyer was also calculating the optimal range for her Dreamcatcher's attack, having waited for this moment throughout their prolonged pursuit. Now, she mentally urged, her blood surging as she unleashed the full force of her spiritual symbols. A barrage of fireballs, imbued with terrifying heat, surged toward Meng Meyer, aiming to extinguish her arrogance first. An 8th-level chi-refining practitioner emerged from the teleportation array in the demon-slaying city, his face bearing a 3-inch scar and reeking of blood, causing the beastly overseer of the teleportation to treat him with utmost caution, not daring to be dismissive or overly polite. A mere 4th-level cultivator requires me, a silver-ranked assassin from the Killing Hall, to intervene. Were it not for the substantial promise made by that Wang Zhong fellow, I would have no inclination to act. The scar-faced man grinned sinisterly. Perhaps I might enjoy wielding my bone-cutter sword. Let's see if this arduous training yields a few more cuts from that little cultivator. Chapter 43. A desperate struggle. The fireball talismans in Lin Dong's possession were limited in number. Around 100, yet their power equated to his most formidable strike. Compared to other practitioners' talismans, their potency surpassed by over a factor of 2. The intense heat of the fireball exponentially increases the mana consumption of the protective shield. When the fireball strikes the shield, the ensuing explosion creates localized zones of high mana expenditure, complicating the shield's control and further depleting mana reserves. The rapid invocation of the talismans, coupled with their formidable power, caused Meng Meyer's expression to shift, revealing a burgeoning interest in Lin Dong. How intriguing! This swift activation technique for talismans is quite impressive. It must be his strongest method, wouldn't it? However, compared to my ability to activate 3 talismans simultaneously, it does seem somewhat lacking. Meng Meyer mused with a smile. The 2 stood 20 meters apart. The talismans in Meng Meyer's hand coalesced into a watery realm, a 3-meter torrent surging towards Lin Dong, as if to engulf a mere weed. Lin Dong's eyes twitched. 3 advanced water-based talismans, instantaneously activated. The wave, 1 meter wide and 1 meter high, surged forth rapidly, leaving Lin Dong with little room to evade. The collision of water and fire produced a series of hissing sounds. With the water's potency prevailing in the clash, the torrent advanced steadily, compelling Lin Dong to continuously activate his fireball talismans, leaving him in a reactive state. Although the water's form was thinning, it retained sufficient power to breach Lin Dong's protective shield before vanishing entirely. With Lin Dong rooted in place, the activation speed of his fireballs had reached its limit. Gasping for breath, Meng Meyer recognized that Lin Dong had lost his composure. She conjured 3 more talismans, flicking her wrist to unleash them simultaneously. Let us see how you defend against this. A more pronounced smile adorned Meng Meyer's face. The Dream Piercer was poised, ready to deliver a lethal blow. She was no longer in a hurry. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident, and eliminating him felt as effortless as a mere breath. She was curious to see how Lin Dong would continue to struggle amidst despair, as that expression of hopelessness would undoubtedly be most entertaining. The torrent drew near, completely suppressing the fireball's power. Lin Dong let out a furious cry, and a flaming blade erupted from his head, forcing him to expend mana to maintain the shield's integrity, as the fireball could no longer withstand the oncoming water. His shield was merely a standard spell purchased from a shop, utterly inadequate against such an assault. A fresh piece of beast meat appeared in Lin Dong's left hand. The Fireblade's fire attribute remained disadvantaged against the torrent, and the shield barely endured the final strike of the water. Consequently, Lin Dong's mana consumption surged dramatically. Meng Meyer, Lin Dong bellowed. The nonchalant Meng Meyer was momentarily stunned. Her mana expenditure momentarily halted. "What? How did he know it was me?" she exclaimed, astonished. Despite her surprise, her mana quickly resumed its flow, activating 3 more talismans, seizing the opportunity presented by the previous torrent's dissipation before a new one could form. Lin Dong began to circle around Meng Meyer. The invocation of talismans required time, yet it was sufficient for Lin Dong to evade the torrent's onslaught. Meng Meyer's face flushed with irritation, the hue accentuating her already alluring features. For a fleeting moment, Lin Dong's footwork faltered before returning to normal. What a nuisance! Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. As that smile evoked uncomfortable memories, as Lin Dong maneuvered to maintain the stability of his shield while evading, it evidently diminished the threat Meng Meyer posed to his life. Meng Meyer was no longer surprised by Lin Dong's sporadic displays of exceptional talent. It was the lifeless Lin Dong that piqued her curiosity. What treasures might be hidden within his storage bag? This anticipation spurred Meng Meyer to escalate her attacks. Thus began a war of attrition between the two. A cultivator would not typically prepare an abundance of the same talisman, and Meng Meyer was no exception. This dull back-and-forth battle of talismans was not aligned with her style. Perhaps it is time to conclude this. I have completely lost interest. With her interest waning, it was time to employ the Dream Piercer. As Lin Dong ran, a sudden wave of panic washed over him. He forcibly controlled his running speed, channeling his full strength into the rhythm in Meng Meyer's perception. Lin Dong seemed to tremble momentarily before regaining stability. "Lin Dong, you may fall now," she declared, her first words since the conflict began. Lin Dong's performance had been commendable, surpassing that of an average 4th-tier cultivator, prompting her to afford him some respect by choosing the word fall rather than a more direct die. The Dream Piercer traced an elegant arc, silently and forcefully aimed at Lin Dong. Meng Meyer deliberately slowed the Dream Piercer's speed while amplifying its mana output, determined to shatter Lin Dong's protective shield in one decisive strike and subsequently rip him apart. Continuing the fight held little significance. As the Dream Piercer struck, Lin Dong's shield shattered with a sharp crack. Resembling paper more than a protective barrier, the potency of the Dream Piercer was evident. Lin Dong's complexion paled as the weapon pierced through the shield, severing a sizable chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Blood gushing forth. "Ugh!" he gasped in pain, his shoulder nearly numb from the excruciating sensation, his face turning ashen, and his right hand rendered nearly immobile. Now, he could only launch a few fireballs with his left hand to keep the enemy at bay. Meng Meyer was momentarily stunned. How is it that I aimed for the head, yet only wounded the shoulder? That is problematic. The issue lacked a clear explanation. Such occurrences were likely unique to Lin Dong, leaving even the mightiest cultivators bewildered. However, her instincts kicked in, and the Dream Piercer spiraled back, attacking Lin Dong at full speed once more, for eliminating him was paramount. Lin Dong had yet to reactivate his shield. Teetering on the brink of demise, he began to retreat, his speed fluctuating in a seemingly rhythmic pattern that left Meng Meyer confounded. Trusting her spiritual sense, she knew that a cultivator's 5 senses were derived from their spiritual awareness during combat. To disregard her instincts would be tantamount to inviting self-destruction. The Dream Piercer grazed Lin Dong's right shoulder, prompting him to retreat even faster. Meng Meyer found it nearly impossible to perceive Lin Dong's movements with her spiritual sense, rendering preemptive dodging infeasible. Lin Dong could only maintain distance, attempting to use the flaming blade as a barrier. Upon reaching a certain point, Lin Dong abruptly halted, kicking up a cloud of dirt and debris towards Meng Meyer. "Behold my magical treasure!" Lin Dong's shout caused Meng Meyer to regard him with diminished esteem. Is he playing childish games? Yet, in the blink of an eye, her mouth fell agape as she witnessed the unbelievable. Meng Meyer's attention was fully captured by the phenomenon occurring beneath Lin Dong's feet, that a formation disc materialized beneath his bare foot. Judging by its size and the energy emanating from it, Meng Meyer immediately recognized it as a second-tier formation suitable for foundational stage cultivators, especially with 3 spirit stones embedded within. She possessed only 1 precious spirit stone of that caliber, a rarity even she seldom encountered. The formation disc began to emit blinding white light, indicating its imminent activation. Meng Meyer's complexion turned pale. Only a foundational stage cultivator could activate a second-tier formation. Did Lin Dong possess a hidden card? The Dream Piercer was poised for action. Should she strike again or retreat from the formation? Retreating was unthinkable. It would be the greatest humiliation of her life. Such a retreat could give rise to inner demons, jeopardizing her path to the foundational stage. Moreover, this formation was wood-based, primarily designed for confinement rather than attack. With the Dream Piercer, she was confident of eliminating Lin Dong within the formation. The assault from the Dream Piercer approached. Finally, we have arrived at this juncture. Whether I succeed or perish rests upon this moment. Lin Dong had lost significant blood, his lips pale and his limbs cold. However, drawing Meng Meyer into the formation felt worth the sacrifice of his flesh. Lin Dong's figure shifted to the right, the Dream Piercer striking his shoulder, tearing through his robe and penetrating the leather armor worn by cultivators. Pushing deep into his shoulder by more than an inch, still possessing the strength to advance towards his back, Lin Dong grimaced, using his body to intercept the Dream Piercer, his left hand managing to grasp its handle just in time. The Dream Piercer was indeed a top-tier artifact. Meng Meyer fervently channeled her mana, while Lin Dong clung tightly to the handle, causing the Dream Piercer to tremble violently within his body. Ah! Lin Dong nearly lost consciousness from the pain. Endure it. I must maintain my grip on this artifact. It is Meng Meyer's life-bound weapon that if I can destroy it. Chapter 44. Each unleashes their unique tricks. The Dream Piercer in his hand shimmered with light, akin to capturing a slippery eel, nearly slipping from his grasp several times. Thinking of escaping, I sacrificed my flesh and blood to seize you. What will I do if you flee? With a fierce grip, Lin Dong crushed the meat in his hand, scattering it into pieces that he abandoned the idea of using explosive fire and proceeded directly to the next step. Meng Meyer, facing the colossal wooden form materializing in the void, donned a grim expression and casually threw out a shield artifact. Lin Dong is actually a body cultivator. How could he possess the strength to grip the Dream Piercer? Who was this prodigy emerging from the shadows? With formidable talisman power, capable of activating a second-tier formation, and possessing impressive body cultivation, from which major sect did he originate? Meng Meyer realized her situation was precarious. The 3 high-quality spirit stones were glaringly conspicuous. Could it be that Lin Dong's previous actions were all for this moment? Minimizing the disparity in our mana, trapping the Dream Piercer, and having less than half his mana remaining. If this speculation holds true, then who exactly is Lin Dong? Meng Meyer's expression darkened considerably. Lin Dong controlled the massive wooden structure formed by the array, relentlessly striking towards Meng Meyer. As long as the 3 high-quality spirit stones remained intact, he would still have mana, allowing him to maintain the initiative and wield his abilities without hesitation. Meng Meyer's mastery of formations is extraordinary, and she is undoubtedly well aware of their formidable power, that a second-tier formation supported by 3 high-grade spirit stones conjures colossal trees that could easily deplete her magical energy. Yet Lin Dong remains unaffected, his mana unyielding. The final strike is therefore expected. However, executing it demands considerable preparation. Suddenly, Lin Dong notices that the forked magical artifact in his grasp has ceased its advance, instead contracting in form, but he senses a consciousness coalescing within it, emanating an aura of pressure. Ha ha! The heavens aid me! Lin Dong exclaims inwardly, his spirits soaring, that he disregards Meyer's relinquishment of control over her shield, indifferent to its mournful shattering beneath the giant trees. With a firm grip, he presses the artifact against his forehead. Meyer, too, is elated. The greatest fear in this final strike is that the artifact itself might suffer a powerful assault, as the potency of the consciousness attack amplifies with proximity. Lin Dong's initiative to draw the artifact closer to himself fills Meyer with a sense of being favored by fate. Lin Dong, are you courting death? She thinks, her exhilaration propelling her mana to surge even faster. As the Dream Fork reaches the apex of its power, the two cease their external control, resolved to determine their fates through the Dream Fork. Lin Dong possesses but a single strike of power, while Meyer, having been outmaneuvered by him, is similarly limited to this final card. That an eerie silence envelopes them, obliterating the earlier fervor of their exchanges. That a solitary leaf descends gently to the ground. Lin Dong's hand trembles slightly. The soul within him is beyond his comprehension and control. I hope the increasingly potent consumption of the consciousness is directed at the essence within the artifact. Though uncertain, he forcibly steadies his arm, pressing the volatile dream fork against his forehead. Meyer gazes, dumbfounded, at Lin Dong's reckless act. How foolish must one be to do such a thing? If you seek death, I shall begrudgingly grant it. Without hesitation, she unleashes a torrent of mana. The dream fork quivers, and the final consciousness attack is unleashed. Lin Dong prepares to lure the consciousness within the artifact into a sea of consciousness. But to his surprise, it approaches of its own accord. Meyer exhales in relief, shaking her hand as she strides towards Lin Dong, eager to ascertain if her efforts have yielded sufficient rewards, hoping she won't incur losses. Lin Dong stands immobile, his eyes dimmed. Unbeknownst to him, his left hand clutches the flame blade. Habitually, Meyer hurls several water balls at Lin Dong's protective shield, which flickers and shatters in response. Another fireball erupts, leaving only the ashen remnants of Lin Dong intact. That a faintly forked consciousness penetrates Lin Dong's sea of consciousness, swiftly darting towards his soul. This forked consciousness is truly intimate. Lin Dong muses the soul, too lethargic to even stir, opens its mouth, welcoming the offered sustenance as the forked consciousness is devoured in a single bite. Lin Dong can only smile bitterly. The soul's reaction afterwards, if likened to a human, would be not bad but far too little. Lin Dong's consciousness surges into the dream fork. A top-tier artifact is still an artifact, and as his consciousness shifts, the recognition mark left by Meyer within the dream fork collapses with a thunderous crash. With another shift, the dream fork temporarily belongs to Lin Dong. Pain radiates through his sea of consciousness, and golden stars flash before Meyer's eyes, an instinctual realization dawning that she has lost something of great significance. Mana surges chaotically within her body, and her shield trembles as if plagued by insects. Lin Dong understands that when a cultivator's artifact changes ownership, they experience a brief disorientation, and he has come precisely for this moment. Ignoring the fireballs Meyer launches at him, he grips the flame blade, pressing the dream fork against his forehead, and charges forward. Did I end her days? Meyer senses an object racing towards her with murderous intent, sending a chill through her body. Lin Dong, she exclaims, gathering her mana as her talismans flicker to life, determined to block this strike. Lin Dong collides with the fireball. His protective garb's spiritual light extinguishes instantly. Unable to withstand the assault, he resorts to using his chest as a shield. Raising the blade, Lin Dong channels his consciousness into it, gathering all his strength for a strike against Meyer. The surface of the flame blade dims, the input of mana insufficient to yield its full potential. However, Lin Dong's physical cultivation allows his strike to breach Meyer's protective barrier, aiming directly for her alluring head. Meyer smirks, causing Lin Dong's consciousness to waver. Charming art, he thinks. Momentarily distracted, that Meyer's jade pendant emits a soft glow, conjuring a protective shield. The flame blade cannot pierce this newly formed barrier. After a flurry of desperate strikes, the flame blade falls limply to his side. The shield is but a thin layer, and Lin Dong has exhausted his physical strength, left with scarcely a shred of mana. That a smile graces Meyer's lips. Victory is assured. Lin Dong has revealed all his trump cards, proving to be her most formidable opponent yet. She resolves to grant him a swift demise, abandoning thoughts of torturous retribution. He is a rival worthy of respect, and honoring him affirms her own worth. The path of cultivation has imparted much wisdom to her through Lin Dong. Reluctant to affix anything to his forehead due to his obsessive cleanliness, an undesired habit from his modern life, Lin Dong finds himself compelled to do so once more. Previously, it was the jade slip. Now, it is the dream fork. Lin Dong's forehead is now adorned with Meyer's protective shield, and he can clearly see her furrowed brow. That moment. A phrase involuntarily springs to his mind. Brow furrowed yet unruffled. Surely a virgin. Lin Dong's left hand bears remnants of beastly blood and flesh, which he presses against the shield, triggering an explosion. The impact is negligible, merely causing the shield to tremble. Such a bewitching creature. And you remain a virgin? Lin Dong blurts out thoughtlessly. Meyer's brows shoot up. The implications of his words are unmistakable, and she can no longer afford to regard Lin Dong with respect. All the mana within her surges into the fireball talisman in her hand. Lin Dong's options have dwindled, though his protective barrier is now rendered nearly useless, as long as it remains intact. It is beyond his current capabilities to breach. Lin Dong dares to utter, "You no longer desire the artifact?" Meyer pays him no mind. "You wish to distract me. If you perish, everything shall rightfully belong to me." "Fool, you have no moves left. Perish." The fireball talisman nears activation. Meyer trembles, an irresistible pressure descending upon her. What is this? She thinks in despair as she watches the dream fork, glowing with spiritual light, pierce through her shield, homing in on her brow. My grandfather is. She manages to utter before the dream fork shatters her sea of consciousness, emerging from the back of her head, leaving behind a trail of white substance. Lin Dong averts his gaze, unable to bear witness to Meyer's fate. Chapter 45. Stirring up a hornet's nest. Lin Dong's emotions are in turmoil. Previously, he had been compelled to rise in rebellion merely to survive. Now, he has taken the initiative to extinguish a cultivator's life, and not just any cultivator, but one of considerable beauty that in his past life. He adhered to the principle of ladies first, believing that beautiful women deserve a measure of respect. Yet today, following Meyer's demise, Lin Dong finds himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Despite the complexity of his emotions, he must proceed with his tasks. The fireball talisman is repeatedly unleashed, thoroughly scorching the ground of this clearing. The weeds ignite, and wisps of smoke ascend. Meyer is reduced to ashes, erased from existence. Lin Dong collects her storage bag and stows her vibrant red robes within his ring. Casting a glance ahead, he turns toward the direction of the demon-slaying city, the sole palace of the demon-slaying sect. The flame of Meyer's life lamp suddenly surges, flickering violently before extinguishing entirely. At the highest point of the sect's mountain gate, an elder with white hair glares, expelling blood in a spray. Who? Who has slain my granddaughter? Who has obliterated my finest candidate for soul transference? Cultivated with such painstaking effort? Enraged, he spews forth more blood. With his lifespan already dwindling to less than a century, he had recently suffered further injury while besieging a rogue cultivator, necessitating the use of life-preserving secret techniques. The rogue cultivator, preferring death to captivity, self-detonated their nascent soul. For the promise of a longevity elixir from the Grand Elder, he had drawn close, yet the use of life-saving techniques left him grievously wounded. Further shortening his lifespan, add to his frustration. That rogue cultivator had self-destructed, obliterating their storage bag, which contained a crucial list of secret candidates inscribed on a jade slip, leaving its whereabouts amidst chaotic spatial currents unknown. This jade slip could potentially re-enter the cultivation realm through a spatial rift at any moment, becoming a thorn in the side of the sect's higher-ups. They could only hope that the slip had been destroyed or that the prohibitive spells inscribed by Zhao Etian upon it remained intact. The demon-slaying sect's disciples remained oblivious to these matters, having received secret instructions to cancel general activities and refrain from private actions. In a fit of rage, the Grand Elder provided Meng Qingyun with a single longevity pill, which would only extend his life by 10 years. With this, Meng Qingyun now possessed a mere 30 years of lifespan, left 30 years hence. Regardless of his exalted nascent soul cultivation, his only fate would be demise. This prompted the decision to cultivate Meng Meyer. Transferring his soul into his granddaughter was not only due to her exceptional talent and the ancient cultivation method perfectly suited to her innate roots, but also because the body of a close relative is most conducive to the fusion of the nascent soul. In a mere century, Meng Qingyun could restore his cultivation, advancing his path of cultivation and facilitating ascension to the celestial realm. Now, with Meng Meyer's fall, all his aspirations lay in ruins, and even utilizing a body provided by the sect to regain his nascent soul cultivation seems a distant hope. Leaving him engulfed in fury and bloodshed, a voice resounded throughout the sect's mountain gate. All disciples of the demon-slaying sect, listen. Those who discover the slayer of Meng Meyer shall be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones. The one who kills this person shall receive 300,000 spirit stones, and those who capture them alive shall be awarded 1,000,000 spirit stones. Instantly, the sect erupted into a frenzy. Countless disciples setting out to trace Meng Meyer's movements in search of the audacious cultivator, whose head was now worth a fortune. The teleportation array in demon-slaying city flickered with activity. Gu Chongqing of the Fire Refining Dan sect lay prostrate on the ground, not due to the influence of demonic tea, but because the second elder had personally stripped him and Deacon Wang of their cultivation. It is but a mere flick of a finger for one at the golden core stage to incapacitate a practitioner at the qi refining stage. With a detached gaze, he surveyed the two fallen figures, Gu Chongqing and Deacon Wang, before ensnaring them within a spiritual pouch, intending to discard them in the beast forest outside Zhanyao City, as per Elder Meng's directive. The second elder, indifferent to the fact that both were secret disciples of the sect, deemed Elder Meng to be on the brink of madness, the pinnacle of the Fire Refining Dan sect. Two middle-aged practitioners sat facing each other, while a Foundation establishment disciple reported the findings of his investigation. I report to the sect master and the great elder that the recent movements of the Zhan Yao sect's disciples stem from the demise of our inner disciple, Meng Meyer, in the beast forest outside Zhan Yao City. The nascent soul, Meng Qingyun, has promised a substantial reward for the capture and elimination of the practitioner responsible for Meng Meyer's death. And what is Meng Meyer's status? Inquired the sect master. Seated at the left. As far as I know, Meng Meyer is the biological granddaughter of Meng Qingyun, and it is rumored that she was his preferred candidate for soul transference. This Zhan Yao sect is increasingly resembling a demonic sect. Not only are there frequent rumors of disciples being usurped by higher-ups, but now even a granddaughter is not spared. Alas. The sect master sighed upon hearing this, that he then asked, "Does Meng Meyer hold any other identities?" The disciple respectfully replied, "Your wisdom is unparalleled." Sect master. Meng Meyer is also a secret disciple of the Zhan Yao sect. She fled here to escape an arranged marriage and has long been under our surveillance. The Zhan Yao sect has not concealed this matter and has duly informed us. This matter cannot be treated lightly, for Meng Meyer is ostensibly an inner disciple. Let the miscellaneous hall issue a reward of 100,000 spirit stones internally. The dignity of the sect must be preserved. Is there anything else, Sun Zhong? The sect master inquired upon noticing the disciple hesitating. The second elder has stripped inner disciple Gu Chongqing and Deacon Wang of their cultivation and has taken them to Zhan Yao City. Meng Meyer perished within Zhan Yao City, while she is a secret disciple. Sun Zhong replied cautiously, aware that the sect had taken him in and that the sect master had accepted him as a disciple. Carefully nurturing him, he hesitated before ultimately voicing his concerns, fearing potential repercussions from the second elder. The sect master's expression shifted, and he uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Sun Zhong felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, compelling him to step back, unable to lift his head. The great elder, seated to the right, waved his hand, and Sun Zhong felt a gentle breeze, his entire body relaxing. Only then did he realize that his back was drenched with sweat, uncomfortably clinging to him. "You may leave now. You need only be aware of the second elder's matters, and do not disclose them to others. You need not concern yourself with anything else. The sect master will make the decisions." Alas! Yes, great elder. Sun Zhong turned and walked into a shroud of mist. The second elder is the sect master's chosen successor, but now it seems that opportunity has slipped away. I am also a disciple of the sect master. Am I not? Sun Zhong pondered as he walked, his grip tightening. From that moment forth, Gu Chongqing and Deacon Wang vanished from the Fire Refining Dan sect, while the second elder met an unexpected demise in the beast forest outside Zhan Yao City. With two missing and one elder fallen, the sect's protective formation was fully activated. Chapter 46. A great harvest and discovery. The outside world was abuzz with the events instigated by Lin Dong. Yet alas, he was fated to remain concealed. Lin Dong tread cautiously through the beast forest, seeking a relatively safe haven to recuperate his spiritual energy and tend to his injuries. Fortunately, Lin Dong's spiritual awareness was ample, despite being at his weakest since becoming a practitioner. His soul was in its strongest state in this lifetime. This afforded him a sensing range of 700 meters within the beast forest. 700 meters was sufficient for Lin Dong to gradually slip back into Zhanyao City. He returned to the bear cave 5 miles into the forest, only to find it unoccupied by any beasts. Much to his delight, but he could not return to Zhanyao City just yet. At least not until he regained his spiritual energy. After conducting a thorough investigation to ensure there were no dangers, he finally entered the cave. Inside, it remained as chaotic as when he had left. Cautiously avoiding any disturbances, Lin Dong stopped in a corner, activated the formation plate, and replenished it with 3 high-grade spirit stones. These sat heavily on the ground, exhausted from evading beasts and practitioners while meticulously erasing his traces and aura. His fatigue was evident, and he could no longer hold on. Given his poor physical condition, Lin Dong's first course of action was to consume medicine. His shoulder had suffered considerable flesh loss, and his internal meridians had sustained minor injuries from forcibly restoring his spiritual energy. After swallowing several spirit pills and refining them slightly, he succumbed to sleep. The scar-faced assassin had spent a day searching within a 5-mile radius for Lin Dong, repeatedly placing a jade slip to his forehead. A look of confusion on his face. Strange, the jade slip indicates he is right here. Yet he eludes me. Although it only encompasses a rough 2-mile range, there is nothing here. Forget it. I shall return to the city and wait for this brat to make a move. No longer continuing his search for Lin Dong, the assassin turned and flew back to the city, confident in his jade slip, believing that as long as Lin Dong remained within the Zhanyao domain, he would not escape his grasp. Lin Dong peacefully slept for 2 days. The wound on his shoulder had scabbed, though he could not exert strength, as even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. The internal struggles within his body indicated that his injuries were more severe than they appeared. After consuming several more pills, Lin Dong, now a wealthy practitioner, had purchased high-grade healing elixirs that greatly aided in his swift recovery. They were no longer akin to the inferior pills of the past. As his spiritual energy circulated, he began to refine the medicinal properties. After 3 more days, Lin Dong had fully recovered, with both his spiritual energy and physical condition significantly improved. Rubbing his hands together, it was time to tally his gains. The Dream Piercer was a top-tier magical tool, a formidable asset for ambushes, and its final strike held unparalleled power. It perfectly complemented Lin Dong's innate spiritual awareness, thus resolving his predicament of possessing a potent ability that could not be transformed into strength. Having initially refined the Dream Piercer, Lin Dong now possessed an additional trump card. Meng Meyer's storage pouch was also red, and Lin Dong's eyes sparkled. The Dream Piercer was a pleasant surprise. What treasures might lie within the storage pouch? Lin Dong's personality was complex and ever-changing. Deep down, he remained the reclusive uncle who rejected social interaction. His youthful vigor was short-lived, merely allowing him to appear slightly more animated before other practitioners. The true Lin Dong remained thoroughly introverted. Caution was still necessary that he first unleashed his spiritual awareness to rudely breach the storage pouch's restrictions. This time, there was no need to press the jade slip to his forehead. Since ascending to the 4th layer, he could project his awareness from his palms and soles, although he still could not separate it from his body. The ability to avoid pressing objects to his forehead, thus sparing him from his obsessive cleanliness, was a significant improvement that satisfied Lin Dong. As his spiritual awareness swept through the storage pouch, he first extracted the spirit stones. Not bad, there are about 3,000. Nodding lightly, while not an exorbitant amount, the sensation of transferring spirit stones from another's pouch into his own openly was exhilarating. Adhering to the principle of caution yields no great errors, Lin Dong inspected the elixirs within before extracting them. He wished to avoid any markings that could connect him to Meng Meyer's demise. Accumulating wealth quietly was the way to go. After examining the other items in the storage pouch, he collected some spirit herbs and materials. He had no intention of keeping the jade slips, nor did the red storage pouch feature in his plans for handling them. However, this did not prevent him from perusing the contents of the jade slips. Without removing the storage pouch, he could not access the jade slips, rendering any attempt to view their contents futile. Lin Dong chuckled, reaching directly into the pouch to grasp a jade slip for inspection. Merely enveloped by a phantom, a divine artifact. Lin Dong nodded solemnly. Without removing the storage pouch, its markings would go undetected by the outside world. The first slip he examined was a red jade slip. While his earth demon technique was purple, this red one, he furrowed his brow. Chinzi demon charm technique, also seized from the demonic clan? Ruffling his hair with his other hand, he noted that this demonic technique, based on seduction for cultivation, would be of no use to him unless he wished to become a eunuch or a demon man. This Chinzi secret technique is quite remarkable. It not only allows for a myriad of transformations, but also beautifies the skin. Coupled with my ability to alter spiritual fluctuations, I can disguise myself as another without detection from any practitioners that I can traverse any corner of the Zhan Yao domain. Haha. Having memorized the latter content, Lin Dong selected another jade slip for further review. This time, he was pleasantly surprised yet again. The Spirit Talisman Triple Layer Secret Technique was the very move Meng Meyer had used to torment him. With one secret technique, Lin Dong's carefully laid advantages nearly crumbled. Secret techniques, indeed, provide substantial boosts to strength to prevent others from spying. This jade slip even possessed a self-destruction restriction. In the ensuing chaos, Lin Dong ultimately managed to use his mutated spiritual awareness to preserve the jade slip. After consuming something for his soul, Lin Dong scratched his head. He could not manage that soul and decided it best to learn the secret technique first. The remaining few jade slips contained nothing of value. Lin Dong was not greedy. A secret technique and the ability to walk freely were already ample rewards. The last jade slip contained Meng Meyer's identity within the Zhan Yao domain, with the number of slain beasts recorded as 306. Level 6 is indeed level 6, and I'm not yet 20. Lin Dong recalled his own score of 13, his face slightly reddening. However, his expression quickly paled. An important realization struck him. Tracking. He hastily rose and hunted a low-level beast within a mile, erasing his traces before rushing back, but he activated 3 concealment formations in quick succession, finally easing his countenance. The number on the identity jade slip changed to 14. This posed no issue as he had only hunted a single beast. The problem is this jade slip is within my storage pouch. Lin Dong's heart screamed. If the identity jade slip within his storage pouch could record his slaying of beasts, then could it also mark his whereabouts? Moreover, the sects possess their own identity jade slips, while the loose cultivators have the alliance jade slips. What purpose does the demon-slaying domain's jade slip serve? I have not heard of any significant benefits from hunting demon beasts. The trivial requirement of slaying 10 demon beasts within 100 days has become a jest once one joins a sect. Furthermore, how does one ascertain how cultivators locate those who fail to meet the requirements? Lin Dong found himself at a loss for reasons. Yet he recalled a small square device from his past life that was possessed by nearly everyone. This device frequently leaked users' information. To add to this, it had a function for tracking. If the demon-slaying domain is akin to seeking that network, then the identity jade slip is a similar entity. If a cultivator reaches a certain level or masters a specific secret technique, would I not be thoroughly known even in that realm? That small device could only maintain a half-meter margin of error. Lin Dong's hand trembled slightly. Chapter 47. The terrifying favor Lin Dong reconsidered from the beginning, and the more he pondered the identity jade slip of the demon-slaying domain, the more he perceived it as a burden, and the more mysterious it appeared. If I were among the higher-ups of the demon-slaying domain, what purpose would the issuance of this jade slip serve? He contemplated from another angle. Regardless of the reason, profit is invariably one of the primary motives. The interests of cultivators lie in mastering the resources of the demon-slaying domain. Cultivators acquire resources from various secret realms and ancient caves. Thus, is it not rare for them to leave the demon-slaying domain? If I could ascertain the location of every cultivator, then what? Lin Dong ceased his musings, as this was not his area of expertise. Is there any way to conceal my location? He glanced at the 3 formations he had arranged, then ventured out to capture 2 rabbit-like demon beasts. These small, numerous creatures possessed little ability, typically relying on their numbers to sustain their species. Lin Dong began to experiment, using a fireball to kill one within the formation. It was ineffective. The count rose to 15, placing the identity jade slip into his storage ring yielded no results either. As the demise of another beast caused the count to rise to 16, Lin Dong scratched his head. He was left with no choice but to employ his last resort. Once more, he captured 2 demon beasts and enveloped the jade slip in an illusion. Success. The count remained at 16, that a sinister smile crept across Lin Dong's face. Within an ordinary small courtyard of the demon-slaying domain, an unremarkable old man stirred slightly, pondering for a moment. Finally, with reluctant resignation, he retrieved a piece of cloth from his robe, upon which was a detailed map of the demon-slaying domain, marked with countless small red dots. After scrutinizing the dots for a while without any fruitful discovery, he folded the cloth neatly and returned it to his robe, shaking his head with a sigh as he moved to a sun chair to bask in the sunlight. Time is running short. Best to soak in the sun. Little one, don't speak rashly, he muttered to himself, continuing to enjoy the warmth. As Lin Dong contemplated the nature of favors, he felt a jolt of alarm as his soul stirred, that he quickly focused on the state of his soul. The soul had typically been arrogant, indifferent to Lin Dong, solely concerned with sustenance. This time, however, it seemed a hint of panic. Lin Dong's scalp tingled. The reaction from his primordial infant soul indicated a fear of an existence beyond its level. How many cultivators in the demon-slaying domain had attained a level above the primordial infant? Just one. I haven't done anything. Lin Dong sensed an old man addressing him. Know this, do not speak carelessly to others. How you choose to utilize yourself is up to you. Remember, you owe a favor to the demon-slaying domain. The voice was ancient and decrepit, yet undeniably authoritative. Lin Dong was left indebted to a favor from the demon-slaying domain. This implies I can leverage the identity jade slip, provided I do not disclose it to others. But is this favor not rather weighty? How am I, a mere chi refining stage cultivator, to repay the demon-slaying domain's favor? Lin Dong was at a loss, suddenly feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. This favor is beyond imagination in terms of repayment. The voice offered no further response, and the soul continued its arrogant dominance over the sea of consciousness, basking in Lin Dong's offerings. After pondering the matter of favors without any resolution, Lin Dong scratched his head in frustration. Forget it. I will deal with it when the time comes. He reflected gloomily. Meng Meyer's storage bag still contained some other items, which Lin Dong had no intention of taking, but he briefly inspected the contents before discarding the storage bag aside. With matters temporarily settled, Lin Dong began to contemplate the secret technique. The technique was not difficult. Once understood, it could be grasped swiftly. Lin Dong held 3 fireball talismans, and in less than a breath, he reached the verge of activation, gradually halting the infusion of his mana. Lin Dong nodded. A secret technique is indeed a secret technique. The power unleashed by these 3 fireball talismans, when activated simultaneously, would be formidable. Now, I shall train while waiting for the seal to recover over the next few days. Lin Dong gazed at the nearly vanished cracks within the seal. Knowing that the seal had no sensation and would not feel pain, yet he still felt an acute sense of loss. Days passed as he continued his training, and the seal was almost fully restored. Lin Dong began the process of refining the dream fork. The fork-shaped artifact was not his preferred type, yet he was reluctant to part with its capabilities, so he begrudgingly decided to refine it first. A day later, Lin Dong ceased all actions as a late-stage cultivator had been prowling nearby for a day, tirelessly searching for something. Is he coming for me? Am I so easily bullied? Lin Dong thought furiously as he held the identity jade slip. He was alone here, and the nearest demon beasts were 2 miles away. Thus, was this practitioner following the jade slip's guidance to seek trouble? Lin Dong could not help but consider the worst-case scenario. During his time in the cultivation world, the first lesson he had learned was to be cautious, exceedingly cautious. Perhaps a test will reveal the truth, but there is no need to rush. I must first refine the dream fork and prepare ample fireball talismans. That practitioner will likely return. Lin Dong devised a plan. After 2 more days, he was finally ready. He placed the identity jade slip within the cave and ventured alone into the depths of the demon beast forest. He encountered no pursuers nor the aforementioned practitioner, opting instead for a mid-tier demon beast known as the strange fire snake, setting up arrangements nearby. This strange fire snake was notoriously vengeful. Once attacked, it would not relent until its adversary was dead. Lin Dong returned, Meticulously inspecting the divisions among the demon beasts that he left the red storage bag within the cave, took up his identity jade slip, and turned ahead towards the territory of the strange fire snake. Chapter 48. The prey approaches. Lin Dong swiftly traversed the area of low-tier demon beasts, slowing his pace only upon reaching the mid-tier region, that as long as Lin Dong refrained from provoking the demon beasts. None would detect his presence to AT this time. For reasons unknown, practitioners frequently traverse the skies above the demon beast forest. Lin Dong, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, concealed himself early, carefully evading detection, that he did not wish to squander his 3 large fireball talismans on these mid-tier practitioners. It was the potential late-stage practitioner that was his true target. Lin Dong sensed the presence of the strange fire snake. His sensing range extended to 700 meters, keeping the strange fire snake unaware of the uninvited guest encroaching on its territory. Suddenly, an 8th-layer practitioner rushed over at high speed. Lin Dong began to stealthily approach the strange fire snake. Stopping 300 meters from the creature, he produced a puppet. This puppet stood half his height, with a smooth, round face, and its limbs and body were cylindrical. Lin Dong affixed a mid-grade spirit stone to the puppet's chest that a flick of his hand activated the puppet, causing it to move forward on all 4s, exuding the aura of a 4th-layer practitioner. A fine thread connected to the puppet's hand. The Scarface practitioner had been growing increasingly agitated during these days, as Lin Dong's inaction left him unable to locate him. The reward promised by Wang Chong was precisely what he needed, and he had wasted enough time in the demon-slaying city. He had also heard of the bounties within the sect, but found no clues to track down the cultivator who had slain Meng Meyer. Weighing his options, he ultimately chose to pursue Lin Dong first. Finally, the red that within the jade slip began moving deeper into the demon beast forest, hastily rushing from demon-slaying city. This time, he could not allow Lin Dong to escape again. That a loud explosion echoed from the direction of the red dot ahead. A fool rushes in. Lin Dong sensed that the practitioner had entered the forest. Charging straight toward him, unabashedly exuding a scent of blood, Lin Dong unleashed a fireball talisman, targeting a spot 10 meters ahead, and swiftly activated the formation, cleverly masking his mana fluctuations with the explosion generated by the fireball. The fireball detonated upon impact, producing a thunderous roar, igniting the dry leaves on the ground and sending plumes of smoke billowing upward. After a breath's time, the puppet activated another fireball talisman, directing it toward Lin Dong. In the distance, the strange fire snake raised its massive triangular head, its small eyes glowing with anger. Something dared to challenge its authority. Its 4-meter body coiled, and its tail struck the ground violently, propelling it towards the source of the disturbance amidst the clouds of dust. Within the Scarface practitioner's perception, a 4th-layer cultivator was continuously casting spells, the waves of fire elemental energy expanding relentlessly. Without needing the jade slip's guidance, the target was evidently close ahead. Activating his protective shield and summoning his bone-cleaving blade, the fluctuations of fire elemental energy skillfully concealed his own mana that he charged straight toward Lin Dong. One strike is all it takes for Lin Dong. The power of a high-grade artifact is beyond what he can withstand. The scar-faced assassin's thoughts were consumed by the enormous reward. Any lingering concerns were quickly set aside. Time was of the essence. The puppet continued to activate the fireball talismans, its stack of spirit talismans sufficient to draw the strange fire snake right before him. Lin Dong slowly moved, making directional adjustments alongside the puppet. Within a few breaths, Lin Dong, the strange fire snake, and the puppet aligned in a straight line, while the 8th-layer practitioner advanced rapidly along the same trajectory. Lin Dong's expression turned icy. Such a direct approach could only mean he was either seeking him or had met his doom. Since you've come, do not expect a return, as long as you are not at the foundation building stage. There is no coming back. Having been tempered by the Meng Meyer incident, Lin Dong no longer harbored fear of conflict. It was simply a matter of fighting for survival. The peculiar fire serpent beheld the puppet. To it, there was no distinction between the puppet and the cultivator, for both were intruders, deserving of annihilation. Its palm-sized black scales unfurled, and a fireball materialized from its gaping maw, rapidly spinning and enlarging as it was unleashed towards the puppet. A fireball the size of a human head whirled through the air, igniting the very atmosphere around it, as a fiery streak raced towards the puppet. The peculiar fire serpent propelled itself upward, its tail thrashing in the air. As its serpent head lunged ferociously at the puppet, Lin Dong silently calculated the time until the cultivator's arrival, thinking, "It is not yet time. The puppet must not be abandoned." The puppet began to retreat, continuously activating the talismans in its possession. Unfortunately, the fireball emitted by the peculiar fire serpent was immensely powerful. Even after 3 collisions, it did not halt the puppet's destruction, which shattered into fragments amidst a violent explosion. The intensity of this upheaval drew the attention of a distant 6th-tier cultivator. Pausing at a distance, it was evident that he had no desire to intervene in this conflict. The fluctuations ahead are so intense. Could it be a battle between a cultivator and a beast? Li Ling pondered, her youthful face filled with astonishment. Such reckless fighting, unafraid of attracting other beasts and cultivators. Perhaps it is wise to observe the situation first. Sometimes, cultivators do not mind seizing opportunities, and Li Ling's heritage and pride made her reluctant to conceal her presence. Seizing opportunities is a legitimate endeavor. Who asked you to be so arrogant? A 6th-tier cultivator appeared within Lin Dong's senses. This was the first time Lin Dong had encountered another cultivator amidst a battle, and the 8th-tier cultivator was now merely several dozen meters away, bound to notice him shortly. I must act. I hope that outsider does not approach now. Lin Dong's hands trembled as he activated 3 large fireball talismans, summoning a fireball that was twice the size of that which the peculiar fire serpent had unleashed. With a shriek, it collided against the protective shield of the oncoming 8th-tier cultivator, enveloping him in flames born of searing heat and explosion, steadily depleting his magical energy. Lin Dong's fireball, propelled by the threefold secret technique of talismans, struck the scarred cultivator before he even had time to react, causing his protective shield to shudder and its luminous glow to fade rapidly. "What?" the scarred cultivator exclaimed in shock. "I was ambushed. Wasn't he engaged in battle with the beast ahead? How did he get so close to me? He seeks death." The scarred cultivator seethed internally. Magical energy surged into his protective shield, but another large fireball struck. The relentless barrage of 5 large fireballs began to push his shield to its limits. Perhaps the next fireball would shatter it entirely. This cannot continue. I must stop him. With a flick of his hand, the bone-piercing blade emanated a gleaming light, launching toward Lin Dong's head with the speed of lightning. The peculiar fire serpent's assault faltered. The puppet's defenses were too weak, and in a single strike, it was irreparably damaged. Its heavy form crashed to the ground, and despite its destruction, its small, furious eyes remained ablaze with rage. There were still detestable intruders ahead. Lin Dong, undeterred, activated 3 more large fireball talismans. Knowing that the 8th-tier cultivator's protective shield was on the verge of collapse, once it fell, this cultivator would surely meet his demise. Lin Dong paid no heed to the approaching bone-piercing blade. Activating 3 more large fireball talismans, the dream-piercing fork hovered ominously above the cultivator's head, and the peculiar fire serpent was mere moments away from attacking him. Chapter 49. Destiny. The scarred cultivator's protective shield was a blood-red hue, exuding the distinct metallic scent of blood since its activation. Though termed a protective shield, to Lin Dong, it resembled a mobile mass of blood. The continuous onslaught of fireballs only intensified the stench, and Lin Dong's otherwise handsome visage was marred by disgust. What a nauseating aroma! Even with his sense of smell dulled, Lin Dong could still feel the churn in his stomach. For the sake of my own fastidiousness, I must eliminate you swiftly. The surface of the bone-piercing blade glimmered with a faint bloodlight, yet it possessed sufficient power to shatter Lin Dong's protective shield and siphon away his life force. The protective shield ruptured, scattering countless droplets of blood into the air. Why can this brat activate talismans so rapidly? Wasn't he still engaged in combat with the beast? How did he get so close to me? Is he courting death? The scarred cultivator's mind roared with disbelief. The most prominent trait of his bloodlust technique was its ability to suppress the will of enemies. Typically, an adversary of equal strength would only be able to exert 70 to 80% of their capabilities under such pressure. Lin Dong, who was 4 tiers beneath him, should have struggled to even cast a second fireball. utterly immobilized by his overwhelming force. From the surprise of Lin Dong's sudden appearance to the anger that surged within him as he felt the tremors of the first fireball against his shield. The scarred cultivator had meticulously devised a plan for Lin Dong's demise and terror. He poured all his power into the bloodlust technique, but the unexpected arrival of the third and fourth fireballs only deepened Lin Dong's revulsion. The scarred cultivator could only resort to the bone-piercing blade as an alternative means of retaliation, pinning his hopes on that strike to obliterate Lin Dong. The protective shield had reached its breaking point, and the fifth and sixth fireballs came hurtling toward him. This time, Lin Dong opted for a fire-based protective shield that TO'd the scarred cultivator. Lin Dong's form appeared to waver continuously, a mirage created by the intense heat radiating from the shield. Within the depths of his consciousness, Lin Dong stood resolutely, relentlessly activating fireball talismans. Guided by his perception, the bone-piercing blade lunged toward Lin Dong's brow. Excellent, his protective shield has been tainted by blood and is on the verge of collapse. The scarred cultivator rejoiced inwardly. As the bone-piercing blade did not disappoint him, the bloodlust he had painstakingly cultivated remained a terrifying force against the protective shield, piercing through with little resistance. His magical energy surged even faster, propelling the bone-piercing blade to accelerate instantly, poised to pierce through Lin Dong. "Brat, perish!" the scarred cultivator bellowed at Lin Dong, preparing to evade the incoming fireball. All his energy was dedicated to hastening the blade. Whether or not his protective shield was active was no longer significant. A mere sidestep would suffice to avoid the fireball. Lin Dong disregarded the rupture of his protective shield. The bloodlust emanating from the bone-piercing blade only served to amplify his disgust. Magical energy and consciousness surged into the dream-piercing fork. He could no longer endure the nausea invoked by the stench of blood. Up was he. The scarred cultivator was consumed with rage, watching in disbelief as the bone-piercing blade merely grazed past Lin Dong's ear, severing a lone strand of hair. The dream-piercing fork, a fantastical weapon, unleashed a menacing wave as it plunged toward his brow. Lin Dong's heart rate steadied as the bone-piercing blade passed by his ear. With the rhythm of his pulse, Lin Dong sensed that the blade was aimed at the side of his head. Yet the distance between life and death was only the width of a finger. The thrill of the moment quickened his heartbeat once more. The ensuing events rested upon the dream-piercing fork. After dealing with his cultivator, a peculiar fire serpent and an enigmatic intruder awaited him. The dream-piercing fork fulfilled Lin Dong's expectations. The scarred cultivator could not even muster the thought of evasion. Lin Dong observed with intrigue the serene expression on the 8th-tier cultivator's face as he faced his demise. The cultivator's first instinct was to retrieve a jade slip from his storage bag, shattering it with urgency, yet it did not unleash any formidable attack or defense. He merely crushed a single jade slip. "I cannot allow anyone to obtain this slip. Father, this is all I can do for you. Live well." The scarred cultivator fell backward, his final thoughts dissipating alongside the threat to his father. Everything had been arranged. His father would surely live a long life after the dream-piercing fork completed its task. It circled back and shot forth once more. The peculiar fire serpent was upon them. The serpent's first strike was again a fireball, followed by a bite, and if that failed, it would resort to entangling its opponent with its powerful body. As a beast, its innate physical prowess made such tactics particularly challenging for mid-tier cultivators to counter. In moments like these, the presence of a body cultivator was essential. Magical cultivators excelled at ranged attacks, while body cultivators provided close-quarter resistance. Lin Dong was alone. This marked his first encounter with a mid-level beast, and his priority was to create distance. Lin Dong activated his fireball talismans with remarkable speed, the existence of his illusions allowing him to unleash a barrage of fireballs that surged toward the peculiar fire serpent. This relentless onslaught left the fire serpent unable to evade. The IT emitted an enraged hiss, barely dodging a critical strike to its vital points, forcing it to shield its back, the area with the strongest defenses, against Lin Dong's fireball barrage. Lin Dong's strategy was straightforward: to overwhelm the peculiar fire serpent with a relentless barrage of fireballs. The serpent's body was uniformly thick, resembling an unsightly black stick. Its maw constantly exuded a foul odor, which Lin Dong found utterly repugnant. He had no intention of collecting materials from this beast. preferring its total annihilation instead. Lin Dong favored the delicate and diminutive forms of beasts that as he pondered. He continued to unleash the large fireball talismans in his possession, the seal allowing him to bypass the arduous task of drawing talismans. A method he could employ with ease. The peculiar fire serpent writhed incessantly, attempting to close the distance to Lin Dong, eager to sink its teeth into the loathsome cultivator or crush him with its powerful body. Its small eyes burned with rage, emitting a wretched, piercing howl that echoed far and wide. Did I end the distance? Li Ling found the sound excruciating. What sort of treatment has this peculiar fire serpent endured to emit such furious shrieks? What is the source of that relentless explosion sound? Li Ling mused, her small hand brushing against her clothes, curiosity compelling her to draw nearer to the site of the conflict, within her range of perception. An unprecedented scene unfolded. Lin Dong had already raised his protective shield. The outsider was drawing closer, but if he approached any nearer, Lin Dong would have to utilize the dream-piercing fork to eliminate the peculiar fire serpent first, ensuring his safety against any unforeseen circumstances. The dream-piercing fork was indeed powerful, but it consumed a considerable amount of magical energy. With only half of his energy remaining, it would be challenging to guarantee his safety with further use. Is he actually stopping? The result of Lin Dong's investigation revealed that the cultivator had surprisingly halted. This distance was far beyond the sensing range typical of a six-layer cultivator. Thus, this individual must possess some secret technique, and those who wield such techniques are generally not easy to deal with. Lin Dong was even less inclined to employ the dream fork at this moment. The talismans in his hand flashed with increasing frequency. I never anticipated that I would have to use a firepower coverage tactic here. Lin Dong left a fragment of his spiritual awareness to monitor Li Ling, redirecting his attention to the peculiar fire serpent that was attempting to flee. Despite the serpent's various efforts to approach Lin Dong, it was relentlessly repelled by his unyielding barrage of fireballs. Although its body could withstand some of the damage from the spells, the continuous explosions only served to fuel its anger. Striking the ground with its tail, the serpent disregarded the pain from the successive fireballs and lunged toward Lin Dong. Alarmingly, Lin Dong utilized the triple-layered secret method of his talismans, unleashing two notably larger fireballs that struck the fire serpent's head. The serpent's head jolted as the fireballs exploded, propelling its body into the air. Its mouth a gruesome mess, indicating it had sustained severe injuries. Being struck repeatedly in midair, the fire serpent found itself without a moment to recover, and its dwindling rationality sparked thoughts of escape. Observing the serpent curled up, its head and belly now protected, Lin Dong recognized its intention to flee. Then I shall have to make a slight use of the dream fork. With a hint of reluctance, Lin Dong directed the dream fork at the serpent's head. The coiled fire serpent stiffened, struck by the spiritual assault of the dream fork, and the intense pain in its head caused it to instinctively open its mouth. Emitting a piercing shriek, Lin Dong seized the fire knife, leaped into the air, and thrust it deep into the serpent's gaping maw, the blade penetrating all the way to the hilt. The fire serpent was slain. Chapter 50. No need for justification. Lin Dong paid no heed to the fire serpent's final struggles, whether it crashed into several large trees or flattened a swath of grass and wood in the area. First, he unleashed a fireball that reduced an eighth-layer cultivator to ashes. As the flames gradually extinguished, he retrieved the blood-red storage bag and fastened it to his waist. That Li Ling remained motionless, devoid of any thoughts of scavenging. Is this something a fourth-layer cultivator can achieve? To annihilate an eighth layer and slaughter a mid-tier beast? Look at his blue robe. Not a single thread damaged. His strength is truly terrifying. Li Ling had concealed himself even more deeply, facing Lin Dong. He felt no assurance. The fireballs had come in rapid succession, and even that last fireball, which was evidently far more powerful, had also been unleashed in a series. With such a barrage, he genuinely doubted his ability to withstand it. Lin Dong's expression remained placid, incongruent with the surrounding inferno, that he cast a glance in Li Ling's direction, continuing his cleanup of the battlefield, and that brief glance revealed a peculiar smile on his face. After meticulously rinsing the fire knife with water and roasting it with a fireball to ensure the removal of any strange odor, he finally placed it into the storage bag. The fire serpent lay in a heap of charred flesh. emitting a tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Unable to endure the stimulating scent any longer, Lin Dong promptly retched that Li Ling's curiosity reached its zenith. Among victorious cultivators, some laughed heartily while others hastily fled. But he had never witnessed someone tidying up their belongings only to collapse in nausea. Lin Dong lacked the habit of controlling his bodily responses, a feat that would be exceedingly simple for a cultivator. Other cultivators would instinctively cultivate a ruthless disposition, devoid of distractions, regarding weakness as the greatest foe. Yet Lin Dong's understanding was that a cultivator is, above all, human. A body devoid of reaction and emotion is not a trait befitting a person. Thus, he vomited, afflicted by his obsessive cleanliness, unable to bear the sight of the headless cultivator's corpse. Finally expelling all the contents of his stomach, Lin Dong straightened up, poured water over his head, not minding the drenching. He erupted into a hearty laugh. After securing all his belongings, Lin Dong took a couple of steps away from Li Ling, pausing to contemplate for a moment, a broader smile gracing his face. Turning back toward Li Ling, he took a few steps closer while nodding his head, clearly indicating that he bore no ill will. Even leaving his protective barrier unactivated, Li Ling, however, produced several talismans in his hand. The two jade talismans on his person faintly shimmering with spiritual light, indicating an unmistakable intention to fight fiercely. His small face was taut with tension, for he sensed that if he were to confront Lin Dong, even with all his trump cards laid bare, he would only have a 50-50 chance of victory. Lin Dong's overwhelming firepower was utterly unreasonable, especially considering that he could unleash a barrage of such spells. Lin Dong halted abruptly at the extreme edge of Li Ling's tolerance, smiling as he cupped his hands in greeting. "Senior Brother Ling, what a fortuitous encounter today." Lin Dong discerned the fluctuations of the cultivator's aura. It was evident that this was Li Ling, the very individual he had first hunted a beast with and collaborated with. How strange. Why do I feel the slightest bit of joy upon realizing it is Li Ling? Is it merely because my two first experiences are associated with him? Lin Dong pondered his orientation, finding it normal. Thus, he resolved to follow his instincts and engage with Li Ling at times. Lin Dong acted according to plan, fearful of revealing anything that might lead to disaster. At other times, he succumbed to instinct, and when facing Li Ling, he found himself acting this way. After re-evaluating his orientation, strange images flickered in his mind. His orientation was indeed normal. Certain images could provoke a rush of blood to specific areas, while others could induce nausea. Li Ling gradually rose from behind a tree, shifting to stand opposite Lin Dong. The talismans in his hands and the activated protective barrier signified his wariness, yet the watery light in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. So it is that peculiar Lin Jr. Li Ling's gaze roamed over Lin Dong, akin to observing a curious little creature at home, his mysterious spiritual pet, clad in a rare blue robe among cultivators, typically vibrant or camouflaging with the environment. This pure blue seemed to suggest a desire to battle in the sky. At 14 years old, his youthful features were neither too big nor too small, and his countenance was rather ordinary, exuding an aura of safety. When he smiled, it bore the unique shyness of youth. This was Li Ling's impression of Lin Dong after thorough scrutiny. Far removed from the cold and aloof young master he had previously envisioned, that Li Ling felt a flicker of delight. This was precisely the type he favored. Lin Dong forced a smile, sensing that the setting for their encounter was rather inappropriate, for Li Ling's expression was exceedingly peculiar. This left him uncertain about how to navigate the situation. The crackling of burning branches served as a reminder to Lin Dong that it would be prudent to find a safe place first. Lin Dong again cupped his hands and said, "Senior Brother Ling, I seek a safe location to restore my spiritual energy. Shall we go together?" This invitation also served to convey his lack of hostility. Li Ling opened his mouth, contemplating. In such a strange circumstance, he dares to invite a somewhat unfamiliar cultivator to accompany him, openly stating the intent to find a secure spot to replenish his spiritual energy. Is he attempting to catch me off guard? After a moment's hesitation, Li Ling produced a communication talisman and uttered a few words. After a brief interval, he nodded toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong's smile widened as he inquired, "Senior Brother Ling, shall I lead the way?" Without waiting for Li Ling's response, he maneuvered around him and headed toward the demon-slaying city, still wielding his knife, his movements imbued with rhythm Ling observed Lin Dong's unguarded back, his fingers nervously twisting at the edge of his garment. Lin Dong's trust moved him. Noticing the droplets of water still trickling down his hair, he chuckled and followed closely behind, days before. Lin Dong led the way, vigilant of the path ahead, while Li Ling's spiritual awareness monitored the other three directions, their cooperation developing a commendable tacit understanding. The only distinction was that Lin Dong intentionally released a slight rhythm, while Li Ling effortlessly matched his pace. This rhythm of movement is curiously profound, he mused, determined not to lose himself in the process. Throughout their journey, Lin Dong merely asked, "Does senior sister Ling wish to hunt any beasts?" Li Ling shook his head, prompting Lin Dong to fall silent. The route they traversed was perplexing to Li Ling, yet the outcome was evident. They had encountered no beasts at all. Chapter 51. This is madness. The beast forest had never been a tranquil or harmonious place. The beasts either guarded their territories or roamed in search of prey, driven by purpose or engaged in skirmishes, always brimming with boundless energy. Intense waves of spiritual energy periodically swept through the area, accompanied by the sounds of hard objects colliding and trees crashing to the ground. Their progress remained unaffected by these disturbances. The youth in front possessed an extraordinary ability, seemingly aware of where the beasts lurked and where conflicts were occurring, consistently guiding them safely forward. This young man was purposefully heading in a specific direction, while Li Ling silently trailed behind him, experiencing a rare sense of tranquility. Coming from an illustrious lineage, Li Ling enjoyed the benefits of a complete family heritage and ample resources for cultivation. Yet he still faced hostility and exclusion from his brothers. The family was large, and resources were not unlimited. To obtain more, one had to seize from others. This time, Li Ling had ventured into the demon-slaying domain ostensibly to fulfill a family mission. Though it would be more accurate to say he came to find solace that he had not anticipated encountering Lin Dong, this enigmatic cultivator. Once more, Lin Dong subtly shifted to the side, positioning himself to shield Li Ling. Spiritual awareness was not omnipotent. A beast had evaded his probing gaze, silently extending a long tongue from the underbrush, striking toward Lin Dong like a whip. The tongue bore sharp barbs, and whether struck or merely grazed, the outcome would surely be grievous. The absolute spirit thorn frog, a creature capable of deceiving the spiritual awareness of cultivators, stands as a formidable presence among intermediate-level demon beasts, earning the notorious reputation of being a killer of cultivators. For a cultivator, spiritual awareness encompasses the entirety of their exploration of the external world. If it is misled, how can one hope to discern the presence of demon beasts with mere sight? Coupled with its tongue, adept at penetrating protective barriers, this beast instills a profound sense of dread in cultivators. Yet the absolute spirit thorn frog is a treasure trove in its own right. Its exterior serves as an excellent material for crafting concealment artifacts. Most importantly, its tongue, after being refined by skilled artisans with various precious materials, transforms into the renowned artifact, the Spirit Thorn, in the demon-slaying city. This artifact, specifically designed to breach protective barriers, has become the stuff of legends among cultivators. Often regarded as a taboo, those fortunate enough to possess it tend to keep it secret, using it as a crucial trump card. Thus, the plight of the absolute Spirit Thorn frog is lamentable, as countless cultivators seek to hunt it down. The one Lin Dong encounters might very well be the last of its kind within the entire demon beast forest. That a piece of demon beast flesh materializes in Lin Dong's right hand, while he hurls his knife into the thicket where the tongue has emerged. The protective barrier shatters upon contact, unable to withstand even a moment's resistance. With a gesture of his left hand, Lin Dong seizes the tip of the thorn frog's tongue with his right hand, and with a muffled thud, an explosive force is unleashed once more, starting from the tip of the tongue. Searing flames envelop it, revealing the creature's true form, marked with dark green spots, hidden within the grass. Lin Dong is violently yanked into the air, his right hand shattering once more under the strain. Li Ling's artifact is a petite jade knife, a request Lin Dong made from the outset. He desired an artifact that was swift and agile, ideally sharp at this moment. He comprehends the latent implications of his request. Following the intent of his gesture, Li Ling redirects the jade knife, initially meant to shield Lin Dong from the tongue, to strike at the frog's true body. The blade deftly glides towards the frog's mouth. And as the explosion erupts, the immense pain compels the thorn frog to open its mouth and retract its tongue. The shockwave from the explosion conveniently conceals the jade knife's approach, which, along with the fiery tongue, is drawn into the frog's maw. That a dark green liquid emerges from within, engulfing the flames and emitting a plume of smoke as it expels it, with frantic movements of its limbs. The frog attempts to retreat into the underbrush. Then Li Ling casually shakes her hand, and the jade knife slices through the throat, penetrating deep within its body. The frog's eyes bulge as the jade knife relentlessly carves through its insides, inflicting excruciating pain, leaving no organ intact. The two are overjoyed, hastily collecting their spoils to depart, that a complete skin and tongue of the absolute spirit thorn frog will undoubtedly elevate their power to new heights. Arriving at a cave 5 miles away, the two exchange knowing smiles. Lin Dong meticulously cleans the cave, washing it with water before sitting opposite Li Ling, casting a glance at her. He presents the frog, placing it between them. "How shall we divide this frog?" he inquires. Having jointly hunted the creature, it seems only logical to split the spoils equally. "One half each," she replies. "Very well, but to turn this into an artifact, we need to find a trustworthy artisan. Do you have any suggestions, senior brother?" Lin Dong inquires further, aware that precious items could attract envy, and that artisans are also cultivators. Li Ling rests her chin in thought. Why does it feel as if the senior brother is more like a senior sister? Observing Li Ling's slightly mature demeanor, Lin Dong recalls her habit of nervously fiddling with her clothing and sticking out her tongue, a sensation of unease creeping over him. "Am I?" Lin Dong muses, feeling a shift within himself after reflecting on his interactions with Li Ling, leading him to conclude that he might have developed feelings for her. "No, I must clarify this. Otherwise, it's best to maintain a distance. But how do I broach the subject?" He grips his head in frustration, realizing this is his greatest dilemma. "You can entrust the matter to me," Li Ling offers, "if you trust me, junior brother." However, seeing Lin Dong's expectant expression, she hesitates before speaking with a hint of regret. "I can locate an artisan to forge these materials into 2 pieces of armor and 2 artifacts. If I take charge, you will receive only the artifact, as the armor will be given as a reward to the artisan, which is customary." "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment, senior brother." After consideration, Lin Dong acknowledges that he cannot find a trustworthy artisan, and though losing a piece of armor is unfortunate, he nods in agreement. The two exchange communication talismans, finalizing their plans for the artifacts. With matters settled, both breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Dong then begins to pose questions regarding their cultivation practices, and they engage in mutual exploration of their knowledge. Li Ling possesses a solid foundation and a broad range of learning, while Lin Dong, being from a modern era, brings a lively and unconventional perspective. Their exchange proves immensely rewarding. After some time, the communication talisman Li Ling possesses emits a series of pulses, interrupting their conversation. Listening intently, she reluctantly rises to take her leave. Watching her exit the cave, Lin Dong scratches his head, then rushes out, asking, "May I call you Senior Sister Ling?" Upon asking, he gazes eagerly at the young woman poised to take flight on her jade knife. "I hope so. She's the person I feel most positively about. If she were male, I would willingly forego the artifact and return to examine whether any part of my body requires alteration." Lost in thought, he suddenly hears Li Ling's voice. Chapter 52. Power that can sweep away all. Gazing at Li Ling as she recedes into the distance, Lin Dong sighs in disappointment. This predicament is indeed challenging. Regardless of the outcome, he cannot devise a suitable plan. If there are no good solutions, then let us take a more straightforward approach, and no need to act like a timid maiden. Reflecting on this, he realizes that in unfamiliar territories, a brash approach may be the best course of action. With a decision made, his spirits lift, especially with the rewards he has yet to examine. After laboring to eliminate an 8th-tier beast, there must be plenty of valuable items. Upon returning to the cave, he utilizes premium spirit stones to restore his power, the rich spiritual energy flowing into his dantian through his meridians, circulating along the path of his wood fire technique. The visible restoration of his cultivation enraptures Lin Dong, who is reluctant to withdraw from his practice until his meridians reach their limit, unable to bear the pressure from the influx of spiritual energy. The potency of the purchased pills to strengthen and expand his meridians is limited, and Lin Dong estimates it will take another 6 months to advance to the 5th tier. Pills to enhance meridian strength. Such potions are usually closely guarded secrets of the sect, accessible only to core disciples who have undergone rigorous trials. The formula is out of the question, as it will not be shared with those lacking golden core stage cultivation. It seems my only option lies in the external alchemy competition 3 months from now. If I can secure first place, I will receive a Tianyuan meridian strengthening pill, which can permanently double the strength of my meridians. The path is undoubtedly fraught with challenges, as first place is no easy feat. But for the sake of his life, and to hasten his advancement to the foundation establishment stage, he must seize every possible opportunity. With my phantom and seal, if I cannot achieve first place, it would be better to perish. Lin Dong's gaze turns fierce. I hope no more clueless individuals come to disrupt my peace. He is thoroughly annoyed by those ill-intentioned cultivators, each seemingly intent on courting death when they could be cultivating in tranquility. Time passes, and Lin Dong retrieves a blood-colored storage bag, his consciousness weaving through its restrictions. This cultivator possesses a certain pride, as this restriction can even taint spiritual awareness. Had Lin Dong not been indifferent to such a barrier, a mere sweep would have shattered it, leaving him to spend considerable time purifying his awareness. 8th tier indeed, this storage bag contains over 30,000 spirit stones. 30,000 may not seem significant to his current wealth, but they are a windfall nonetheless that he gratefully accepts them. The remaining items consist of various spiritual pills and medicinal materials, which Lin Dong collects, as these will serve as the foundation for his future shop. Should I delve into artifact crafting as well? This thought has long lingered in his mind, but time has always eluded him. Now, in pursuit of the Tianyuan Meridian Strengthening Pill, his plans for artifact crafting must be postponed once more. There are always too many matters at hand. Time is a luxury I lack, despite his lingering desire to learn artifact crafting. The presence of those two inspires him to pursue a more versatile path. Failing to maximize their potential would be a disservice to his journey in the world of cultivation. Most importantly, a blood-colored jade slip catches his attention within his storage bag. Could this be another technique derived from the demon clan? Such colored jade slips have appeared in his possession before, all acquired from the demon clan's techniques. Enhanced by powerful beings to allow cultivators to practice, often imbued with unique effects that as he holds the blood-colored jade slip, a surge of violent energy emanates from it, flooding his consciousness with a brutal aura and staining his mind crimson. Lin Dong is taken aback. This artifact disregards his spiritual awareness and possesses the power to taint it that if he cannot resolve this issue, his mind will be extinguished, leaving him a bloodthirsty cultivator consumed by slaughter. His soul reacts with intense aversion, yet it instinctively draws in a breath. The blood energy transforms into a stream, surging towards his soul, which struggles momentarily before succumbing and being fully absorbed deep within. A flash of lightning illuminates the scene as all the blood energy transmutes into pure spiritual awareness, contributing to his refinement of the divine thunder. The contents of the jade slip induce a sensation of nausea within Lin Dong. The Blood Demon Clan is one that bathes in blood and refines their bodies through it, regarding blood as the foundation of their cultivation. Upon achieving mastery, they can corrupt divine consciousness and protective shields, demonstrating remarkable efficacy in body refinement. Body refinement, you say? This represents yet another avenue for Lin Dong's development, although he has not dedicated much time to it. Ever since he learned that body refinement does not mitigate the soul's influence on lifespan and temporarily fails to contribute significantly to his prowess, he has consciously reduced the frequency of his training. Currently, the primary benefit of body refinement lies in purging the impurities accumulated from consuming elixirs. Such impurities can pose substantial obstacles during ascension, potentially preventing one from breaking through due to excessive internal contaminants. Within the jade slips, there exists a blood essence technique of great use to Lin Dong. However, this technique necessitates the consumption of fresh blood and raw demon beast flesh. utilizing the stomach to refine the spiritual energy contained within to achieve the goal of strengthening the body. It also gradually fortifies the meridians. Without hesitation, Lin Dong resolved to cultivate this technique for its meridian-enhancing benefits. The other jade slips merely contained a hodgepodge of rudimentary techniques, lacking any remarkable features. Overall, while this may be a windfall for an ordinary cultivator, for Lin Dong, the absence of a tangible boost in strength renders it a loss. Having hastily organized his findings, he placed the crimson and pink storage bags side by side. These two bags symbolize the demise of two cultivators at Lin Dong's hands. Best to discard them. These storage bags are far too conspicuous. I am not lacking in spirit stones, so there is no need to risk exposure by selling them. Indeed, Lin Dong had no shortage of spirit stones, and the fallout from Meng Meyer and the 8th layer cultivator's demise was yet to be revealed. Making caution a prudent choice that he discarded the two storage bags in a forest 10 miles away without any significant concealment, should other cultivators happen upon them. Then they would have my gratitude. Though his harvest was less than satisfactory, he felt no dismay. Any gain was worthy of celebration. Once this matter is settled, I shall return to the sect and prepare wholeheartedly for the alchemy competition. With the decision to return to the sect made, only a few tasks remained. Finally, he needed to review his trump cards. The fire burst is one. It can play a decisive role, though it consumes a considerable amount of mana. The fireball talisman allows for rapid deployment, providing a localized advantage, yet its limitations are equally apparent, as its power is weak and can only serve as a means of distraction. The triple-layered spirit talisman boasts immense power, although it takes slightly longer to activate. It can be employed as a conventional technique. The flame blade artifact is robust and resistant to collisions, making it a primary weapon for body cultivators. The Dream Invasion Fork's ambush and spiritual attacks are rare functionalities among artifacts, serving as a final trump card, especially considering Meng Meyer's renowned artifact, known to many cultivators. What else is there? If I could but touch foreheads, my spiritual attack would undoubtedly be the most formidable. Moreover, the spirit soldier can remotely activate spirit talismans, which is quite practical. After refining a chunk of fallen celestial silver, Lin Dong obtained a spirit soldier 50 meters in length. This would serve as his means to control puppets and activate talismans efficiently. And then there is rhythm. This incomprehensible existence, akin to the so-called Tao, applicable everywhere, yet indescribable. Having organized his trump cards, Lin Dong felt confident that such power could sweep through mid-tier cultivators. This level of strength could not merely be amassed through resources. Ultimately, it is all about you. The seal and phantom gently swayed in his hand. The communication talisman gifted by Li Ling glowed. It is time to reveal the answers. Lin Dong pondered anxiously. Chapter 53, The Reckless Pursuit of Death. You may call me Senior Sister Ling, but only in the absence of others. Understand this clearly. It must be when no one else is present. Furthermore, in the demon-slaying domain, only you may know my true identity, should any cultivator discover who I am. You had best tread carefully. Li Ling's voice resonated with indignation, prompting Lin Dong to chuckle heartily. Perhaps there lies an opportunity for development. Such a captivating female cultivator as Senior Sister Ling is one of a kind. Lin Dong found himself intrigued by the future he might share with Li Ling. Ruffling his hair and chuckling foolishly, he transmitted, Senior Sister Ling, are you beautiful? Direct and unambiguous. After a prolonged silence, he wondered, is she upset? The intricacies of a girl's heart were forever beyond Lin Dong's comprehension. Silence persisted, and rather than linger, Lin Dong returned to Demon-Slaying City, subsequently using the teleportation array to reach the outer city of the alchemy sect. He soared over the forest and returned to the mountain gate of the fire alchemy sect. Arriving at the outer gate's alchemy hall, he realized that to participate in the competition, he must first become an alchemist, as his current apprentice status was insufficient. Senior brother, I seek to be tested as an alchemist. Lin Dong addressed the seated steward with a respectful gesture, clearly stating his intent. Oh, the alchemist examination requires a fee of 100 spirit stones, and you may only utilize resources provided by the sect. You have only one opportunity. If you fail, you must wait 3 months for a second chance. Are you aware of this? Many fourth-layer cultivators were present for the examination, so Lin Dong's arrival was not unexpected. The steward clarified the sect's rules to avoid wasting time should Lin Dong fail the assessment. I understand, he replied, handing over the 100 spirit stones and presenting his identity jade slip. The steward took the slip for inspection and said, "Follow me." He guided Lin Dong into a passage where the formal alchemist examination would take place in a hall ahead. The spacious hall could accommodate nearly 100 cultivators and featured 3 fire formation arrays, one of which was activated with a protective shield. From the outside, a young man clad in white could be seen refining alchemical concoctions. The young man exuded an aura of exceptional quality, his face handsome, accompanied by a tranquil smile. Surrounding the formation were a dozen female cultivators, most of whom blushed as they discussed the 9th-layer cultivator. Brotherly, they marveled at his exceptional aptitude as a core disciple and his extraordinary talent in alchemy. 2 6th-layer disciples awaited results nearby, engaging in quiet conversation, clearly untroubled about Brother Li's ability to pass the examination for a high-level alchemist. Watch Li Tianxiao's alchemy. His skills rank among the top core disciples, and such opportunities for observation are rare. The steward's words broke Lin Dong's reverie as he became entranced by Li Tianxiao, who was about to place the final herb into the alchemical furnace, executing his techniques with precision. His control of the heat is truly impeccable, the steward mused, unable to conceal his admiration. This was Lin Dong's first experience witnessing so many female cultivators gathered in one place. Previously, he had encountered only 3 or 4, one of whom he had defeated, the AN internal scoring system activated within him. Most are above 80, but why are there 2 at 20? One even exceeds 90. The 2 scoring 20 prompted Lin Dong to take a step back, while the 1 scoring above 90 encouraged him to step forward. Yet he remained rooted in place. Not overly focused on Li Tianxiao's alchemy, he found it rather pedestrian in comparison to his own skills. His attention was drawn to the girl scoring above 90, who stood apart from the others, exuding a calm demeanor. Clad in high-quality black robes, her striking features radiated an air of heroism, and with her 6th-layer cultivation at merely 15 or 16 years of age, Lin Dong assessed that in 2 years, should she physically mature, another captivating female cultivator would emerge. Unsure whether to approach her, he opted to remain still, listening to the chatter among the other women, which provided him with a general understanding of Li Tianxiao. Truly a favored child of heaven, Lin Dong scoffed. Li Tianxiao hailed from a prestigious family in a high-level domain, joining the fire alchemy sect solely for the sect's unique alchemical formulas, which greatly benefited him. His family had promised numerous advantages to the sect, yet due to sect regulations, he had to start as a core disciple. Lin Dong's disdainful expression did not go unnoticed by a nearby 6th-layer cultivator engaged in conversation, whose irritation was evident. "That brat, do you seek death? How dare you look down upon Brother Li's alchemical skills?" he exclaimed, his face contorted with anger, though inwardly he smirked. "I shall establish your guilt first, and then deal with you slowly. It has been a while since I toyed with a junior cultivator." Lin Dong was taken aback, realizing the cultivator was directing his ire at him, finger pointing accusingly. Is he looking for trouble? When did 6th-layer cultivators become so bold? Lin Dong chose not to engage, preferring to admire the beautiful women. However, the cultivator would not allow it. Feeling insulted by Lin Dong's indifference, he approached and shouted, "You wild brat! Did you not hear my brother speaking? Apologize to me now, and later to Brother Li." Lin Dong swiftly swatted the finger away, glancing sideways as he retorted, "Who are you? Why should I care if you feel slighted?" The force of his gesture caused the cultivator to recoil in pain, abandoning his accusatory stance. "I am Zhang Tianfeng, an outer sect disciple of the alchemy sect, a bona fide junior alchemist, soon to enter the inner sect. You have quite the nerve. I will forgive you this once. But you must apologize to me." The audacity of demanding an apology without cause ignited Lin Dong's temper. However, this is not a place for conflict. The alchemy sect has a life and death stage for resolving disputes. Perhaps I should eradicate this annoyance first. Lin Dong mused. This fellow is indeed bothersome, but not to the point of death. I shall observe the situation for now. Seeing that Lin Dong remained silent, Zhang Tianfeng let out a hearty laugh and said, "You brat, are you not going to apologize? Otherwise, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson on the life and death platform. Brother Li is not someone you can provoke." When mentioning Brother Li, he always clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Does brother wish to spar with me on the life and death platform?" Lin Dong casually inquired. Zhang Tianfeng smirked maliciously. "If you do not apologize, we shall meet on the life and death platform. Do not let your lower cultivation level deter you from facing your fate." "I shall not apologize." Lin Dong shook his head defiantly. "What?" Zhang Tianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly morphing into rage. "Since you have chosen to meet on the life and death platform, let us go now. You wish for death, and I shall force you onto the life and death platform. Once on the life and death platform, your life and death shall not be in your hands." Zhang Tianfeng thought to himself, exceedingly pleased with his plan. After all, he was merely a minor cultivator, and eliminating him would surely earn him fame in the outer sect. "Very well, let us ascend to the life and death platform now, to the bitter end," Lin Dong replied, casting a peculiar glance at Zhang Tianfeng. Finding such reckless behavior astonishing, he could only blame his own naivety. Another male cultivator, who had yet to express his equal outrage, was promptly overshadowed by Zhang Tianfeng. With a sideways glance, he bellowed, "You insolent brat! How dare you look down on Brother Li? No cultivator can tolerate such disrespect. I too shall challenge you on the life and death platform." Upon witnessing this, Zhang Tianfeng seized the opportunity. "Wait for me to compete with him first. Then we shall see." The other cultivator was unwilling to relent, and thus they began to quarrel over who would ascend first. That a female cultivator, who had previously scored 90 points, displayed a look of pity that Lin Dong caught sight of. Causing her score to rise to 95, that he nodded at her, intending to say something, when Chapter 54, Severing Claws and Fangs unfolded. Words failed him as he was surrounded by a multitude of female cultivators, each advocating for righteousness. "How can you be so rude, junior brother? You are beyond redemption," they exclaimed, voicing their opinions on Lin Dong's actions. Especially those two with 20-point scores, their voices boomed as if trying to transmit their sentiments directly to Brother Li's ears. Staring, dumbfounded, at the circle of female cultivators, Lin Dong found himself utterly unprepared for such a verbal battle. How to retort eluded him. Leaving his face slightly flushed, he preferred to confront them with a blade. Yet he could not drag all these female cultivators onto the life and death platform. Lin Dong felt somewhat dazed. A cool voice intervened. "Ladies, allow my subordinate to engage in combat with this formidable junior brother on the life and death platform first. If he survives, we shall discuss matters further, shall we? As for the order of combat, since Zhang junior brother has taken the initiative to uphold the dignity of his elder brother, he shall strike first. If that fails, then Yuan too may step in." Li Tianxiao's voice, laced with humor, resonated with the crowd below, showcasing his exceptional alchemical skills while effortlessly maintaining his focus. This truly made the former steward envious. Zhang Tianfeng and Yuan too both clasped their hands in agreement. The female cultivators ceased their chatter, their gazes fixed on Lin Dong, clearly apprehensive of his escape. Lin Dong smiled, unafraid of engaging in battle. "Then let us proceed." He waved his hand towards his two subordinates. "Let's go! Let's go!" Zhang and Yuan urged in unison, eagerly leading the way. Zhang Tianfeng excitedly whispered to a female cultivator, causing several transmission talismans to illuminate in response to be why the time they leisurely approached the life and death platform. News had spread throughout the outer sect of the Dan sect. Due to disrespecting the core disciple, Brother Li Tianxiao, a disrespectful brat sought to duel with Brother Li's two subordinates on the life and death platform, where life and death would be decided. The outer sect prohibited flying, and soon, a throng of disciples gathered around the life and death platform. Among them was even a disciple clad in steward robes. At the Foundation establishment stage, the chaotic scene reached its peak when Lin Dong and the others arrived. A cold snort reverberated, sending a shiver through the crowd as the pressure from the Foundation establishment stage swept over them. Lin Dong envied the authority that such a snort commanded, vowing to one day surpass it in strength. Clenching his fists, he stepped onto the life and death platform. The individuals atop had grown impatient. Zhang Tianfang was busy bowing to the onlookers, seemingly eager to express his gratitude for their support. Nearby, the eighth-layer elder, clearly bored, tossed a jade slip in his hands. Upon the arrival of the two contenders, the presiding elder yawned, interrupting Zhang Tianfang before he could speak, and said, "So, you two are the ones stepping onto the life and death platform today. What business do you have here?" His tone conveyed clear impatience, for the duel between two mid-stage cultivators held little appeal. What profound techniques or exquisite artifacts could they possibly showcase? Present your identity jade slips. I shall verify them. I want to elaborate on the rules, and those unfamiliar with them can learn after the duel. After reviewing their jade slips, he instructed them to each declare their oath of voluntary combat. And then he prepared to commence the match. "Elder, I too wish to challenge this brat on the life and death platform." Yuan, too, feeling anxious, noted that Zhang Tianfang had stolen the spotlight. Today was a rare occasion for many disciples to witness the fight, particularly with the Foundation establishment steward present. "I cannot gain fame, but at least I can show my face," he thought. Yuan, too, leaped onto the stage, hastily explaining to the presiding disciple, "I am deeply enraged by this brat's blatant disregard for brotherly. I cannot rest easy without confronting him on the platform. Even if I cannot ascend, I must still establish a death contract to express my indignation." His face bore utmost seriousness as he bowed repeatedly to the presiding disciple. "Very well, present your jade slip as well, and declare your oath just as they did." After another yawn, he added, "Today seems to be somewhat interesting. 2 sixth layers bullying a 4th layer, and so eager to begin. Does Li Tianxiao treat the Dan sect as his personal domain? However, since the 4th layer has not objected, I shall see if he is truly confident or merely posturing." To him, Lin Dong and their duel was nothing more than a slightly entertaining game. Yuan, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Offending an elder was not his intention, but he quickly declared his oath and submitted his jade slip, initially intending to elevate his status with further words, but was silenced by the presiding elder's stern expression. "Let the duel commence." With that, the presiding elder activated the protective formation and stepped to the edge of the stage. The duel officially began. As practitioners of magic, both immediately summoned their protective barriers. Subsequently, their magical artifacts began to hover above them. The presiding disciple nodded, mentally evaluating the two. No wonder the 4th layer remains composed. From the fluctuations of their protective barriers, they are evenly matched. Moreover, their artifacts are of high quality, surpassing even the 6th layer by a grade. Such high-grade magical artifacts are not typically wielded adeptly by mid-stage disciples. I hope they do not exhaust their spiritual energy too quickly and meet an untimely demise. Lin Dong observed his opponent. Recognizing the gravity of the duel, prior scrutiny was essential, for high strength did not guarantee survival. His own artifacts served as testament to that he steeled his resolve, knowing that while boldness was essential in action, caution was paramount in battle. The protective barrier is a black water element, designed for endurance, with weak fluctuations that can be breached with gravity. The artifact is a mid-grade blade, emphasizing raw power to break through defenses. Perfectly suited for my recent adjustments in physical cultivation. Let us test it out. While Lin Dong did not consider himself particularly experienced in combat, he had ample experience in life and death situations. A single glance provided him with a clear strategy. Zhang Tianfang, noticing that his opponent's apparent strength matched his own while possessing a superior artifact, felt his confidence wane. That it was embarrassing that a 4th layer cultivator possessed an artifact of higher quality than his own. His face flushed then paled as he roared, "Brat, behold my sky-soaring overlord blade!" With a flick of his hand, the blade let out a piercing howl, suddenly elongating several inches, and came crashing down. The sound was deafening, and the blade's form was remarkable. Before it could reach its target, a gold elemental talisman was activated that a sword shadow, imbued with a cutting aura, lunged towards Lin Dong. The spectators erupted in laughter at the spectacle of such a grand display, only for Zhang Tianfang to initiate a sneaky attack with the talisman. Zhang Tianfang's face flushed with embarrassment as he summoned another talisman, hastily performing hand seals to hasten the descent of the Overlord blade. In his right hand, he gripped the flame blade, while his left hand swiftly conjured a massive fireball, which collided with the golden sword shadow before him. The sword shadow easily sliced through the fireball. And with a change in his hand seals, the fireball exploded, scattering golden light as both the sword shadow and fireball disintegrated simultaneously. From the outside, the two appeared engulfed in crimson flames, and the protective barrier emitted a faint sizzling sound. The clash of talismans ended in a draw. As the flame blade surged with renewed energy, Lin Dong's spiritual sense easily locked onto the incoming blade, and he sidestepped to the right, bringing down his flame blade upon its side. Both artifacts emitted a brilliant flash of spiritual light. Lin Dong's flame blade had one distinct advantage. It was durable, originally crafted as a spiritual weapon, now serving as a magical artifact. It withstood the clashes between artifacts without fear. The mid-grade Overlord blade excelled in linear attack power, but under Lin Dong's powerful side strike, it was sent tumbling away. This outcome shocked the onlookers, rather than a dazzling confrontation of artifacts. Lin Dong had dismantled Zhang Tianfeng's offensive with a single strike rooted in physical cultivation. From this exchange, it became evident that the Overlord blade had not gained any advantage in terms of power. Lin Dong did not halt his strikes. He refrained from attacking Zhang Tianfeng's protective barrier and instead capitalized on the momentum of the toppled Overlord blade, subtly incorporating rhythm into his onslaught. He continued to strike at the side of the Overlord blade. The attendant during the foundational period bore a peculiar expression as he watched Lin Dong deliver blow after blow with the Overlord blade. Zhang Tian was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily as he desperately sought to accelerate the flow of his physical and magical energy. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered his magical artifact, he could not escape the relentless range of Lin Dong's assaults. The flame-imbued blade struck the body of his weapon with a rhythm that fluctuated between swift and slow. Employing talismans proved futile, as the massive fireball consistently thwarted his attempts to counterattack. Ultimately, the spiritual radiance on his blade extinguished, unable to withstand the tremendous impact, and the Overlord blade was cleaved in two by the fiery sword. "Your strength is commendable. You managed to withstand 2 additional strikes," Lin Dong remarked loudly, offering praise to his opponent.